My online dating sister asked me to meet her at a hotel and said she would unlock a beginner's gift pack that she had saved for 30 years. But when I opened the hotel room door, I smelled a familiar perfume, followed by the sound of high heels retreating. Seeing her silent, I thought she was about to leave, so I hurriedly tried to take off my eye mask, but she instead took the initiative to pull me into the room. Sitting by the bed, she still didn't say anything, but when I lifted my eye mask, my eyes nearly popped out. Big sister, why are you here? Jiang Qian smiled wryly and said, I was wondering why Ning Ning recommended me that kind of shop. It turns out you own it. I should have thought of that earlier. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a bit awkward, and Jiang Qian didn't know what to say, so she simply got up to take a shower. Big sister has been on a plane for so long. I'm all sticky. I'll go take a shower first. Hearing this, I nodded like a chick pecking at rice. You go ahead. As soon as the bathroom door closed, a strange smile appeared on my lips. Not only is she my school beauty girlfriend Meng Qingning's aunt, but she was also my wife in my previous life, and she has a special kink. It turns out that the school beauty Meng Qingning is a yandere in my previous life. To control me, she actually arranged for her aunt to marry me. After I got married, she revealed her true colors that night, conquered me, and even recorded a video to threaten me with her aunt. In order to be a good husband, I gritted my teeth and accompanied Meng Qingning to play. From the bathroom, balcony, bathroom, kitchen, to the couple's room. At first, I really felt guilty, but I didn't expect that both the aunt and niece. It turned out she had long known about the mess between Meng Qingning and me at home, and had placed cameras in various locations around the house. After being reborn, I vowed to stay away from the two of them, but I was still caught by Meng Qingning, so I figured it out. Since I can't escape, I might as well be a scumbag and enjoy it first. Just then, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and Professor John's gentle voice came from inside. Sorry, Xiao Lu. My sister came in too hurriedly and didn't bring a change of clothes. Could you please rummage through my bag and bring me something? Okay, sister. I opened her bag and took a look, my face suddenly showing a bit of excitement, and then glancing at the other things in the bag, I shook my head. I hurriedly handed the clothes over. The bathroom door opened, and a bare arm stretched out. She smiled and said, I'm not wearing anything right now, so don't peek. How could I dare? You will be a leader at the school in the future. I should respect you. Then you really should respect your sister well. Later, when I ask you to put on the blindfold, you will wear it, okay? Hearing this, I swallowed hard. Well, sister, don't call me sister anymore, call me Jiang Qian. Soon, the bathroom door was completely open. She was already very fair, and at this moment, with the rosy glow after a shower, I stood at the door feeling a bit nervous and swallowed hard. She walked a few steps to the bedside, crossed her arms, sat down, squinted at me, and said, Why are you so reserved? Sit next to the big sister first. Well, Professor Jiang, I really didn't know it was you. If I had known earlier, even with 100 times the courage, I wouldn't have sent that kind of photo. She crossed her legs and waved her hand. It's the big sister who is shameless. It has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, I immediately stood up. Don't say that about yourself. It's clearly my fault. I have no sense of boundaries. I did something wrong. Before I could finish speaking, she gently pressed her hand on my mouth, squinted her eyes, and said, Let's not talk about this, okay? I pursed my lips and nodded. Then she grabbed the eye mask, let out a slight breath, and said, Don't look at the big sister yet, otherwise the big sister will feel very pressured. Soon, everything in front of me turned dark. I swallowed, looking like a pure-hearted boy. Are we really going to continue? She didn't say anything. Her soft and glossy lips kissed my face. Isn't that why I came today? Don't you like the big sister? Before I could answer, I felt her soft little hand slip into my hair. Stop talking. Kiss the big sister. In the next scene, brothers, I watched for everyone. It was probably around 4 in the morning. Do you like the big sister or Meng Qingning? Big sister. I like the big sister. What is the big sister to you? A woman. The big sister is my woman. Call the big sister Jiang Qian. Hurry up and call the big sister Jiang Qian. Big sister Jiang Qian. Big sister Jiang Qian. I finally woke up in the afternoon, groggily patted beside me, but found no one there, and shouted, Big sister, Jiang Qian, Qian Qian. Soon, elegant footsteps came from outside, and the mature figure of Jiang Qian walked in. She gently stroked my hair and said, You were so tired yesterday, why didn't you sleep a little longer? As she spoke, she lay down and pulled me into her arms. When I got up from her arms again, following her movements, I saw that her knees were scraped and her feet were also injured. You rest, I'll go to the front desk to get some iodine to clean your wounds. After doing all this, we returned to Meng Qingning's house. Today she specially cooked for us. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Qian, wearing slippers, smiled and said, I never expected to eat the dishes made by Ningning one day. Meng Qingning glanced at me and tossed the apron aside, saying, Aunt Xian, please don't tease me. Just as we sat down at the dining table, Meng Qingning suddenly frowned and said, Oh dear aunt, what happened to you? You're all scraped up. Jiang Xian calmly covered her thigh under the table and smiled. I fell. It's nothing. Meng Qingning didn't think much of it and assumed I had gone to the airport to pick her up. Aunt Xian, be careful when you walk. After saying that, she shot me a glare. How are you taking care of my Aunt Xian? I didn't say anything and simply threw my chopsticks on the ground, crawling under the table to pinch Meng Qingning's calf, which made her expression tense immediately. I just remembered. And when I turned around, I saw Jiang Qian's slipper had fallen off, revealing her delicate little feet. My eyelid twitched, and I calmly got up, only to see her smiling at Meng Qingning and saying, Today I really have to thank Xiao Lu for picking me up, right? Meng Qingning responded with an oh, drooping her head and eating slowly, while under the table, she kicked off her slipper and gently stepped on the back of my other foot. I sat in the middle, and at that moment, the back of my feet was filled with that delicate sensation on both sides. I remained expressionless, then raised my wineglass and cheerfully pushed it towards Jiang Qian. From now on, you are the leader, and for the upcoming university life, I will have to rely on you to take care of me. All in the wine. Professor Jiang smiled and replied, You are Ning Ning's good friend, so we are like family now. No need to be so polite. As she spoke, her little feet still did not retract. My eyelid twitched. Drinking beverages is so boring. Meng Qingning couldn't take it anymore, retracted her foot and hurriedly stood up. I'll go get some wine. After a few drinks, my stomach felt warm from the alcohol, and my face slightly flushed. Jiang Qian noticed and squinted her eyes. Xiao Lu, you've been staying in a hotel recently, right? It's getting late, and since you've had some drinks, there are extra rooms at home. How about you just stay over for the night? I paused at her words. Wouldn't that be too much of a bother? No, Ning Ning doesn't mind, right? Meng Qingning secretly glanced at me a couple of times, her ears slightly warm. No, alright, Aunt will go tidy up the guest room in a bit. Xiao Lu, you go wash up first. I nodded and went into the bathroom. Just as I was about to take off my clothes, a sneaky figure slipped in. What are you here for? I saw Meng Qingning blush instantly when she saw my 8-pack abs. She scratched her toes against her slippers, lowered her head, and mumbled, I'm sleeping in the same bed with Aunt Xian tonight. No, you can't mess around. I was a bit speechless. You're so proactive now? I tossed my clothes aside and moved closer to her. She took a step back but still looked up at me, pouting. Lu Mingzi, I'm a bit scared of you right now. That's why I'm being so obedient. Got it. I snapped my fingers. So, you like me this way? Yes, yes. In the middle of the night, I felt refreshed and comfortably lay in the guest room, holding my head and looking at the ceiling. Things were getting more and more interesting. Why didn't I do this in my past life? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so hurt. Just as I was about to turn over and get some rest, I heard the sound of the doorknob gently turning. I was taken aback and sat up, innocently asking, Sister, what are you doing? Jiang Qian sat beside me, smiling, and said, Sister can't sleep, came to see you. Hearing this, I patted the blanket. I set the air conditioning a bit low. Come, cover up a bit. Seeing this, she unceremoniously burrowed in. Then I'll be disturbing you. Ha! Lu Mingzi also looked her over with a smile on his face. Is there something dirty on Big Sister's face? Not at all. Then why do you keep looking at your big sister? Because you're good looking. Big sister. You say that. Jiang Qian stared straight at him, lifting her small hand as if to help him straighten his hair. Her eyes narrowed. Big sister is a bit shy. The words were spoken, but they were soon followed by a pout of rosy lips, a kiss to his eyes, and another to his cheeks. Lu Mingzi, big sister. Not so good, is it? It's okay. Ning sleeps all the time. Let's be gentle. We won't wake up. Jiang Qian said. Her fingertips lightly wandered around Lu Mingzi's eyes, touching the corners of his eyes one moment, then touching his nose the next. Not for a while the body slightly raised. Soft thighs again seems to be pressed on Lu Mingzi's stomach. Lu Mingzi only felt his chest rolling a little, and I don't know how long it was. At Jiang Qian's cry of alarm, her entire body seemed to be hugged by Lu Mingzi, her arms tightly encircling his neck, huffing and still gasping for air. Creak, the door opens. Hiss. Jiang Qian sucked in her breath, and then she felt her back come into close contact with the door of the room, and her face couldn't help but change. Ouch. Little thing you don't. The next day, Prof. Chang was probably really hard at work. Lu Myung-taek sends her a good morning message. She didn't see it until noon. Holding a glass of hot milk, he stood at the edge of the dining room table. Jiang Qian's pretty eyes looked at the cell phone screen and suddenly narrowed very thinly. Well, were you happy last night? That's a lot of backtracking. Lu Mingzi heard the voice. From the bag Mo took out his cell phone. No ahem. It's not even there yet? A smile spread across Jiang Qian's lips. Then what else do you want to do? Lu Mingzi hurriedly replied, what big sister, I really do not want to do I do not know what is going on. A moment of impulse, a moment of impulsive. Otherwise, where do I dare to treat you like this? I respect you, can't wait. You know, I have special respect for you since I just met you. I regretted it after yesterday. You are the leader of my school in the future. I don't dare, I really don't dare. Prof. Chen Jiang didn't reply for half a day. Lu Mingzi started to play dumb as soon as he saw that he couldn't escape. Besides, I was going to sleep yesterday, and big sister, you came to me, so I can only blame you for being too charming. Jiang Qian then replied, big sister said did not say let you move a little? You're still blaming big sister now. Ha, big sister didn't let you little thing be so messy, did she? P.S. I'm begging for recommendations, monthly votes, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 52, Leader from now on. No, anyway, big sister, I was wrong, I deserve to die. Lu Mingzi immediately corrected his attitude. Jiang Qian this time did not wait long. Smile, in fact, did not blame you, just tell you. Normal, big sister is not excluded. Big sister is a riot, but also in a certain controllable range. Yesterday, all hit the door. In case Ning Ning woke up, how to do? Well, it's a bit too much for your big sister to take in for a while anyway, so you boys will have to understand for a while. Lu Mingzi's eyelashes touched a little. Then, big sister me this normal needs. Professor Chang is still Professor Chang. Familiar flavor. You still miss your big sister? It was already done, and he would have had a significant increase in his recovery, as well as his physical strength. The body is so strong that you can't help it. Lu Mingzi certainly wasn't hiding anything. Aha, want. You young guys have a lot of energy. Jiang Qian smilingly nodded the screen. Into it, tonight or go to the big sister's side. Big sister's house. In Ning Ning's house influence are not good. Your big sister's skin is quite thin. If it really was bumped into, your big sister will not live. You're still thin-skinned? Lu Mingzi didn't know what to say. Fine, I don't have anything to do this afternoon, so I'll go over and clean up first. When the time comes, I'll give you an address, so come over yourself. Big sister will be waiting for you at home. Jiang Qian's message was sent immediately after. Got it. Lu Mingzi put away his cell phone. The warehouse. Ji Boming is still a little empty. Mingzi, so you and Meng Qingning have reached that point? Staying out at night is obviously very fishy. Children don't ask about grown-up things. Lu Mingzi organized the bills, went to settle the supplier's account in the afternoon, and then went to keep an eye on the app development process, and was ready to leave. Ji Boming looked at his back, his eyelids jumping. Hey, are you still going back to the hotel tonight? Lu Mingzi waved his hand without looking back, and Ji Boming revealed a look of envy. By the time Lu Mingzi followed the navigation address to find Professor Zhang's own home, enter the code as soon as you enter the door. The aroma of fragrant rice surged right next to the entrance hall, and Professor Zhang, who was wearing an apron, squinted his eyes. Coming. He also walked over to place slippers by Lu Mingzi's feet. Lu Mingzi quickly waved his hand. I'll do it myself. It's not in the way. Jiang Qian was in this apron. Not to mention that virtuous look. Lu Mingzi took a breath, changed into his slippers, and looked up to notice. Lu Mingzi is still the first time to see Jiang Qian wearing tight pants. There is a different flavor, so that he cannot help but eat his fingers, above dragging the rice bowl to puff and puff. As a result, he was eating, and Jiang Qian was elegantly opening her mouth. But underneath, she took her shoes off and softly and tenderly rubbed her toes and feet on Lu Mingzi's calf. Lu Mingzi choked a little, did not look up at Jiang Qian. Nothing happened, as if continue to eat. Is it good? Jiang Qian squinted her eyes. Lu Mingzi felt the softness and tenderness of his calf, also put his chopsticks together and gave a thumbs up. Delicious, better than the chef of a 5-star hotel. Ha, holding up your big sister again? Where? I'll be honest. Small feet are all soft and tender. Professor Zhang's small feet one up and one down fiddling. Lips are not idle. Open his mouth. Speak so good. Big sister happy today. Can reward you a little. Say, want big sister what? Lu Mingzi has been rattled, cannot stand. Just swallowed the rice in the mouth. Raised his head is straight to the ex-wife high speed. You are also not polite. It's too soon now. Tonight is so long. Don't be in such a hurry. Okay? Jiang Qian paused for a moment and said with amusement. Lu Mingzi then nodded. And then sure enough, something ran over his face. But, instead, I can show you the feet first. Professor Jiang Qian unhurriedly tucked her tiny feet into her slippers and put down the dishes. Looking down at it, it looked roughly just white and soft. Lu Mingzi only felt a romantic and ambiguous atmosphere spreading rapidly. The chair was also dragging sound, accompanied by the stockings some rustling sound. The picture in front of him was indescribable. Jiang Qian didn't move either, just looked at him with a smile. is it okay? Lu Mingze nodded affirmatively. Ha, Jiang Qian smiled, stroking the hair at her temples. That's good. Okay, let's eat first. It didn't take long for Jiang Qian's beautiful legs to close together for a moment, exhaled, and then ruffled her hair with a smile on her face. Going to the restroom. You wait. Lu Mingshi busily withdrew his hand, then barred his mouth somewhat absent-mindedly. Only his eyes were looking over there at all times. All rushed to their feet when they heard the slightest movement. Lu, I'm going to take a shower first, so help me get a nightgown from the closet. The blue one. Okay, wait a minute. Thanks. Well, take a set of lingerie too. It just got dirty. I think it's the second compartment from the center of the bedroom nightstand. Ha, please, Prof. Jiang also spoke generously. What do you mean just dirty? Lu Mingze pursed lips. "002 sound." Rushed up the stairs, pushed open the bedroom door. The first one to go to the cabinet to open the closet door. Into the eye is not too bright. Most of the monotonous black and white. Shirts pants are the standard, but also competent, only in a corner turned over. Looking at a blue nightgown neatly placed there. Give it out and put it on the bed. Then turn your head. Nightstand. Lu Mingze took a few steps and walked over. The second compartment is right. As soon as you open. I thought you said you couldn't accept it yet. What's all this? You're really taking care of my business. Lu Mingze sucked in his breath and grabbed a box of Honest Blender from inside. Lu Mingze's lips are a little dry. This thing, just like a ring, you can be reckless in the future. Lu Mingze thumped the second frame and pushed it in. Holding the nightgown, he went downstairs. Jiang Qian, got it for you. Opened the door, but there was no lingerie in his hand, and it was a bit rude to rummage around at the moment, so he pulled his throat and hurriedly added, "By the way, I haven't seen any lingerie in the second compartment of the nightstand yet." Said a cough. The heart with a clear mirror like a guest to understand pretend to be confused. To say that Jiang Qian she does not know what is in the cabinet he designated is not believed. Through the door of the bathroom room, snapping was the sound of water-stained little feet and the floor splattering and Lu Mingze said, I'll look upstairs again? The snapping sound was a quick lurch. Jiang Qian didn't seem to be surprised, smilingly wiped her wet calves. Forget it, no need to bother. Save big sister from having to take it off in a while. Soon, Jiang Qian, who was dressed in a blue ice silk nightgown, walked out of the restroom. Lu Mingze looked right along. The texture of the soft and silky nightgown is attached to the body. The stomach all looks extremely flat and smooth. The hemline is very gentle, and at the moment the smooth surface of the foot is reflected into a beautiful arc. The hair that has just been washed and blow-dried has also been Jiang Qian high-coiled, rolled up a particularly beautiful hairstyle, and dryly bundled up at the back of the head. Jiang Qian looked into his eyes. Her curved eyes narrowed and smiled as she looked at him. Does big sister look good? Lu Mingze nodded. Good looking. Yes? Then Jiang Qian sat down and crossed her legs, her toes hanging from her slippers in a lurch, looking at Lu Mingze with a smile and patting her soft thighs. Come over here then, big sister will show you more. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 53. She's not going to turn a blind eye, is she? The air was full of ripples. Jiang Qian, if you say that, I really won't be polite to you. Lu Mingze looked a little turbulent. Jiang Qian pouted her own sexy lips instead. Well, whatever works. Lu Mingze sniffed with an expectant face and sat next to her, his small hand raised. In fact, in his heart thought, if his now ex-wife bumped into him playing Mengqingning, I wonder what her reaction would be. A big fight? Unlikely. It's not possible to turn a blind eye and pretend you didn't see it. It's her fetish, after all. But it takes a little bit of trial and error to get her to recognize herself and then say to Mengqingning, I'm sorry I like your aunt more than you. Then turned around and said to his ex-wife, I'm tired of it. I'll live at Mengqingning's place from now on. Will it tear up? Regardless, one ends up backhanding another girl. Lu Mingze's nose was filled with his ex-wife's fragrant womanly odor, but his heart skipped 2 beats. Hiss. Jiang Qian's good-looking eyebrows suddenly frowned. Your kid is hurting me. Lu Mingze hurriedly squeezed out a sardonic smile. I'm sorry, it's mainly because your figure is too tempting. Life is like a play. It's all about the acting. If you can't lie to yourself, how can you lie to others? Jiang Qian lifted her nightgown halter slightly towards her own shoulders, her eyes looking at him, and suddenly said, Stop calling me big sister and call me aunt. Lu Mingze paused for a moment, then laughed. Doesn't that shout even older? Jiang Qian's small hand suddenly propped up on Lu Mingze's thighs, and her mouth came up next to Lu Mingze's ear and she exhaled. But will you feel more stimulated? What's more, Auntie's big. Yes, but did you like how Auntie just got you? Lu Mingze felt that there was still residual warmth, and nodded. Auntie, this is simply too exciting too. There was a lot of small talk. Jiang Qian pointed to the upper side of the sofa, and the first one sat over, elegantly crossing her legs. Lu Mingzi saw her move her shoulders a little bit with one effort and hurriedly said with concern, "Tired just now, aren't you? Let me give you a pinch?" Jiang Qian's rosy lips gently exhaled. "It's not in the way. You teachers stand for a long time and you love to wear high heels, so you'll be good when you become a leader." Lu Mingzi really cannot see any bad intentions, exhaled and went behind the sofa, stood behind Jiang Qian, gently pinched her shoulders, but instead, he was still concerned. Jiang Qian slightly sidled her head and smiled. "No need. The various layers become their own shapes, and then tear it up to make it look good." Lu Mingzi said gently, "It's really hard on you day after day, to be able to meet a woman like you. I guess it's all smoke coming out of my ancestors' graves." "That's good to hear, auntie. Then I'll trouble you." "Ha, no trouble no trouble. Well, it's a little sore here. Can you use a little force? Auntie's a little strained." "Is it here? Well, arm a little harder." 2. Jiang Qian squinted her eyes, her gaze a little surly. "I have some favorites. That's what I said. You like it, don't you? Then I'll give you a good press." Lu Mingzi thought about the picture he would have to get later. At this moment, he also felt motivated, released her shoulders, and started to pinch both sides of her big arms, and after grabbing them hard for several times, he let her slightly owe her body, and pinched on Jiang Qian's back. After a while, Lu Mingzi remembered one thing, he just looked for the lining out is empty. However, Jiang Qianbai took a bath, and now it is empty inside. Thinking about it, Lu Mingzi then pretended that his throat was dry, and you'd have to say he really did. Also said vegetarian it. Really, the ghost of a man's heart is also not to believe a little. Bent over, the hand also somehow around the front of her, embracing her waist. Jiang Qian didn't react too much, looking at the front and laughing. "You kid, what's wrong again?" "Well, the two of them are getting that way together." Lu Mingzi buried his face into the hair at the back of her head and sniffed. "Auntie, you smell so good." "Yeah, and you boys know I'm an aunt?" "Of course, Aunt Xian is like a welcoming luminary tower in my heart. I can't forget it for the rest of my life." Lu Mingzi was actually getting more and more comfortable, opening his mouth and patting his ass. "Yo, why didn't I feel that?" Jiang Qian's eyes narrowed, tugged on the large hand that was touching her stomach, and laughed. "Is this how you treat your Aunt Xian?" The shirt between her second and third buttons opened slightly. Lu Mingzi blinked and gulped as he looked in with a sideways glance. The eyes were all a little subtle. This one size fits all well. When others face, my respect you owe, but in private, you are my. What is it? Jiang Qian's legs, which had been crossed on the right, switched back to the left. Asterisk? Ouch. You're saying that. She was also particularly direct. Lu Mingzi coughed a few times and pretended to look embarrassed. Jiang Qian looked at his reaction, thought for a moment, her rosy lips pouted a bit, and repeated for the second time, "Anyway, big sister's words are set up in front with you, and I don't know what will happen in the future. But right now, some of the ideas that are too much in your head clean up. After all, you and Ning Ning's relationship is in, and there are things that I don't think I can accept right now." "You still can't accept it?" Lu Mingzi thought about the bedside table in the bedroom, then opened his mouth and inquired, "What is considered excessive? Yesterday like that isn't good enough anyway. It's too much." Jiang Qian elegantly ruffled her hair, then looked up, her eyes curved. "The stuff in the cabinet just saw it, right?" Jiang Qian, this kind of inquiry seems to make Lu Mingzi overwhelmed, and then looked still a little flustered. Jiang Qian's eyelashes fluttered softly twice. "You're still young. It would be troublesome for Auntie to get pregnant. After all, Auntie still has to go to your university to serve, and it's not appropriate for our current relationship to be well known. So you understand and give your big sister some face, okay? Auntie also knows you youngsters don't like to carry. Auntie takes short acting." Lu Mingzi simply couldn't help himself. "Aunt Xian, what is it?" "You turn your head." Lu Mingzi decided to strike while the iron was hot and show his love for her, so he let go of the professor's waist, his body backed up a little, and his face left Jiang Qian's hair, pursing his lips. "I want to kiss you." Jiang Qian turned back and narrowed her eyes in a flirtatious manner. "Yo, you're kissing, and you still need to give a report to the professor? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now." Chapter 54. You Can Have Ice. Lu Mingzi kissed with great affection. She had soft lashes and loved to smile, sometimes squinting, sometimes curving, and she smiled as if it was all very feminine. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Qian didn't move either and looked at him with a smile. Lu Mingzi raised his head, then looked at Professor Jiang with an inquiring face. "Are you sleepy?" Jiang Qian smiled. "All right," Lu Mingzi said, "then it's time to sleep too." Jiang Qian looked at her watch. "Sleeping now?" "Yes." Lu Mingzi was restless. "We've been busy all day. Let's hurry up and rest. And what's more, we haven't done anything serious yet." Jiang Qian laughed. "Okay, but shouldn't you take a shower?" Lu Mingzi sat up in a flash. "I'm on my way." Bathroom. Lu Ming's entire body was pressed right into the bathtub, soaking unhurriedly, his expression where there was still so much activity. The deepest love of all time cannot be retained. Warmer shot behind the dog. Lu Ming's small towel shook in his hand, and his body was already dry. I was thinking of hurrying out, but then I paused for a moment, raised my palms and hailed. No, there was still garlic in the meal just now, and my nose smelled of garlic. With another expressionless face, he walked over to the mirror, picked up his toothbrush and swirled it back and forth in his mouth, looking at himself in the mirror with a controlled upturn of his lips, turned his head and squeezed out another smile that wasn't worth much, and pushed his way out of the bathroom in a few steps. In the bedroom, a dim light hung around the wall sconce. Zhang Qian is sitting on the head of the bed, leaning back to read a book. The professor is not ashamed to know the book. At first glance through a wave of tenderness, the sheet gently drooped on her soft body. The upper half of her exposed shoulders hung with two light blue suspenders, and her chest was covered by a blue halter nightgown made of silk fabric, which could be called a concave and convex, and she knew how seductive it was when she was lying down with curves. Lu Mingzi stepped on slippers and walked over in a few steps, coughing gently. Zhang Qian, let's. Now. Zhang Qian smiled as soon as she took a look at him, then casually placed the book in her hand on the nightstand and nodded. Well, come on up. Lu Mingzi lifted his leg up and got under the covers, which were indescribably hot, and lifted them slightly. The smell of fragrant womanhood was all over the place under the comforter, and she had just taken a hot shower, and her legs seemed to be teased with a bit of heat. Lu Mingzi could completely feel the rolling heat of her body. His eyelashes touched for a moment, his eyes lowered, and then he squeezed towards her, his hands not being honest. Prof. Chang didn't move either, mildly. Seeing this, Lu Mingzi more unrestrained, to start a little bit of gluttony, body twisted, handheld slipped on the bed. Ready, Cynthia, I'm coming. This one however flopped. But the soft body suddenly detached itself from him, the sheet deflated. Where was Professor Zhang's shadow inside? Lu Mingzi aired. Qianqian, where are you going? Don't fish. It's going to be a warbler. A while. Zhang Qian smilingly stepped on the slippers, making it puzzling to actually go out of the bedroom. Such a crucial moment. Isn't this a game? Lu Mingzi put away his own smile and frowned at the door to his bedroom room, only to hang up his smile again shortly after hearing the subtle sound of footsteps coming from the hallway outside his door. Lu Mingzi cried and laughed a little. Professor A, what's that about you again? Is it too much of a buzzkill to call me professor at a time like this? Zhang Qian was carrying a bag in her hand. Lu Mingzi, do not go to pick this up, knowing that this time to argue is completely meaningless. Simply do not say it. Arms a-road. Come on, get under the covers. Zhang Qian smiled. Walked over unhurriedly, elegantly took off her slippers, hiked up the beautiful legs of the bathrobe with a lift, put it into the quilt and lay down together with him. Then Zhang Qian looked sideways with her head in the direction of Lu Mingzi, the corner of her eyes with a smile, unblinking, looking into Lu Mingzi's eyes. Lu Mingzi also looked at her curved moon eyes, opened his mouth, couldn't help but want to say something, but who knows? Zhang Qian suddenly retracted the line of sight, fingers placed in the bag slightly flipped twice. The first one spoke. Today waiting for anxious it, compensation for you, okay? Lu Mingzi erupted, not yet having responded. She suddenly threw a belt on the bed, the kind that hasn't been opened yet. That's what you've been brewing up. That does make it very ex-wifey. In his last life he was played by Meng Qingning, and he came back to play her. Lu Mingzi's eyes jumped a little. I saw Zhang Qian suddenly tilted her head, revealing that white neck, and her rosy lips gently gasped for breath. Slightly lighter. Let's give you a try. August 26th. School will be starting soon, but the dry heat of summer in the mountain towns is unrelenting, with temperatures staying high. Meng Qingning asked Lu Mingzi to go to the ice store for something to eat in the afternoon. She went first one to occupy the seat, because one after another the sophomore and junior seniors of the college town school in the mountain town had started to return to school. Such a beautiful girl. Around a few stuffy college students, really some stupid. Look at that kind of posture, as if flirting with want to come over to hit on. Meng Qingning looked at the entrance of the ice store from time to time, and when she saw Lu Mingzi appear in the glass doorway, she hurriedly stood up and waved. Lu Mingzi, here. Lu Mingzi said in his heart that really Meng Qingning, this kind of girl's air pressure is still very strong, mainly because the bags on the table are Chanel. Purchasing power to limit the young boy's hormones overflow. College students are still some weighing. Lu Mingzi, on the contrary, sat over with a big grin, and saw Meng Qingning casually placing the bag that occupied the seat at her feet. Where's Jimbo Ming? Meng Qingning at the moment is also still particularly cool at denim small shorts under the side of the long legs, no flaws, stepped on a pair of crystal sandals, but also reveals the crystal clear coated with red fingernail cover look gorgeous toes. No wonder it's so absorbing. Lu Mingzi retracted his gaze, He said that a good friend should have his own eyesight, and he doesn't do the light bulb thing. Meng Qingning nodded, then let out an "oh." Then took the dish book on the table and sat on the edge of Lu Ming's, took the initiative to turn it over and asked him with a drooping little face, "What do you want to eat?" Lu Ming's fell back on a relaxed and casual face all the time. "Just this one." Meng Qingning nodded, then hooked her body and fished out her wallet from the bag at her feet, then got up and went over there to stand in line. The college students around the room looked a little jaw-dropped. Such a good-looking girl still volunteers to stand in line. Shouldn't she be the sought-after one? Moreover, Lu Ming's looked at the food that was brought over and frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. "How is it hot?" "I think hot siu mei is good." Meng Qingning looked at Lu Ming's eyes. Her ears got hot, and she pushed the red bean-smeared ice to him, then suppressed her voice and whispered, "Oops, I know, I can eat ice today too. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 55 won't let you go." For Meng Qingning, Lu Ming's had no burden. It was supposed to be that way in a previous life. Now that the dust has settled with his ex-wife, the next episode has to fall apart without her. "What are you looking at me for?" She grabbed the spoon and just shoved the black turtle cream into her rosy lips. "Because you're good looking." Lu Ming's opened his mouth, then Meng Qingning's eyelashes just touched, and with a lift of her small hand, she pulled her hair behind her ears, revealing her earlobes. "I want you to say it." For Luminaire, there are now two options. One, what is immediately real at the moment some happy Meng Qingning? "I talked to your Aunt Qian." "Yes, then you." "I prefer your Aunt Qian. She can do the splits in place with her feet above her head. It's fantastic. Then when the time is right bring Jiang Qian to spread sugar in front of her." "That's right. I'll be your sister-in-law after that." It hurts too much. Secondly, it's getting her into her own shape, with Jiang Qian fighting left and right in front of Jiang Qian. He said that he loved her the most, and then he treated Meng Qingning in every way, holding her down on Jiang Qian's bed, and then getting Jiang Qian into her bed. That way it rains and both can't run away in the end. If changed into the plot of some websites, the last two, Jiang Qian and Meng Qingning, should be sitting paralyzed at the foot of the bed with a big belly on the left and the right by. The expression of the collapse of the appearance of the readers cannot stop. But this kind of stuff obviously gets 404 D. Lu Ming's head itched a little, feeling like he had a lot of images in his head at the moment, and he was going to grow a brain, and then it just so happened that the phone was dripping. He touched it out and fixed his eyes on it, and actually turned his hand and selected the third option. "Hey, back to school?" It's the class president. Near the beginning of the school year, when she heard this name, Meng Qingning's body also visibly stiffened. She still remembered that before the summer vacation, Lu Ming's had kissed her at the school gate. On previous madness also promised Lu Ming's, "If you choose her, you want to sneak with Jiang Zimei also does not matter. I think Jiang Zimei is not willing to play with you. I can." "Hey, Lu Ming's, where are you going?" Meng Qingning's toes scratched. "Oh, Jiang Zimei's flight is this evening. I'll pick it up." Meng Qingning sniffed and wanted to say that she wasn't allowed to go, but then sadly realized that she didn't have much of a backbone to say so, and could only absent-mindedly a little. "Then you pay attention to safety." Lu Ming's then waved and got up to leave. As a result, Meng Qingning looked at his back, suddenly clenched her teeth, stood up as well, grabbed her bag and chased after him. Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's was waiting for a car on the side of the road, twisting his head back. "What's wrong?" She opened her mouth, closed it again, and saw an empty car coming, and Lu Ming's had his hand on the door handle before he blurted out, "Can you not go to Jiang Zimei?" Lu Ming's, "Why?" Because. Meng Qingning suddenly lowered her head as if it was a bit difficult to speak. "If you don't say anything, then I'm going to leave." Seeing that Lu Ming's was really going to pull open the car door, her small face only panicked before she raised her hand and hurriedly grabbed Lu Ming's wrist. "Getting on or not? The master taxi driver is rushing." Lu Ming's felt the slippery traction on his wrist and suddenly let go of the hand he was touching on the top of Yamashiro's famous yellow Ferrari. "I'm sorry, I'm not sitting down." The master taxi driver cursed and steered away, and Lu Ming's was soon pulled by her to the side of a hidden alley. She only saw that she slightly tugged at the hem of her skirt, then didn't dare to look at Lu Ming's line of sight, and her thighs were still a bit twisted. I brought it so you can get it today." When Lu Ming's heard this, he immediately turned back and realized that the 14-year university town was now in a state of pending development. This place was off the beaten path. "You mean, you came out with me today, all the way?" Meng Qingning's head hung even lower. The corner of Lu Ming's eye twitched twice. "Have you ever thought about what would happen to you if I passed the app while walking down the road?" Meng Qingning didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lu Ming's fished out his cell phone from his pants bag. Then Meng Qingning couldn't speak, and the whole person almost didn't stand still for the first time. Raising his hand, he rushed to hold the wall, slightly raised his eyes, and his rosy lips were also delicate and translucent, as if they were curled with ambiguous heat. There are still quite a few areas over here that are unplanned, so a lot of the wasteland is populated with people who grow vegetables, do it yourself, and have plenty of food, which is a natural skill. Then a girl who was a little pale suddenly asked her twin sister in a sideways whisper, "Sis, what is that girl over there doing?" "I don't know." Gu Shui was also a bit curious about it. "Is she peeing?" My sister blinked in question. As a result, Gu Shui slightly walked over a few steps, tilted her neck and fixed her eyes. Her face instantly turned red, and when she saw that her sister was also going to come over, she hurriedly blocked her. It seems to have made a little noise though. Let Mengqingning scared flowers, thighs suddenly a soft, boo sound, lips suddenly empty, a butt on the ground, a force, is so just well. Mengqingning at once tilted her neck, opened her mouth and inhaled loudly. Her small hand pressed down her mouth hard so as not to make any noise. He is. The younger sister was covered, but watched as her sister still glanced in that direction from time to time, and somewhat unable to resist tiptoeing slightly past her. There seems to be another boy. My god, they can't be. Gu Shui's sister had obviously never seen such a big scene before, and her eyes lit up. No looking. The younger sister was helpless. Her sister pushed herself away, but straightened up and scowled a little at her sister. Sister, do you know that boy? Gu Shui. She also remembers that in order to her sister's medical bills, her roommate said she this sexy body to shoot underwear ads designated to earn money, so she was flung to the set. If that boss had been a little tougher, I don't know if I would have left my dignity behind at that time. I did not expect that bossy was not tough, but also entrusted himself with $5,000. So Gu Shui is encouraged and determined to pick up her dignity and earn her own living, or worse, sell the only property their mom and dad left them. I never thought seeing that boss again would be the scene today. Sister, what on earth did you just see? Although they were twins and looked exactly the same, they had very different personalities, and the younger sister was all giddy, and Gu Shui's delicate face still had a bit of redness on it. Pouting her own rosy mouth she said, "No, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, but the eyes are a little watery. Why is that girl in a place like this? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading." Chapter 56 in Mengqingning. After all this, all drinking iced drinks, there was only one possibility at the end of the day. Lu Mingzi, there are stockings in the back trunk. Well, I'll get it, and you put the chair down. Lu Mingzi, want to wear high heels? May I? After, trunk. Lu Mingzi, did we just get caught? Does this matter? Lu Mingzi, it hurts. It's okay, just bear with it. Lu Mingzi, my aunt's phone. Then you answer it. You're crazy. How am I supposed to answer it now? Hey, Sin, Aunt Sin. No, I ate outside. No, I was just running. Lu Mingzi, hiss. Yes, I'm sorry Aunt Qian. I just didn't pay attention and fell down. Aha, come back and talk later. Come back and talk. Mengqingning held down the phone as soon as he could, and then the phone fell somewhere. It didn't take long for Lu Mingzi's cell phone to ring again, not waiting for her to say anything. Hey, Professor Jiang. Yeah, I just finished dessert with Mengqingning and I'm running. The food market. Now. Zhang Qian's smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. Auntie is getting so useless now that she can't even bring back a little bit of food. That's a good point. Sung, the food market right? I'll be right over. Wait for the phone to hang up. Lu Mingzi put away the phone, and then exhaled heavily. In fact, Mengqingning's lips are really beautiful. Very full but not that kind of swollen thick. Crystal clear, very elastic. Lips small mouth in the middle of the black, deep as if they want to suck people into. A slight lurch sent her tumbling over the side of the. At once, Mengqingning simply slumped in her seat with an extremely disoriented expression. It took a moment before she pursed her lips from gasping for air. I'll drive home first. Okay. Mengqingning organized her clothes. Almost trembling, she pushed open the car door to go to the main driver. How could she go to see Auntie Chan when she was in this state now? Then Mengqingning adjusted his position. Lifting his hand, he strapped the seatbelt to himself, lowered the visor, looked in the mirror, and straightened himself out, glancing at Lu Mingzi through the rearview mirror. Suddenly the whole thing turned around. Are you satisfied now? Lu Mingzi didn't mince words at the moment. Fantastic. Oh, because it's somewhat turned around. Mengqingning figure is really good. The seatbelt is on her, all bundled, a little stylized. It also seemed to think that it wasn't too convenient to put on a seatbelt, I guess, so he turned his body back around again, giving the visor a gentle lift. She put it up, pouting her rosy lips. But could I trouble you to get in the passenger seat now? I'm tired of turning around. Oh, Lu Mingzi inhaled. The seat of the Mercedes was really soft and comfortable. Wait a minute. See if there's a paper bag in the back. The one you took from the trunk earlier. Well, is this it? Turning back, he lifted the tan-colored bag at his feet. Yeah, that's it. Unbuckling her seatbelt, Meng Qingning lifted her hand to take the bag before looking down. The heels came off very silky smooth from the black silk-wrapped feet. In fact, it's just one foot that still has a high heel on it, and the other one has long since flown off somewhere. Lu Mingzi turned back to the top of the back seat before he found it, and casually pulled a wet tissue paper and wiped it everywhere. Only then did Meng Qingning take out a pair of sneakers from the bag. Hooking her body, she stepped in with a press of her little feet. 1-2, ankle lines, thighs against the driver's seat loosely, tightly, plus black silk, that unique touch, very seductive. Lu Mingzi just re-sit on the passenger seat. Saw the scene in front of me. Meng Qingning suddenly very feminine. Over the people, a knitted smile. Every move can perfectly show their feminine charm. And as Meng Qingning changed her shoes, she suddenly twisted her head to look at Lu Mingzi, skimming her lips. What's the point of looking at my feet all the time? Lu Mingzi steeply sobered up and opened his mouth. Your socks are torn off. Suddenly, the car smelled good, a scent of Jin's body. The sound of music also came out slowly along with the vibrations of the pricey car stereo. Meng Qingning actually tiptoed, but small hand is along the arc of a collapse. Snap! Originally put on the shoes are quietly smashed in the Mercedes-Benz car. Look at the value of the foot cushion. Then the feminine black stockings were tossed in the back seat with a casual twist of a small hand. The white calves re-stepped into the flats and the smooth insteps were pink at first glance. Simply the most perfect curves. Lu Mingzi went up and casually grabbed 2 handfuls. Meng Qingning, your legs are quite beautiful. Meng Qingning twisted her head and froze for a few seconds, then ruffled her hair a bit and gave an oh so sweet thank you. Lu Mingzi blinked, then looked sideways at the mountain city lights again and exhaled, until he waited until he reached the door. Beside him was the muffled voice. Wait. Seeing Meng Qingning bend slightly next to the back seat, the arc was truly heart-stopping, and her small hands quickly grabbed the white bag. Don't forget to lose it in a while. Don't let Auntie Qian see it. Lu Mingzi is still a bit confused. I saw not only the wet paper towel just now, but also Meng Qingning copied the slender little hand and grabbed her own stockings, and then motionless in front of Lu Mingzi's face, she threw the stockings into a bag. Lu Mingzi understood, and walked to the garage where the garbage was recycled, and was just about to throw it in, when he looked back to see that Meng Qingning's figure had already disappeared into the corner of the building. There retracted his hand and threw all the tissues in the bag into the trash. Then the stockings were left behind, and the partner white bag was dropped on the passenger side footrest. 1 foot on the gas and you're killing the food market. It didn't take long. Professor John's plump, mature figure walked out of the market gate over there, her scalp gently scattered. Red cheongsam against the body is simply concave and convex. Partial flesh-colored high heels ladylike. A graceful outfit is basically how you can't get tired of looking at it. Come over and pull open the door. About to get in. Professor Jiang just sat up, eyes as a skim. Was going to put it in the trunk, but the result is eked out. Small Lu. This is. Professor Jiang suddenly grabbed the bag in his hand. His small hand curiously fiddled with the bag for a while, and then withdrew his hand and raised his head meaningfully, looking straight at Lu Mingzi. Lu Mingzi was caught in the bag, also not the slightest panic. Rip wind. Now very popular. I specially give you. Which no Jiang Qian waved his hand as to interrupt. Grasping the bag also did not let go. Body a turn. The voice also do not know what a rhyme. Said. First go home. Lu Mingzi stared sideways and stared, realizing that Aunt Qian's face was expressionless and didn't say anything, and said oh so slightly, until he drove all the way back to the neighborhood's underground garage. His fists squeezed and he took another breath before twisting his head. Jiang Qian. The result is to see Jiang Qian put their own seatbelt loose. Small hands in the bag a grab. Snap. High heels a stomp. Beautiful legs a cock. It gave the upper side of the center control on the platform. White. Soft. The stocking in her hand copied the little hand and slipped it up her leg. Lu Mingzi looked stunned. What are you doing? As a result, Auntie's calves curled up and had gradually wrapped around the sensuality of a mature woman. Wasn't it prepared for your aunt first? This is Meng Qingning's stocking. It's to make Meng Qingning feel more involved, right? Lu Mingzi was just gradually testing the waters. Don't you youngsters love that routine the most? Jiang Qian is some waiting impatient. Beautiful legs across. On the unreasonable in front of Lu Mingzi. What are you waiting for? Stretch your hand over. Come and help your aunt put on the socks. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 57. This is. Underground garages are always hidden. Nice place. Black silk all of a sudden just so watery, wrapped legs tight and full. Feeling on his thighs, he actually felt some sticky dampness. Lu. Jiang Qian raised her head. Good thing the space inside the Mercedes-Benz is not crowded. Exhaled and licked her lips. Auntie looked at this stocking like someone else used it. Ah? No way. Who uses ah? It seems to be really. Lu Mingzi with really like. The finger is wrapped in her thighs belonging to Meng Qingning's stockings a press. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The goods I took from the warehouse were actually used by someone else? Lu Mingzi looked apologetic. Come on, take it off. Jiang Qian's eyes narrowed as she took a look at Lu Mingzi and pouted her rosy lips. Well, Auntie took it off. The car felt crowded when she got up slightly. Then with a small hand, he threw Meng Qingning's socks into the back seat. Why are you looking at Auntie? Get the wet wipes for Auntie. Lu Mingzi so twice, then pulled 2 wipes and just wiped them on her thighs. Then she looked down, her lashes touching, her thighs coming together. Lu Mingzi then looked up at her and his eyes read something. It's the first time Lu's been in a car, isn't it? Just now, Meng Qingning was still lying with the back seat. Lu Mingzi actually nodded shyly. Is that okay with Auntie then? She was already soft, not to mention the steering wheel. You know how no one can resist a steering wheel. Lu Mingzi sucked in his breath and quickly waved his hand. Whatever is fine. Jiang Qian wiped his little mouth, then snapped the pair of high heels still dangling from his feet to peel off and throw them on the passenger side of the mat. The whole person hooked his waist and stood up in the limited space. Then his beautiful legs crossed and his fragrant feet pressed. The air is all weighted down at the moment. Jiang Qian probably didn't even know herself how soft and fragrant she was. Her lips were also spitting and pressing, and her breathing got heavier. Alright then, Auntie really can't wait either. Toward noon, underground garage is also baking hot. Fortunately the cooling effect of the Mercedes-Benz is really good, but Lu Mingzi also still feel that he is on fire inside and outside a piece. Jiang Qian wrapped her arms around Lu Mingzi's neck and exhaled 2 breaths before she came back to her senses yet. Ning Ning has made several calls, and the mute hasn't heard them yet. Well, I have 2 too. Lu Mingzi also glanced at the cell phone, but also said that cooking it. What time is it? There is no sense of time. Ahem. Jiang Qian, this. Jiang Qian stood her body up, also not at all tight. No need to say. You sit up some first. Lu Mingzi lifted his hand. Jiang Qian then pulled 2 napkins from the side and first wiped her own hands, then straightened her wrinkled cheongsam slightly before finally pulling a new one and handing it to Lu Mingzi. Lu Mingzi hurriedly took it. After organizing, Jiang Qian, who was back in the passenger seat, looked over and finally smiled and patted his leg. It's done. Get off. It's time to go home. Lu Mingzi nodded, not having walked a few steps yet. You wait. Jiang Qian suddenly turned back, so that Lu Mingzi unlocked, body hooked in the back seat, feet are slightly raised, originally intended to lose the stockings others saw bad, did not expect the small hand grabbed, actually found the shoe prints in the back seat, as if it was a high-heeled shoe stepped on the top. Did they just come to the back seat? No, I don't think so. Jiang Qian's small hand and inadvertently twisted the stockings in the hands of some solidified touch. Stockings? Footprints? Jiang Qian's soft body suddenly paused for a moment, and then after several seconds, turned back before throwing the stockings into the trash can. Then stepping on her high heels, she walked next to Lu Mingzi, and suddenly turned her head sideways, asking him, you did just send Ning home, didn't you? Lu Mingzi nodded without moving. Yes, didn't she fall? And it's not convenient for her. Jiang Qian's eyes were curved, her thick eyelashes were a little dainty in the somewhat dim light of the underground garage, and she didn't say anything, nodding her head. Aha, got it. Then it was off towards the elevator, one at a time. Lu Mingzi heart but realized, looking at her back, sneer a little, really so, this kind of traces, she basically ignore, obviously all in the same car, one after the other. Lu Mingzi's eyes narrowed, followed Jiang Qian all the way back home. When she just opened the door, she saw Meng Qingning absent-mindedly collapsed on the sofa, dead calm, her eyelids not lifting, and only when she heard the movement did she silently raise her head. Yo, cooked your own noodles? The face of a mature woman. Jiang Qian really cannot see a little strange. Standing in the entrance softly stepping on slippers, smiling, Meng Qingning opened her mouth at that, revealing 2 tiger teeth, and said with a muffled grunt, by the time you guys get home, I should be starving to death. Jiang Qian's face is not red, not jumping over to the embarrassed touch her head. Who asked your aunt I was so careless? Fell down, the feet are given a bruise, went to the hospital to see, it is not easy to go home. Fell, obviously to the steering wheel. What a fall together. Lu Mingzi had also changed his slippers, and when he came in, he saw Meng Qingning's ears heat up. She didn't even know what to say, but thought Auntie Sin had really fallen. Meng Qingning's eyelashes also fluttered when she heard this, and she looked down without being able to read her expression. Is it serious? It's not serious. It's a bit too trivial. I should have known better than to go to the hospital, so that we Ning Ning wouldn't have to eat bubble noodles. Say it like you really want it to happen. Lu Mingzi heard the eyelids drooping. This Jiang Qian really can pretend to be crazy. Oh, Meng Qingning nodded, but her eyes leisurely looked towards Lu Mingzi, then exhaled, School will start soon, so I'll go check out the books. Still very politically conscious. Meng Qingning such a girl. The university also has the study habits of revision. Then auntie get whatever she wants. Zhang Qian said to go to the bedroom. Too much sweat. At first glance nothing, a careful contact. You know it is not simple. Lu Mingze also drilled into the toilet. Wash his face. The bathroom also stored his toothbrush. Pondering the mouth seems to be full of Zhang Qian's taste. Brushed, and went to the toilet, grinding for a while. When he came out again, Zhang Qian had already made a simple lunch and was sitting at the table waiting for him. Lu Mingze said, "It was agreed that I would help you with your work. How come you're all done? Auntie doesn't need your help." Ha! Zhang Qian pressed her hand. "Sit down. Eat while it's hot. Taste if this egg soup is appetizing." Lu Mingze sat down and took a sip. "It smells really good." Zhang Qian peeled an egg and gave it to him. "Then eat more. Come on." "Thanks, Zhang Qian. Still being polite with me here?" Zhang Qian poked Lu Mingze's forehead fiercely with her finger. "You, don't be so wriggly. What kind of big man are you? You love what I want." Lu Mingze froze for a moment, then inhaled and exhaled heavily. "I know. Well, let's eat first." Zhang Qian smiled and gave him a clip of food, then suddenly said, "You're going to start school soon as well. Do you want to go to the bedroom and read with Ning Ning in a while? And let me go read with Meng Qingning?" Lu Mingze barked. "Yeah, I'll go in later and look for Meng Qingning to read a book. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading." Chapter 58, bumped into. When he finished eating, Lu Mingze got up and came to the bedroom. Meng Qingning's back was erect, propped up her head, her hair still shaking, and when she heard the commotion she twisted her head over to look at Lu Mingze, then turned away. Only when Lu Mingze sat over, did she open her mouth a little carelessly and asked, "Auntie Qian didn't find anything out just now, did she?" Lu Mingze nodded his head. His nose was full of the fresh aroma of shampoo, coupled with a young girl's good-smelling body odor, and at a glance, he went home and took a shower. "I got it clean enough to see." Lu Mingze opened his mouth and got it right. Meng Qingning gave an "oh," and then seemed to be reading seriously, but Meng Qingning ruffled her hair for a while, and then lay on the table with her head sideways staring straight at Lu Mingze. "Learning is clearly inefficient. Are you reading seriously?" Meng Qingning gave a distracted "What?" Lu Mingze put down the textbook of elementary accounting in his hand without slowing down. Meng Qingning suddenly lay on her side on the desk, then raised her small hand. Her fingers gently poked Lu Mingze's face, her rosy lips somewhat mushy and delicate. "It hurts. Does it still hurt?" Lu Mingze asked with concern. "Then let me take a look at." "Get lost." Meng Qingning blankly glanced at Lu Mingze, and began to reread the book again, but half a day did not turn a page, or several minutes later, stifled a grunt and moved his chair a little, right to Lu Mingze. "Don't look at his head, also do not go to look at him. Only one glance." Then he lifted himself up with his thighs clasped together and his pink heels on the chair. Lu Mingze suddenly looked up and asked her, "Should I put some medicine on you?" Once Meng Qingning heard this, she raised her hand and gently pushed Lu Mingze's face. "No nonsense." However, suddenly she heard the doorknob actually being twisted, frightening her so much that she hurriedly put down her pair of long, slender legs. "Slippers are too late." Voices squeezed out just through the slowly lifting doorway. "Oh, made you guys black tea and dessert. Just see Zhang Qian and a plate on the smiling walk-in. Soft eyes curved, hair draped over the shoulder. Estimate is also just finished showering. Milky white skin through a little hot red halo. The feet are particularly soft, perfect instep arc on the top and wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. At first glance, it's especially virtuous and gentle." "Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Mingze said smilingly. "The pen fell off. I was just getting the pen." "That's right-o." Zhang Qian knelt on the edge of the bedroom carpet and methodically placed black tea cookies on the top of a small glass tabletop. Then he propped himself up on the table and stood, grabbing the empty dinner plate, in front of his stomach. "I'll leave you guys alone then wait for her to close the door." Only then did Meng Qingning's lips exhale before she half stood up, her hand lifting under the hem of her skirt, and gave Lu Mingze a blank look without a good mood. "You're going to die. You were almost seen by Auntie Qian." Lu Mingze just stretched out 2 fingers, then compared them to the OK pose, and quickly separated them again. Meng Qingning saw the middle of the finger at once, and could not help but blush, close the book and stand up with her but lifted. "I'm not looking." Turning his head, he walked out of the room. Lu Mingze's eyes followed her all the way out the door before he expressionlessly wiped his fingers with a piece of paper. Then he was ready to say goodbye and leave. "Tomorrow you can check into your dorm room and go back to school. Soon." Zhang Qian also turned off the TV news and stood up, saying that she had to go home to prepare the information, and the laptop was in her own home. The two then went out of the house one after the other. Early the next morning, the body was as hot and soft as it could be. Lu Mingze was a little familiar, but a little trance, and then when he opened his eyes and woke up, he realized that there was an extra side of white, fleshy, thin flesh of a woman in front of him, as if it was on his leg. It was normal for Lu Mingzi to be in a trance. There was a slight overlap in the sense of images from his last life and this life. It was only then that I realized I was sleeping in Professor Chang's master bedroom. Familiar to the touch next to him was Jiang Qian's plump body. Jiang Qian on the body of the nightgown has been in the process of rolling over a little loose, just padded under the body. The place that should be covered are not covered, that a quilt covered in the lower half of the two people, and not so petty, fragrant and soft body naturally intimate. Jiang Qian is actually as always simply attractive and unusual. Lu Mingzi stretched his back and didn't look at it much. There could be plenty of opportunities for her to fall in the future. Now, it's true that you still have to roll up your sleeves and push forward with more oil. With an intention, Lu Mingzi exhaled, tiptoed and lifted the quilt, then intended to get out of bed. But the result was that the slightest movement woke Jiang Qian up. A few sounds came out of Jiang Qian's mouth before she opened her eyes to look around, her lips moist. Lu Mingzi tilted his head sideways. Awake? Jiang Qian's lips pursed into a slit, slowed down for a few seconds, propped herself up and yawned elegantly and lazily. What time is it? Lu Mingzi just touched the cell phone on his bed and glanced at it. Jiang Qian took Lu Mingzi's arm and followed him over, gently exhaling from his mouth, completely rolling. Oh, it's only 7 o'clock. The sound is obviously particularly mellow. Jiang Qian's eyesight looked down slightly, and when she raised her head a pair of charming eyes seemed to be pulling out silk. There's no rush. What no rush? Early in the morning, Lu Mingzi's eyelashes touched. Back to school today. School's in session. I know, but the dorm rooms are available for check-in all day today, right? Oh, I'll go wash up. Don't wash it. It's fine. Then I'll be quick. Lu Mingzi was not pretentious. College students obviously study and end up posing early in the morning. When it's done, Lu Mingzi lifted the covers up and lay on his back for a moment's reprieve. Jiang Qian gasped. What time is it? Well, it's 9 and 8. Phew, that's just fine. Jiang Qian is over the body to look at the ceiling, full of neck with some satisfaction of the red halo wiped the sweat on the face, smilingly said, hurry up, put on clothes and take a shower. Don't you have to go to class? Lu Mingzi nodded, then climbed up and went to the bathroom. When he came out, Jiang Qian had already gone to the kitchen to work, wiped the water droplets on his body after rinsing off, and with his butt next to the bed, he touched his cell phone, and in the screen was a message pop-up of green bubbles. 8:17. Meng Qingning, how soon are you going back to school today? 8:35. Meng Qingning, not up yet? 8:40. Meng Qingning, then I'll go find Aunt Qian for dinner later. From Meng Qingning's home to this side of the fast action is only half an hour. Lu Mingzi climbed up and went out of the bedroom, and found stockings still hanging on the backrest of the sofa. Tissues were casually thrown aside, and even the bra with the dark red flower color was just thrown on the coffee table. Yesterday they entered and Jiang Qian was posted on the front door. Lu Mingzi felt that the time had not yet come, and took a few steps to the side of the sofa. Jiang Qian, wrapped in her apron, was still warmly coming out of the kitchen when she saw Lu Mingzi grab a bunch of things and throw them into the bathroom's clothes frame. Back to the explanation. Meng Qingning asked me how long it took to get back to school. I didn't see it. She said she was coming to see you at 8:40. Jiang Qian raised her hand to look at the lady's wristwatch on her wrist. It was 9:30, and she hadn't had time to put her hand down yet. Click click click. Then they both looked toward the door of the room in unison, and heard the sound of the lock cylinder being turned on the outside. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 59. Why are you, Auntie, catching up on reading? Thanks. The man was in the living room and the key had been inserted hard into the lock cylinder. As soon as Meng Qingning entered the door, she saw her Aunt Qian walking into the toilet and closing the door, and then soon there was the sound of sparse water. Auntie Qian, why are you taking a bath so early in the morning? Then he heard the female voice through the door of the room give a meek lurch. Ning ning? Wait you wait for Auntie to take a shower. Oh, good. Saying that, he heard the clear sound of running water in the bathroom over there, and the breakfast on the table smelled good. And when Meng Qingning thought of something, she walked over and thumped on the door. By the way, Auntie, do you have any clean stockings? The sound of water running paused for a moment, then squeezed out a woman's magnetic voice. What's wrong? Meng Qingning lowered her head and twisted the stockings on her thighs, feeling the tightness after a loose on the thighs of the snap-swung waves, pouting rosy lips on the helpless. I was just drinking milk in the car and I accidentally squeezed it on my leg and it's sticky and dirty. In the bedroom. Auntie, I forgot where I put the new unopened stockings too. So look around. Jiang Qian opened her mouth and supported her to the bedroom, then snapped her bare feet to the door and heard the sound of footsteps leaving to go upstairs before turning back to stuff the stockings bra whatever in the clothes frame to Lu Mingzi. Go on, take it out and throw it away. Lu Mingzi was stuffed. Now Just now Professor Jiang heard the sound of the lock cylinder. The next moment he hurriedly pushed Lu Mingze into the bathroom, and then used his own body to give the door a slight blockage so that he wouldn't be discovered. Now she's gone to her bedroom on the second floor, so go easy. Lu Mingze gave an oh-so-quiet cry, then tiptoed and pulled open the door, running to the entrance hall in a flash. Luckily, she'd stomped her heels all over the floor when she walked in the door and hadn't opened the shoe closet yet. Otherwise, you can find Lu Myung-taek's shoes placed inside. Coming out of Professor Jiang's house, Lu Mingze looked down and rubbed his fingers on the top of the bra in his hand. The texture was soft and there was no steel ring. Lu Mingze has seen the biggest is the last time that underwear model microfat warlords. I heard that it is still twins. The second is the class president, Jiang Zimei, and although Prof. Chang is in third place, she has the best shape and the most perfect teardrop shape overall. There were no breast nodules, breast enlargement or breast cysts at first glance. I didn't take it off yesterday. It's all dirty. It's still usable for washing, though, but grabbing these on the road is not immune to being treated like a pervert by others. So when you go out, you throw it all in the trash can in the hallway. I didn't realize it was just out of the neighborhood. He then received the second highest ranked tweet message. Ask him how soon he'll be back in school. Lu Mingze put away his cell phone and thought about it. He had indeed been a bit cold to the class president recently. Granted, he didn't think pretty women were any good. Still, the orphanage experience cannot be forgotten. Jiang Zimei was always going to be special to him. After all, Lu Mingze called out to her mom when he lacked motherly love as a child. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian's bedroom. Meng Qingning was dumbfounded. The sheets were in disarray. This was something that Auntie could sleep on her own? There are actually heels at the foot of the bed? Auntie Sin isn't that sloppy. Meng Qingning's little hand twisted on the sheet and it made an eek sound. She's been there now. This won't be. Meng Qingning's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way. She seemed to have discovered something. Just now he entered the door. Aunt Xian also rushed into the toilet. It was easy to find the stockings in the cupboard, but something pressed against the stocking wrapping made her stop her eyes again. Jesus, how can my sister-in-law be so fancy? Meng Qingning was all a little flushed, but it was normal to think about Aunt Qian's age. She was a little distracted during the meal. On the side, Jiang Qian, still wrapped in the heat of the freshly showered body, inquired her, "What's wrong? Does it smell bad?" Meng Qingning shook her head, then lowered her head and ate her omelette, but finally she couldn't help but raise her head, her thick eyelashes flickering. "Auntie Qian, you're in love, ah?" Jiang Qian froze for a moment, and then actually did not refute, smilingly said, "Well, Aunt originally also to this age well." When Meng Qingning heard this, she put her bowl down at once. "Egu, then why didn't you tell me earlier? I told you why you don't live with me." Meng Qingning was still protesting. "Aunt Qian, you still think I'm not your good niece?" Jiang Qian's eyelashes touched slightly, then smiled bitterly. "Auntie will have the opportunity to bring you to know in the future." Meng Qingning oh-so quietly picked up the dishes again. "Then I'll be waiting." Lu Mingze quickly arrived at Jiang Zimei's neighborhood. The neighborhood is a bit upscale. It was only after the call that we were allowed to release them. Lu Mingze was just about to arrive, raised his eyes and then his whole body was stunned. "Squad leader, why did you come down here on your own?" Just the doorway to the building. Her figure still tall, her skin all glowing with some weak color. She was healthy at first glance. Her thighs were tight to the naked eye, and her features framed a delicate picture. Those bright eyes saw him at once, and seemed to stare for a few seconds. Hearing the voice, her thick eyelashes touched delicately, and she quickly turned her head. "Lu Mingze, long time no see." Lu Mingze returned to his senses and let out a light laugh. "Squad leader, it's only been 2 months at best. That's not that long, right? Slightly closer is the mature womanhood." Jiang Zimei, that kind of self-contained a little milk flavor is simply too great. Stepping on slippers is also 1.72 m barefoot height. Right woman in a suit shirt is simply dry to the extreme. Jiang Zimei stood in front of Lu Mingze and looked him up and down. "Thin." Lu Mingze looked down at her and said, "No, I don't think so." Ha ha. The air was slightly awkward though. Jiang Zimei was silent for a while. "Come on, go upstairs and help me with my bags." She walked ahead alone, as if suddenly a little lonely, but Lu Mingze quickly followed anyway, walking in the elevator. The backs of the two men's hands seemed to become subtle with some grinding. "Until you enter the room." Jiang Zimei at the entrance hall just stomped off the high heels on her beautiful feet, suddenly turned her head and said to Lu Mingze, "I will go to the mountainous areas to teach in the summer vacation. The signal is not good. Did you miss me?" The bond between the two began at the orphanage. It didn't feel like there was much contact, but communication always seemed to have bridges. Bang! Lu Mingze closed the door, first nodding, then shaking his head. Jiang Zimei's soft little feet squeezed into the slippers before she narrowed her eyes. Is this a thought, or not? Lu Mingze looked down and took off his shoes, and when he looked up, he said, "I was wondering what kind of position it would be for me to say I miss you." Jiang Zimei looked at him and didn't say anything. The sun was hitching a somewhat mischievous ride on the couch over there. Under this light, Jiang Zimei's already white body had an even more unspeakable touch. Jiang Zimei's fingers ticked softly and without artifice, her buttocks leaning slightly against the sofa, her voice very magnetic with a mature woman's voice. Come here, you sit next to mom first. In this way, the delicate lips seemed to make her position clear. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 60. Mom. Lu Mingze guessed that she was going to say that, and his eyelids drooped. What's wrong? Lu Mingze raised his cell phone. Answer the phone. He walked to the balcony. The caller told him 3 pieces of news. For one thing, the simple version of the spelling Yusu software he had made earlier was ready. The software is functional enough to pull someone in for a chop right now, so the final payment needs to be settled, including the future operation and service. Less common are attribute restraints, such as yang over yin, as well as the 5 elements of an elemental mage, but such restraints are not absolute. In the case of a huge difference in strength, yin can also devour yang, and fire can also overcome water. Yuan Xiao is at his doorstep, but he is thinking about Cao Cao's Yinzhou. Lu Zhua can never do this kind of double-minded thing. Moreover, Lu Zhua's tone was too crazy, which instantly aroused all the anger of Wang Meng's men. Lu Quansheng was dumbfounded on the side, because they had never seen Wang Yang cook since they had known each other for so long. And now it seemed that not only did Wang Yang know how to cook, but this cooking skill must be very good. Otherwise, how could he run into someone's restaurant without any cracks and lurk inside? The heart has already made up its mind. A look at the window outside the sunset in the west, and the child will not wake up in a short period of time. So I thought to go to find the second brother to drink a couple of cups. Su Tian didn't even look at Xiao Han, but stared at his surroundings, seemingly looking for a chance to rush out. If it was Long Sheng and the others, they would definitely not be able to avoid this strike. But if Long Bao was also unable to receive this strike, he would not be worthy of entering the Hongmeng world. The scene burst into a chorus of sighs, surprisingly not repeating the story. Then wouldn't those of them who were not members of the guild never have a chance to make up for it? There were also those who had already listened to the lesson yesterday, but had forgotten most of it after a nap, and they all had a look of egg on their face when they heard the words. The influx of powerful energy made Gu Feng realize that his cultivation level was breaking through crazily, and the speed of its breakthrough had exceeded Gu Feng's understanding. Vice Commander, just wait for the army to take Jinzhou, Lu Zhuang said with a smile. Only the smile was filled with taunts. I can help you. I know your spirit talisman is not simple. Chen Wanqing looked at Yi Lei. He knew that he had no integrity to speak of, but this time, he was serious. It was as if within 10,000 miles, he saw a little flame of freedom. Even though it was only a little, it could also start a prairie fire. You, insolence, seek death. A gust of wind swept across Mo Yang's face, and Mo Yang did not put up half a resistance and knuckled down on the ground. Long Yu secretly said, even if he did not fight the Millennium Rock Bird, but also not to be injured so badly, right? The two of them are at most a tie. How come they have to lose their lives for good reason? After another moment, a few more wounds were added to that sinking demon's body, and there were also a few bullets that stayed deep inside its body through the wounds that already existed on its body. It hissed in pain and fled away unwillingly. It turned out that since Wu Lian had learned of the power of the ancestral altar, he had gone there more than once to study it, and even stole a divine tablet from the ancestral altar 2 years ago, and colluded with some of the forces of barbarian Falcon City, with the intention of uniting the Qian Beast's exotic region after obtaining the method of spirit cultivation. In his previous life on Earth, as a fluttering internet writer, he had always watched the news of other big gods giving training or teaching lessons to newcomers, and he had signed up several times to listen to these great gods teaching classes without a chance. Of course there's no problem. As I just said, it's entirely up to you as to which song you want to recite, Jalov said as he listened. Even this one that has broken the egg, there are a total of 17 fetuses. Our village, just added my son. There are 6 children who have been deterred from their yang qi. Does it mean that this Yin spirit will have to deter another child's yang qi? Captain Zhong snapped his fingers, his face fearful. Chapter 61. You and Auntie Sin together. Lu Mingze honestly raised his hand. The ankles are slippery. With a slight grip, Lu Mingze went up uncontrollably, not realizing that the silky delicacy was quickly detached. Retracting his hand, he looked at Jiang Zimei with a somewhat complicated expression. What kind of look is this? Mom here has let you pinch a little bit and you're getting aggravated? Jiang Zimei straightened herself slightly in the mirror on the visor. Land. The Battle of Warsaw. The final showdown. The Germans would have to face a grueling urban assault if they wanted a quick victory. Alright, I'll fight you. I hope you won't let me down, Wu Gang said, throwing the stern axe in his hand towards the ground, turning it into an oversized excavator to come, with dozens of great Dao origins flashing on it. At this moment, He could only be silent, could only wait quietly. Other than that, he could do nothing, really nothing. Feng Lin also knew about this armor from the explanation of those people yesterday. If it was according to the words of the original Earth Yen Huang Kingdom, Yen Wanfeng's heartstrings trembled as she looked sideways at Linny and was met with his bright and gentle eyes as she gently nodded. The person who sent it was called Real World Escape Club, and he was trying to remember. Did I add this friend? Another batch of skeletal soldiers in golden armor. This time there were dozens of them again, and Feng Lin carefully counted them to be 30. However, today, Zhang Chengtian, who had only come to find himself to communicate with, was more imposing than the entire company of the army back then. Compared to the once inferior teenager who had just crossed over not long ago, now Zhang Chengtian had more confidence and less hesitation in his eyes. At the same time, he also had more determination and less weakness. Left Ambassador Chao, how are things going with Shaolin anime? Tong Tian loudly asked to Chao Koan. Of course Tong Tian knew the details of the matter, but was asking Chao Koan to explain the situation to everyone. Chao Koan of course understood what Tong Tian meant and answered just as loudly. Looks incomparable, surging. All parts of the body are like a blazing fire. Let a person touch will be directly burned, crack and die. However, the further back she looked at this, the more alarmed she felt, only to see that the Feng clan guards that were chasing out from the direction of the city gates, and the ranks were becoming larger and larger. Seeing this, Tang Lichuan inner hesitation. Usually the person who performs the illusion will not take the initiative to peep into the illusionist's thinking condition, because if you do so, it will let people have traces to follow. But it is possible for people to follow the traces of the peeping to find out the cracks and even counterattacks, which is really a snake to add the foot of the practice. I finally chose to believe him, because I have to believe even if I don't. This may be my only chance to live. Dude really doesn't want to die a virgin. I heard the king of hell won't even accept it. These short-term quick-fix ghosts, their foundations were not solid, and they could only evolve to the 6th level at the top. Seeing such a powerful move from Feng Hao, his face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. If an ordinary great emperor of the same level as him had been faced with this one powerful move of his, he would have seriously injured his soul long ago. Xiao Ming could roughly determine that to communicate between the two worlds, apart from accidents, it would be to rely on some special sense to sense. Not only that, not only did he not run, but he looked at the two deputy ghost marshals with a hunter stance. It was closed off by a tall courtyard wall, and no gate was left in the wall, and no one was there to guard it, because there was no need. No one would go there unless they did not want to die. He stayed here not to climb close to the other party. His gaze slowly scanned the crowd. The number of people who came here was far less than the number of people sensed by the White Tiger Mountain Villa. Meanwhile, around the corner of the stairs, a man wearing dark sunglasses was staring cautiously down the end of the hallway. The black element in the capsule drilled down the doorway into the room, seemingly disabling the electronic door lock at the same time. The security lock wasn't locked, and the door to the room opened with just a gentle push. Chapter 62. How the heart is a little sour. When Meng Qingning re-walked out of the women's dormitory, her pair of long legs were slightly constricted, and her footsteps twisted at intervals. Lu Mingze asked her. Well, her ears just went hot and her lips were a little helpless. You really can't go too far. Lu Mingze hummed. I know. This is a school after all, a place to learn. The campus is still a great atmosphere for learning in a place like this. Inside an intensive care unit of the First People's Hospital of Bajong City, Fei was lying on the bed like a dead man, and sitting on one side was Biao. Xinji shook his head and said, this person is not enough to worry about, but the person behind him is quite unsimple. Saying that, he didn't hide it from Luo Shui anymore and told him about the Gao family. Good, I agree. Xiao Han retracted his gaze and drank aloud. An undeniable cold and arrogant intent etched on his handsome face, and there was no more half-smile in his eyes when he looked at Yang Jian and Jiang Nan. T chased straight to 10,000 miles away. That recluse light finally landed slowly. Xinji also stopped his body in time, as far as possible, with a flat gaze, to observe that person's landing point. He knew that the vigilance of an expert was extremely high, and there were times when the mere attention of a single gaze would be detected by the other party. Of course, this sense of smell is also only for alcohol, and there is no blocking effect on objects other than alcohol that have flavor dispersal. Carefully looking at Yen Sanyang found that she was surrounded by 3 people, and Yen Sanyang put against is a stout figure of a big man. That big man horse stance calm boxing fierce. From time to time there are beautiful chain kicks and legs attack. Yen Sanyang obviously has been injured completely in a defensive position, barely coping with their opponents. Geniwei Commander Luo Sigong said in his heart that the Shui family is a subordinate of the Zhangrenfu, and even I, the Geniwei Commander. This secret cannot be casually told to you, Prince Xin, and only when you become the emperor will you have the opportunity to know this secret. Xing Dezhao face with color, but the sight of Chen Jinhui was stunned. Chen Jinhui, familiar with Western things, Know that this large diamond value was very high. Just the winner Susu did not appear to be excited about this diamond at all, but as if nothing happened to sit there. Lun Yu did not say a word. Lin Xiao only then had the time to carefully measure Mu Chuan. As the leader of the Red Blood Legion, Mu Chuan did not have the kind of domineering and cruelty unique to lords. Instead, he had a kind of soldier's unique sternness and rigor, which should be related to his military origin. So what exactly are you trying to say? Brother Tian, why don't you stop selling the story? Nyo Wazi was being held back a bit, although the matter is still under investigation. He seems to have already vaguely guessed that the perpetrator behind the scene is someone. His eyes darkened, coldly spat out the name Su Qingfen. That, you wash first, I'll go outside to clean up. After Anishi finished speaking, she walked out of the bathroom without giving Fu Lian time to speak. Ning Jin didn't have time to wait for the police door to approach her. Instead she took the initiative to rush over to them and raise her fists, smashing them down. A miserable scream smashing echoing in her ears. My mother is already asleep. It's possible that she was in a fixation state from her earlier cultivation, so there's no need to disturb her when I called her for a while and didn't answer me. Treasure Weapon explained to her. Today, Ning Jin personally drove the car, and the road had been jammed and stopped, but there was not the slightest bit of impatience on Ning Jin's body. When she was on the ship last time, she felt that Fu Lian and Lin Tingyu knew each other and were not on good terms. Seeing Fu Yentong, she counted on completely understanding. Let's go to the Western Clown State first. On the way, we have to avoid the Snow Domain sect, so as not to fall for the Snow Fox's treacherous plan, and profit the Snow Domain sect to deal with Huashang. In order to minimize the trouble, fly at night in the future. White and rest and rectify. Han Tian cautiously said. Yan Xinqing gave a soft grunt of feigned anger and turned her head, wrapping her arms around her chest and assuming a stance that if you don't coax me, I'll ignore you. Chapter 63, I'm jealous. However, Sugumo, who still had no answer to Chen Hang's words, slowly moved his head, revealing his front face that had just allowed Chen Hang to see only half of the side. That Kaijiao was named Kai Dezhang, is the ninth son of the dynasty master Kaijiao, so they call him Kaijiao. His people for the official greed, do things arrogant and extravagant. On the other hand, Shiha did not appear on Earth. Shiha and Sangwon stayed in the secret realm of Pangu all the time. Great General Bude's huge fist slammed down. Falling Maple nimbly avoided it, and the place where the fist slammed down was scorched under the ravages of the lightning. At the time when he was thinking, a muffled sound of thunder suddenly resounded in the distant sky, and then in everyone's astonished gazes, a black and pressurized cloud came furiously surging in the sky and the earth. Officer, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. There are things to do. Lin Shi finished holding Xiangzuo's arm and directly walked away. Looking at Morong Lan was gnashing her teeth, itching to pounce on Xiangzuo and bite him, even if the pill garden. As soon as he went in, he was directly teleported away by a mysterious light. It was a saint-level figure who had made a move and was watching him now. The figure is an earthy yellow dog, sneaking around like a thief, about 40 to 55 centimeters tall at the shoulder, very similar in appearance to a wolf, with a short mouth and a flat forehead, almost exactly like the Chinese field dog on Earth. At the bottom site entrance, what looked like a foreman, wearing a helmet and overalls, commanded the building with a loudspeaker. With his understanding of Qin Menyao's character, it was unlikely that she, who was in the middle of a quarrel, would easily admit defeat and beg for his forgiveness in a lowly manner. Lin, I'm sorry. Despite knowing that she might always be spared from death, she didn't dare to open her mouth to remind her. He had been watching Zhao Jiatian the entire time, not moving an inch, wanting to see if Mu Qindong could cure Zhao Jiatian's injuries or not. Han Fei's face was pale with a look of fear in his eyes. He didn't dare to have any rebuttal as he knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Chen Tang to admit his mistake. What do you guys mean? The Divine Arrow True Lord obviously didn't expect the two major demon kings to be coming towards himself and the others. In the face of these manic impact fluctuations, Tang Yu ended up proudly unmoving, and the consumption of force in his body was considered considerable. But this kind of offense was out of Tang Yu's expectations. Not bad. Zhang Qian said so on the mouth. In fact, the heart is full of disbelief. Cut what the thing. I have even seen the sable cicadas. These mediocre pollen dog is not. Well, in this case, you're on your own. I'm not for it, nor am I against it. But I have to remind you one thing. They won't let you treat the patients. Suji Ai said helplessly. Mu Chendong sat in the car, looking as if nothing had happened. And from time to time, he swept a glance at Mei Ruoshi's proud and peerless beautiful breasts to pass his eyes. The fierce cold winds blew once again, wrapped in enough cold to cut one's skin, and swept over the snowy mountaintops. With Chen Tang's assurance, Zhang Mimi's heart, which had been in a state of 7 and 8, was finally put down. Though the plump bear paws have long since fried up all their fat in the cold, they are still bear paws after all. The other soldiers on the side were even more fearful. Where had they ever seen such a horrible sight? They were immediately scared to death by that soldier's tragic situation, and they could not stop shivering. Yin Shiqing got up in anger, picked up the ivory staff at the side and began to bang hard on the baked porcelain coffee table in front of him. The Devil Ape's appearance at the moment is quite miserable. All the armor has been shattered, revealing a void-like body. The source beads in front of the chest seem to be dimmed quite a bit, and the original ferocious hostility has also dissipated a lot. He wanted to have a friend like Shi Yao, but he was a little sad when he saw how Shi Yao distrusted him. Traveling outside the city, Liu Bei turned back and took a deep look at the walls of Anqi. We have become in a situation of water and fire with Dupu. We should quickly go and find a place to stay. Looking at the endless wilderness ahead, Liu Bei feels that the future is bleak. Zhang Yongnan shakily fumbled for a dry tobacco stick and a box of matches, and shakily lit it again. It was raining at the time of the Qingming festival, and in the morning, everyone was still talking about the rare sunny day this year. Handsome, roguish, nervous, affectionate. All sorts of looks jumped around in her head and she couldn't stop. You just screamed. What did you scream? You old bastard. You tricked me. The earth spirit at first did not come back to God, but then thought about it and understood. It was set up by the thief madman, and was immediately angry at that stone table jumping on the feet. With a look of hating to tear the thief madman apart. The appearance. Wang Tao walked out of Bai Mei Jiao when it is cheerful, but look at his left hand holding the back of the waist. Look, know that he had these 3 days do not have to pipe soldiers easy, because Wang Tao's body is thicker than the pipe soldiers and a big circle surprisingly will also hold the waist to walk out. This year's time, Qin Yu's main focus has been on the fusion of laws. As for the 9 dragons hall about the fire system, wind system, thunder system, the life system of the course, Qin Yu naturally also all did not fall. By the time the wind stopped and the rain stopped, Bai Zimo was already in perfect condition, only to see that there were large wounds all over his body, and blood was continuously gushing out from those wounds. Wei Chengrun had come specifically to see if Zhao Changhai had captured anyone, and in the meantime was humiliating and shaming Guanbing, the man who had dared to beat him. Ichio sneered in his heart, but did not say anything, and on the surface, he even revealed a few humble looks, so as not to reveal any horse's foot and be recognized. Chapter 64. This is your aunt. Not sure what to post. Flooding? Lu Mingzi looked at her hooked red lips and was somewhat greatly shocked. Jiang Zimei didn't stay him, sent him to the entrance hall, and suddenly said to Lu Mingzi's back as he changed his shoes and pushed the door to leave. Lu Mingzi, we'll have a long time to come in the future. Lu Mingzi felt the magnetism of that voice and turned around and asked, what's coming? Come what may. Oh, the jail cart guards finally realized Yang Yunfan's power at this time and hurriedly formed a defensive formation, ready to fend off the attack that might come at any time. After the giant battleship came to a stop, a group of top executives such as Nalami, Yi Lin Lang, Philo, Reynolds, and others led their hand-picked elite subordinates and landed on this one deep blue planet. What is this guy's origin? Why and Hongzhou generals still have a relationship? Zhang Shaoxing has a number in his heart, but there are some things that the timing is not yet and everyone cannot explicitly say. It may be worthwhile to explore the bottom of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce first. On the way back to the heaven-breaking warship, Chu Feng's spirit was like a sophisticated computer, meticulously analyzing the content of the meeting and conversation with Long Qitian just now, as well as all the changes in his demeanor and mannerisms, and discovered quite a lot of ends from it. In these 2,000 years, I have witnessed the change of dynasties, experienced the change of history, and felt the change of the sea, whose heart has become numb. So I watched the world with cold eyes like a passerby. The corners of Bai Chi's mouth revealed pride and helplessness. In this regard, Lu Yu did not comment, neither support nor oppose. There is always a way to publicize. He set the tone. The following how to do it does not matter. What all metal will only hit people's enthusiasm. Will be bad. Suzumi carried the magic formation's virtual image that she had topologized from Chu Kei's original magic formation, and flew to the nearby building that hadn't been damaged in the explosion to remove a metal door panel, and then pressed the magic formation's virtual image onto the door panel. Xianyi City Lord was at a loss for words as she anxiously watched Chu Kuizuki, who was in a big crisis. From the side, the Germans were good at war, and surrendered without ambiguity, sending a man at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day to negotiate the transfer of sovereignty over the governor's district of Jiaoao. Then why aren't the Japanese holding out? I don't see a problem with their strength even if they hold out for 30 minutes. Guan Yu was also confused. However, if Arthur were here and heard him say that, he might have made some guesses. Xing Xiao Daoist heart could not help but feel a little strange. In the past, Piercing Cloud Old Ancestor had bragged in front of them about how powerful this Cloud Mist Shroud was. Even if the same Purple Mansion Realm cultivator was trapped with the Cloud Mist Shroud, wanting to find a way out was not generally difficult. Even if you are the heir of a certain Demon King, but once you leave the blessing of the Demon King and your own strength is insufficient, then death will just as easily loom over you. After the nightmare demon horse landed on the ground, it turned towards the crowd slowly under Qin Shih's mindful command. The Huban guards had more than 500 men in Yangzhou, but Gu Wei took away 300, leaving more than 200 men, of which more than 30 went to work part-time in the city guards, and more than 20 went with Mo Qi to Yangzhou Prefecture, leaving more than 180 men. After reading so much information, Arthur also didn't have a big idea about apostles, and now after just a moment of contact, he immediately judged a lot of information. Shen Hao was in mid-air, suddenly raised his right foot and stomped violently in the air in front of him, only to hear a bua crunching sound. The air that he stepped in let out an explosion, and even as a solid general he stepped out of an obvious dent. And Shen Hao had already borrowed the force of this step to rush into the thick fog in the distance. Shen Hao had already rushed into the dense fog in the distance with the force of this step. Those who stayed behind still had to protect the crowds of the adventure. Regarding Chen Shih's departure, Director Carl and Jack were also full of expectant gazes, as well as having more prayers and expectations for their safety. Chapter 65. Are you hiding something from me? Is it true that covering your face in the middle of summer won't make you look like a pervert? Lu Mingze asked her. Meng Qingning grudgingly looked at him. It is not for you. Perverted on perverted. As long as it is not seen clearly face. What about other places? What can I do? You want it and I have to give it. Jiang Zimei's breasts were too big, giving her a serious sense of crisis. In order not to call her aunt, Jean-Marie Meng is now. Su Damo felt even more aroused at the sight. While clinging to Qin Jingru, he grabbed her hand while the night was still young. What's more, as an S-class artist under Guangwei, Li Du had a guaranteed salary of $10 million even if he didn't work, so he naturally didn't have to be stingy like he used to be. The Quartz League is too calm, so calm that Wadari is thinking about not idly going up as a champion for fun. But this year's Quartz League has seen two interesting newcomers, one called Red Red and one called Green Green, both very promising trainers, but Wadari doesn't care too much about them yet. Chen Niangu didn't speak and seemed to be a bit rude, but none of the banquet family members were the ones who felt that Chen Niangu was rude. They all wore smiles and greetings. All of them lifted their heads one by one and looked at Chen Niangu with warmth and respect in their eyes. Qi Yinshan slowly shifted his gaze to her, looking at her with a look of parting shade with 2 points of contempt. At this moment, the three people who stayed behind in the supersonic bat cave, Makoto was lying down to recover his body, and waved his hand when he saw the figure of Sakaki and the others. After a toss and turn, Yuan Xiling finally saw the wound, and she examined it carefully. The wound had recovered much better than in the morning, and the swelling had gone down. It made Chakra secretly admire, not only for Sakaki's strength, but also for his skill and boldness. It was quite good that there were no players above level 4, otherwise they would definitely steal the reward for killing this monster from him, and it would not be good to create an antagonistic influence at that time. He didn't believe in this evil, jumped into the pool without taking off his clothes, dived into the water, and searched for several times but couldn't find Yuan Xiling. Amidst the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, the corpse of the Stone Toon Corpse King mutated and reorganized, transforming into a gigantic figure wrapped in golden yellow flames. The 5 talismans on the ground were suspended in the air, converging together towards the center, forming a 5-element talisman paper heart that entered the body of this golden yellow fiery figure. When I saw the blood in this pool of blood, Lin Bing's swallowing swordsman trembled for a long time with excitement and euphoria. Chen Gong suddenly looked ugly when he heard this. Ling Jianzong and Wu Lizong built this path together with their swords. Yan Shanshan shook her head and greeted the waiter to settle the bill. She planned to come back to squat before she got off work in the afternoon. If you are known by Xian Yanjuan, this fat man directly regards her as his wife. I wonder what kind of expression. I don't know why, but Lin Tianyao is still looking forward to it. His open eyes looked up at the sky, which was dim, a pale blood-red shade over the whole firmament, even as he saw above the upturned face the earth that floated strangely in the sky. Su Han nodded and said yes. I guess he will have to call you later. I came to see you just for this. That must be. This eatery takes a lot of effort to take the dishes. All have been let do. Mu Feng smugly said. Lin Tianyao gave him a white eye before his hands reached out and pressed against the bottom to calm the hall. After listening to Fushi's words, the crowd saw that Emperor Jun did not speak. Then they all became silent. After all, this is still the time when you need Emperor Jun to take the idea. Mu Cheng coldly swept a glance at Mu Yu, and a cold sweat broke out thinly at the corner of Mu Yu's forehead. Obviously they had all forgotten that she had a mouth that coaxed people to death. Mu Cheng pushed open the door of the Judgment Law courtyard with one hand and walked in. Zhang Lianqing and the others froze. Then they looked at each other in unison and saluted Mu Cheng. Chapter 66. Zhang Qian really bumped into it. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth were slightly sheeted, and sure enough this was very ex-wife. When the chicken soup was finished and Aunt patted her knees and stood up, she tossed the paper towel in her hand into the trash can and breathed out after a moment's reprieve. Lu Mingze hurriedly went over to hand over water with his eyes wide open. Professor Jiang then wrapped the water gurgling a few times. Lu Mingze garbage cans are ready. Who thought that the ant tilted the bag and swallowed the mouthwash, followed by Alipa spit out a mouthful of hot air. He achieved the immortal realm 10,000 years ago, and continued to grow, eventually subduing many immortal experts, establishing an alliance, and creating the lifeless universe. Shui suddenly felt that he was a man who believed what a drunkard said, and this guy was afraid that he didn't even remember who his own parents were. Revenge? Don't be kidding, the game is so big. The field randomly formed a team. Where do you go to find those people? Besides, after you find them, what can you do? Do you want to argue with them? That piece of equipment is what I picked up, so you return it to me? From the attitude shown by Kogatuka last time, it is obvious that he does not intend to return to the present world. After all, the two sides are still considered to have met a few times, so let's help as much as we can. Zhou Yang, you shall not die. The last man was grabbed by Zhou Yang's head and sucked into a human skin, sending out curses on the eve of his death. But these curses were nothing to Zhou Yang, and even to him, curses were a kind of power that could also be devoured. The phone was picked up after a long time. However, without waiting for Kong Mingde to speak, the opposite party only said one sentence before hanging up in a hurry. If this kind of thing was obtained by the Heavenly Emperor and carefully studied, he could definitely raise his cultivation even further. Su Hao was directly infuriated. Another large sword appeared in his left hand. Both hands swung out one in front of the other in two crosses of blade light, ferociously and incomparably chopping at Hishang, who was hanging upside down above his head. Although the extensive use of firearms made the local Baoja completely incapable of fighting the Liao's proper army, the Song Forbidden Army, however, exploded into a powerful fighting force, and maintained a considerable victory rate in all engagements with the Liao army. A drop of milky white crystalline water suddenly surfaced in front of her as she squinted, vibrating slightly. The foot-long beak of the eagle kept opening and closing, making the already lurid face of the eagle become more and more hideous. Obviously recognizing these three culprits that led to this war, because of this, he had gone straight through almost a week, resulting in waking up with only 4 days left of school, and bringing today with him. Meng Zhengwei is accustomed to a mouthful of donuts and a mouthful of soy milk. After the donuts are swallowed, then a mouthful of soy milk to wash down the taste in the mouth, so that the next mouthful of donuts will not be superimposed on the taste of the last time, but instead each mouthful is a surprise. Meng Zhengwei knew that he hadn't been back home for a while, but he hadn't changed much in the past few months, so how could he say that he was calling them so new? This sea, blocking all the paths ahead, the immortal weapons couldn't even withstand it. Could he really pass through? Damn, why is it that in the 22nd century, how come people still like to judge people by their appearance and being fat means they are not athletic? Grandma couldn't understand why the Grand Elder was so emotional about himself, much less what he really meant by those words. Zhou Bo re-entered. Perhaps Zhou Bin also heard Shen Luofan's words, stepped to the door, and hurriedly retreated again. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. She lowered her head and kicked a stone on the road, huffing and puffing, squatting down, constantly pulling the grass on the ground to piss off. After saying this, Gold Coin returned to his cockpit and continued to check the situation about this cruise ship in which he didn't know or knew. It didn't have much to do with them, but everyone's suspicion towards Gold Coin was raised to a very high level. Chapter 67, Jiang Qian. Admit it, Jiang Qian simply returned home in a bit of a trance, and then twisting herself, she went into the bathroom, clattering, clear water flowing by. The sink was almost full before he came back to his senses and hurriedly turned off the faucet. Jiang Qian's palms were braced on the sink counter, then stared at herself in the mirror and inhaled. In fact, the last time I saw high heel prints in the car, I detected some clues myself. Shen Hao snapped his eyes open, his face icy cold, knowing the purpose of the Yama Realm Ghost Cultivator's collection of Chinese blood. This item looks much more flashy than a rosary. It was glistening and about a foot long. The shape was exquisite and beautiful, and it was not a mortal product at first glance. However, right now Yu Wudao is still planning to buy a house inside Kyoto to settle down. Even if he buys a mountain villa in the future, he will still often settle down in Kyoto. He can't always live in a hotel. When it's 100 years from now, the cars we produce in Germany will probably be able to fly in the sky. George, who was full of red face, mocked while compiling a hilarious paragraph that he had heard from somewhere. Though there was another passed-out boy here, she fumbled around with him for a good while and found nothing of value other than a P4 and a 50-cent coin rummaged through his pockets. Come with me. No one is in this place. You take it off. Zhang Kai Ran brought him towards the side of the parking lot at the entrance of the school, where there are fewer people and more cars. It can be blocked. Not afraid of him taking off. The great god Amaterasu had a lonely and arrogant expression and did not place Xiao Fei in his eyes at all. It was as if he could easily destroy him with a single finger. The power of a mortal had no room for resistance in front of a great god. At that moment, the berserk sword awnings carried an unrivaled momentum and blasted on top of the palm that the ghost animal had slapped. It seems that it was a mistake on my part to not let him experience on Earth. Tao Ancestor sighed. This kind of light is very uncommon in nature and is usually highly poisonous. Chen Honshu looked at the tide bugs that were still desperately crawling outside the stone pestle and suddenly felt a trace of nausea. These bugs that had lived here for a long time were bound to be different from the ones that he had seen in the mountains, and most likely they were carrying a high level of poison on them. In the dark Daozi, a dozen people with black umbrellas and black suits had just walked out. Looking at them, they should be trying to go to the street that Fu Hao had just run through. At the dinner table, just Su Yusin, Tao Mingqing, Su Yijing, Feng Fi and 4 people. Su Yusin younger siblings went to Quiet and Su Changyi to play. Also by the way to eat lunch there. Tao Changyin's main courtyard hallroom already has a lot of people in. And Ju is crying non-stop. Tao Changyin is still angry and trembling. It's nothing, I get it. I'll offer 50,000 spirit stones for this bat's egg. Who else is going to haggle with me? Hua Fei said smilingly, letting out a deep breath. Lin Fan slowly opened the email, and a piercing message popped out of it. Yi Ji and Gong Jieduan hurriedly stopped the 3 and continued to pacify them, who were still very emotional. Even if she took the body tempering pill and managed to break through to the chi refining stage. So what? She still had to marry someone? While running, he turned back to taunt. A pair of eyes glittering with a thief's light kept glancing at the large mountain that was violently floating because of the earth's shaking, and the top of the mountain drew a graceful arc in the air, stirring up ripples. Nya Yuan shut up very honestly, and was wondering why Han Fengyuan had stepped in and still didn't lay his hands on Yi Chen when he heard the sound of a car roaring. Money, how much are you giving? Don't think we don't understand. This thing is an antique, and you just said that this records a treasure map. The 2 guides thought of what Helan Shui said just now and said, the pressure of these 3 people was not for shock and awe, but was actually intended to kill the human. Brothers, take a day off. I was going to post a couple of them today for the reunion, but then I looked at them and they were too hilarious to yard a pile. Let's change it and post it tomorrow. Well, an early good morning to you all. We'll update on time tomorrow. And, catch up on your reading in time, because I'm on the green plan. And if I don't read it in time, it will be censored. Well, Happy New Year. Chapter 68, Pretending Not to See. I'm going to take a shower first then. Well. Lu Mingze let go of her and quickly went to the bathroom. The cold water flowed over his back from above. In fact, he did not know why. Jiang Qian. What new pose is this? Why yourself? So excited? But then again, he associated it with the fact that Jiang Qian had gone back to school in the afternoon as well. Lu Mingze turned off the water at once and wiped the water from his eyes. Without looking at Yi Yahan, Ziling Tian looked at Mantis and said, are you level 49 now? Ziling Tian was most concerned about this right now. The lanky teenager roared. His body's divine power skyrocketed, jumping up high. The twin hammers in his hands erupted with 10,000 divine auras fiercely blasting down. The surrounding buildings collapsed one by one, and the people stayed away one after another. At this moment, Lin Shiqi was not in the mood to pay attention to Zhang Tian. She was like an ant on a hot pan. She kept looking in the direction of Wang Chang, but Lu Yan's figure never appeared. Although there was the Japanese line afterward and some blood on his hands, there was less of a crisis. But to the Teotihuacans, who had never seen the power of gunpowder, such a sudden clap of thunder followed by a strange cloud of smoke rising up like a huge monster. But the envoys sent by the prince were terrified. This, of course, made it all the more important for Karen, as their lord and representative, to personally fulfill this sacrifice. As it turned out, Nance and the others had flown far enough away that the logisticians in the camp hadn't figured out that the plane had been lost, and even they thought it was a routine mission and hadn't reported the incident to him at all. Just when people were incomparably relaxed, the heaven and earth was in great turmoil. An incomparably terrifying thunder explosion sounded out of thin air. A black beam of light rushed into the sky, and the entire Killing God dynasty was shaken up for 3 seconds, scaring people almost to the point of heart and guts breaking. The entire process was calm and could be said to be surprising. Throughout the entire process, Chen Ziqian did not see Lang Jingqi show his face. Lang Tianyu's face gradually changed, and you could still see her tightly bitten lips trembling. The line of sight couldn't help but look back, just as if there was someone who would save her. Inchen was stunned when she saw Xia Yao's warm and determined eyes before she finally let out a wow cry. When the 8 Sage King's words rang out, he was already standing outside the door. Hearing his voice, a surge of anger quickly rose up in my heart. The wind-killing sword with no accuracy, in case it accidentally killed Daodu. This was something that Chen Feng could not possibly accept. As Yang Tian sighed, the great battle in the void became even more terrifying, with 5 great figures already striking out, their moves shaking the heart. Fingers danced crazily in the void, divine soul power burst out all over his body. constantly crushing the riotous elements inside. The energy inside young Tian's body was flying away. Underneath the pillar of light through the sky was an old man. His eyes showed divine splendor. His open and closed eyes had a horrible essence light bursting out. The void in front of him was collapsing. This old man gave young Tian a creepy aura, which could be seen to be very terrifying. Panda and I followed General Knight's instructions exactly, turning over and leaving Chen Zijuan's compound, making our way to the entrance of the village. However, Zhang Tianyang secretly admonished himself that he must break through the third layer of Xian Qi, and by then, after his Xian Qi solidified, he should be able to equal the speed of these powerhouses. Endlessly aggrieved and venting to his heart's content, Zhao Xia in his arms was crying her eyes out, and Jing Jian was already at his wit's end. And the pinch doesn't want to be transferred. Why should I transfer my stuff to you? There's no benefit at all to interactions between provinces and cities or between ministries other than favors. So there are so many rotten spots every year. At the space station, Mo Yunjun had analyzed it with her. As long as she balked at the fact that she had inspired her supernatural abilities, as long as she didn't reveal anything from her past life, no one else would know that she was reincarnated. The black-robed senior under the view brought his own golden light, brilliant and eye-catching, and it felt like seeing a god descend to the earth. Chapter 69. Ning Ning, Auntie, she's asleep. I look at it. Forget it, this is not the time to kill people. It's better to walk on the 36th plan. The emptiness of the past swept away, and Lena knew that something dormant in her body had awakened. How can that be? This will leave a scar. Listen, the raw muscle powder is particularly effective. Look at me. There is no scar at all. Lu 13 hurriedly grabbed her wrist, afraid that she would run away. Yi Xiao, who held both swords in his hands, also looked extremely terrifying and very strong, giving off a great intimidating power. In the unviewable distance, there are still ancient doorways quietly closed. No, I should say it was open for a fraction of a second. From that doorway, there was still some light. There were also 4 pupil-like decorations on the doorway that struck fear into the heart. Feng Lu was very sincere. The other party was at least at the top level of the sealed emperor, plus occupying the right place and the right time. If they really had to entangle themselves, they would only waste a lot of time. Come over here and chop you up with one slash. Jiang Lingkong didn't bother babbling with burning Tianyu and said directly and roughly. In the next moment, the mad immortal sovereign suffered a heavy blow and flew out covered in blood. His body was riddled with holes and his body looked as if it had been smashed. She was wearing a white knee-length skirt and white heels, her blonde hair spilling out. There was a big smile in her eyes. When she walked to the center of the stage, she made a quiet gesture. Then the clamor of the scene stopped. Tang Mu collected these few treasures. Then a light flashed, and Tang Mu was suddenly out of this continental origin space. And when he appeared again, Tang Mu had already appeared on top of the spirit-gathering altar. Jiaruo also could not have imagined that Wei Yaya Dance actually asked such a detailed question. For a while, her eyes grew deeper and deeper. Such a detailed question. A slightly incorrect statement would not be right. However, on this day, the Battle Wolf base was bustling with hustle and bustle, and everyone was talking about that young new chief instructor of the Battle Wolf. But I did not expect, in the Wen family of this underground chamber, even after 1,000 years, someone again mentioned this thing. The young man clad in a metaphysical cloak waved his hand, and the long-tailed scorpion suddenly leapt up, like a green blade of light stealthily disappearing from his body. The Leeds United fans were very excited. Such a talented player will join Leeds United. Leeds United should take off now. In Qin Feng's heart, he knew Shangguan Yue's feelings for him, but didn't put it too much on his mind, simply because the Earth was ultimately just a passing phase for him. But at this moment, he truly felt the other party's affection for him, while a whole world seemed to be becoming quiet. The discussion of Lin Kong and the others behind him all slowly faded and finally disappeared, leaving only the opponents in their eyes. The goal was still dangerous, and if Scotlandberg had reacted a little slower, it would have gone in. Edinson Cavani has just come on and created a very real threat, but unfortunately was almost lucky. After returning to Huayang Marquis House, the courtyard where she herself lives is still an ant's courtyard because of its name. So naturally, she can't make a big fuss about it or put up anything particularly good. Plus Wei Yudai had already returned to the house at that time, so if there's anything good, it's inconvenient for her to take it by herself directly. The people were a little shocked for a while, and looking at the purple marks on the boy's body, it really didn't look like he had been beaten. Abruzzi listened, finding it too interesting to follow, and couldn't help but think of the future Dingzer had painted for him. As soon as those words were said, a stone was thrown into the air in the audience that hadn't dispersed yet, and Ryoko Aoki's face changed. Her clenched knuckles flushed white. We want to ask, how did Master calculate those? Wang Huanhuan said what was on her mind at once, because he noticed that when the TV station was broadcasting live, there was a big fat man with a somewhat fierce-looking face who kept talking about Zhang Long's faults, not daring to be completely lax. Yas stepped aside to keep an eye on the perimeter, but to his surprise, the sound of footsteps in conversation came, and the two instantly tensed their scalps, realizing that something was wrong. Hong Yuan took a deep breath, stood up, walked over to the forbidden system, and started to crack that forbidden system together with black magnet. With a loud thud like the cracking of ice, the chilling blade chiseled deep through the front door of the locker, and if the two men hadn't now had most of their bodies stepped out the side, there probably would have been a locker murder. Ding Zai furrowed his brows and looked around with a grave expression. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that all these guys in front of him seemed to be walking around and suddenly collapsed and slept. Sunlight slanted in through the glass of the cafe, and dust in the air floated up and down in the columns of light. Listening to the sound of oranges leaping for joy, Yas gently avoided his body and quietly covered his ears. Right at this moment in the one-line snake formation, Apricot Blossom Village was also noticing the change in the Defender Alliance's formation, immediately commanding everyone to retreat. Then looked at the nearby quarters. Apricot Blossom Village froze for a long time. Old Sun said blah blah blah, to die is also his death. He was not supposed to live in this world. When I catch him, I will draw his tendons and skin, in order to solve my heart-hate. Knowing that she had been made outdoor duty girl for a week, he hid in a dark corner and calmly watched her delight as she mischievously threw her broomstick up into the air. The next morning, Zhao Hui began to take mifepristone, one of the medications used to do abortions, taking 2 tablets in the morning and 1 in the evening, as the pharmacy doctor had instructed. On the 3rd day, she took mifepristone again at the same dose as the day before. John knew that Nami had really moved on this time. Wanting to salvage their relationship, John absolutely could not delay, although he felt that there were still a lot of things left to be done, and a lot of issues that had not been explained clearly, but John could no longer care about so much. He wanted to deal with everything, and hurry to catch up. Inside the hard shell tower, Princess Whitestar had apparently heard the commotion outside and was trembling in fear. Since it's a container freighter, that means there are containers on it? Luo Hao looked at Xiao Chen and asked. Su Sudong tore open the seal on the milk teacup, the milk tea inside a drink, but in the bottom of the milk teacup that earthworm into the mouth, only to find that it is not really earthworms, but the use of glutinous rice made of fake earthworms. Chapter 70, this, to that. Jiang Qian was awake the moment Lu Mingze and Meng Qingning stepped into the room. Lord, Director? What a shout! She didn't even yell. The nightstand is rocking like crazy. Meng Qingning could only cover her lips with one hand in death, through the narrowed slits of those seductive eyes. Her hand, like a lamb's milky jade, unconsciously grasped the sheet beneath her, her knuckles slightly. As the saying goes, more people are better at work. There really was truth in that saying. At least that was what Lan Yuxuan thought, and the Qingfeng and Xingyan duo were also working hard to interpret this viewpoint. Accompanied by the sound of an airplane taking off and the sound of footsteps, it was favoring Qian who approached me. When he arrived in front of me, he smelled of his unique perfume, and said to the latter part of the night, the girl in the woodshed launched fever, confused and talking nonsense, obviously about to fail. The last sentence, said softly and inaudibly, if not Zhou Jiao is close, I'm afraid that it's not light at all. Jun Rusu's steps froze as she looked at the leaping Junzi, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Zhang Yixian was stunned and was slapped by the furious Luo Yao again, and he didn't know which mountain he landed on. Chen Ping nodded his head repeatedly. His throat was a little tight, so he picked up the cup of honey water that Lin had made. This was the second time he came to the snowy mountain. Still, he was still deeply shocked by the scenery at the foot of the mountain. From afar this was really a wonderful place like a fairyland. You flatter me, old uncle. This is something I practiced while hunting in my spare time. It's not enough, Mo said modestly. At that moment, Tian Feng came, and he brought the news that Liao Dong Shangping was safe, and that all his relatives were safe, which made me let go of my heart. In fact, as some people on the street said, the reason why Li Wuxia stayed in Guizi to sit on the town is because today's Anqi is still far from what he envisioned it to be. Lord Ghost Lin, we harvested a total of 2,000 creation pills in this battle, as well as 2 human captives, Ghost Tiger said truthfully. After accepting the acquisition of Melisandre, CK has quickly become a popular brand at New York Fashion Week in the last 2 years. Do zombies tap coffins to the rhythm of a distress signal? I replied back in a bad mood, and with one hand, I ripped off the thing attached to my face, and at a glance, it was actually a corpse suppressor talisman, and it's also the kind of live broadcast where you can't see the picture, but only hear the sound, which is even more imaginative and graphic. Facing the sudden proposal, and Muyu was really shocked. How could she not expect Liu Hao to suddenly propose, although she always used to yell for her to marry her, but she never thought of his proposal. Then you should also tell me that I will protect Taijin no matter what. Li Longji growled. Lu Fei woke up from a nap or more than 8 o'clock. She walked out of the room, wanted to go to Mo Xian's room to see, walked into Mo Xian's room, The bed is even neat and tidy. Obviously watched with their own eyes last night. Emotion slept here, and now how to disappeared. Just as I walked to the middle of the road, Su Qian's voice suddenly came from behind me. I hurriedly turned my head, but I didn't see Su Qian's figure at all, and the voice disappeared with it. The rest of them calculated in their minds for a while. Anyway, there was still so much time left before the auction. It should be fine to cultivate here. So the rest of them followed suit and sat down cross-legged to start cultivating. Early in the morning, an incomparably huge ancient boat was pulled by two scaly dragons, flying rapidly through the air. The two scaly dragons flying in unison with each other with a majestic and intimidating momentum. A few incense-burning hours passed. Flower Dream was paralyzed like a wilted flower on a stone bed like a lotus flower. The injuries sustained after fighting with by Lightwater were much more serious than imagined, and it would take closed-door treatment to cure them. In a low roar, the long sword then erupted into a burst of intense hot light, but in an instant all the light contracted into a single point, and at this moment, it seemed that even the wind had stood still, and after the flash of lightning, a rumbling sound that shook the clouds resounded through the Green Ridge Mountain. Chapter 71 Mengqingning Schemes. At the same moment, to his side, the light of Raphael's sword crossed his body and struck at the silver light in a hurry, because no one wants to die at this time, let alone in this martial arts world where people value life extraordinarily. They are willing to practice martial arts and monasticism, but also because they know that if they are not willing to be ordinary, they might be able to break free from the shackles of this life. In order to celebrate their own find a good job, Ji Xian invited Ruth family and Fenty up to eat hot pot. A moment of happiness. Drink a little too much. Hygiene or everyone together to clean up. There were also two permanent bunkers, which had 3 grenades thrown regularly outward from inside, which fell on the alloy steel bridge and rumbled and exploded. Byron gasped for air as he pressed his chest, quietly looking at Ruoshin's face that was in tears for the second time because of him, and suddenly reached out to take Ruoshin's body into his arms. One was either defeated or hiding in fear. Day or night, the agility stream masters were much more skillful at doing this sort of thing than they were, and before midnight the old bear lurked back and reported the mission accomplished. Linwei instantly understood Gressa's intentions. To put it plainly, he was asking himself to impersonate Pevian and work as an undercover agent for the Fang's blood shadow in the Six Lights lair. It wasn't so much the strength displayed that emboldened Satori, but rather the fact that Linwei had shattered her beliefs since birth, the so-called honor of her family, punch after punch. Yang Jian is a very handsome but full of pressure, giving people the feeling that he is always cultivating outwardly. Sprinting along, Luo Qingyue did not look back, not allowing Ruoshin, Night-Flowing Trace and Luo Yu to follow her because Luo Yunshi was really not easy to deal with. If it was in the past, it would be fine, but now she was of the soul-devouring demon Lotus body. Therefore, what Jin Yang is thinking now is how to make the marriage between Lu Shangyi and Zhou Changsheng yellow. There was really no choice but to offer up all her spirit techniques and start searching for the unusual aspects of the stone wall. He pressed against her neck and kissed her delicately but his breathing slowly became heavy. In a few more hours, he should be fully loaded and ready to leave the southern border imperial city to go to that battlefield in his previous life. Right? This impact was 1,000 times bigger than what it was just a moment ago. Just one wave lapping over. Those mists around Karish shook violently. As for causing trouble, well, she wasn't good at it, but what she was good at was catching people. Those crowned warriors. Li Rue was furious and was about to give this girl a little bit of power, but a pain came from his waist. Without looking, he knew that he had hit Shuexiao's big trick again. Not yet had time to go. Glanced at a telephone corner if someone has been in the lowered head. Honed Lesses did not see on head to walk. Subconsciously skimmed, muttering to himself in wonder. Meng Qi didn't care and planned to unleash the god of love, but at that moment, the ground shook again. The sound of plopping and churning came from Meng Qi, and as he watched the stomach churning scene, he actually no longer had a look of disgust and dislike on his face. He was no longer the same novice who was so disgusted by the zombie corpses that he vomited. He Xian is not stupid. Of course, know who is on their own killed, but this prince, he can still be used. In the future, when dealing with Zhuo Liang, he will be very happy to help himself. So, the bedroom cabinet looks like it was kicked and the ornaments on it fell off, but it was actually kicked by the person hiding inside? Horan then came to a realization. The Umatbot ancient Buddha, who was also in the god realm, was the only one who could stop Emperor Tsaimei, and if said ancient Buddha agreed to the other party's refining of the ninth universe, then where should those of them go? Would they disappear between this heaven and earth? Hello? Han Hao? Ling Lan on the other side of the phone was clearly surprised, as this was the first time in months that Gu Hanhao had taken the initiative to call himself. What the hell are you guys doing? After so many years, why can't you still stop? The human clan has already been overthrown, and over the past 50 years, I have also explored some places and there is no trace of the human clan, the old lady persuaded. Looking at the honed young man who felt as close as her brother, her heart was complicated and chaotic. Every time she was sad or troubled, he was by her side and she felt so relieved. This kind of feeling is beyond words. Ask herself, she treats him as a younger brother. Or as what? Chen Shuang herself didn't even know anymore. Humph. It's all your fault. Hey brother Long, it's not what you think. It's just that. Oops, that is. Not to say, old Mr. Wang also came? Tao explained a half explanation explaining incoherently. Hearing her words, the anger in Lu Yu's heart increased, and with a huff, he crumpled the drawing paper into a ball and threw it into the paper basket. The original thought of spending more time with his beloved, after all, Yi Lian would spend most of his time if he had to cultivate, was rippled by the appearance of Lulan. It could be said that in the hotel, but wherever there was a monitor, he was able to see it, and there was a playback function. After Yuzu opened her eyes, she didn't first notice that her father and mother were right beside her, because Yuzu's consciousness was still hazy. After all, she had just woken up. Su Hao fought very hard, and the appearance of the innate corpse puppets was transmitted through his bilocation. The 8th rank tree demon was many times more powerful than the 7th rank. 10,000 miles of land was but a blink of an eye in front of his eyes. Although Hua Tianlu wanted to come and explore this 10,000-year-old tree demon, he didn't want to die. It's just that if he was told to give up chasing after the bat giant monster, he was very reluctant to do it. After all, after chasing it for so long, spanning thousands of miles of land, a few young warriors are imposing. Their status must be extraordinary. I wonder if you can go back to the sect with us to rest your feet. I think the sect elders will definitely welcome you all very much. That senior brother of True Xian sect cupped his fists and saluted, very politely inviting Su Hao and the others. Chapter 72. The shot was taken. Zhang Qian had just entered the bathroom and felt sticky. I looked down and saw that I hadn't washed it yet and it was all wet. With a slight bend in her body, her clothes fell to the floor, revealing a pair of long white legs, and grabbing her panties in her hand she took them to the sink and gave them a couple rubs. That's too much. How intense is it to have a busted knee? It must be out there. Does it really feel that good? Don't you guys just push back with one compliment and one false pretense? Let's find out about the formation first, Evergreen said impatiently. Either blue was thundered down by red, or blue flipped at the end and destroyed red's center crystal hub. All the Middle Wasteland geniuses nodded their heads as they heard this, sharpening their swords, and in their hearts, they were already thinking about how to kill Luo Chen. Pan Yang seemed to be poured a large pot of cool water over his head, and the sizzling heat and excitement in his eyes disappeared all of a sudden. Originally she did not want to go after the so-called past life. Those things, long past, and then go after. There is no meaning. That's right, Taoist Master Han is a high-ranking person in the world. How could he possibly know this kind of city dweller? Hua Jingxiang said. Meanwhile, in other directions, the demon's patriarch, the lord of mixed elements, the Xuanwu clan deities, and the god of Taihao who were hibernating in the savage ancient realm all discovered the fluctuations of the burying god battlefield and the burying immortal battlefield. At this point, those who had previously said similar things subconsciously touched their crotches, too frightened to speak. Hearing Dang Yuru's words, Situ Junfeng nodded his head, but when he thought of the millions of people in Yunzhufu, he couldn't help but frown again. There was a military tent set up for the soldiers, slightly more than twice the size of the tent they had just used for their deliberations. Lai rang as long as he could watch the king of the ship to get off the ship safely and securely. As for what to eat and drink he do not care, and never picky. Zhang Tianyi looked down towards the inside of the glass teapot. It was indeed just as Duan Rusheng said. These birds' tongues were pouring into the boiling water just like that. The well-organized roots were going upwards. The scenery inside and outside the teacup was actually so tantalizing. Shin Mukin violently pulled her down into his arms, slightly thumping his heart as he looked down at her. But Yen Yong can only lament and grieve. He does not dare to dissuade Su Manxian from anything. Every time he is in front of Su Manxian, he does not know what he should say. Just as he was about to dive down and prepare to make his move, who knew that in the restaurant below, 4 black figures suddenly rushed out from inside, and all 4 figures were just like him, wearing night clothes, and also covering their faces with black veils. With a sneaky look, the fists of the two instantly clashed together. Only a muffled sound could be heard, as if a boulder had smashed on a big drum, and the dull sound made people's hearts palpitate. Father, it's rare for a guest to come. Why don't you politely entertain them? Rushin tugged on the village chief's clothes and said petulantly, Mr. Huang, Mr. He, it's Liang who's here. Lu Xianhua warmly invited the people in while receiving the luggage. Zhao Liang entered the courtyard and smiled as she greeted Taijia equals E. However, the 9 heavens is not a good breakthrough. The sword saint of 100 years cannot step into the realm of the 9 heavens. The last moments of life, the hope of being able to step into the 9 heavens is a little too slim. These vermilion bird sacred flames were a great tonic for him. This devouring was simply a luxurious meal that left him full and very satisfied. 3 years later, the astral armor star front star outside the 3 longitudinal orbit, for no reason more than a golden square to do the rotational movement, so far, following the red refining hijacking, onping into a constant state of sleep, both had never before seen the extreme realm of the ascending sun, know the location of only chi Phylan a person, every 10 years must come to see, Hu Xia knelt in front of Hu Tartar, heard the voice and turned his head to see that it was Bei Meishue coming over. He had forgotten that she had been in his army. Chapter 73, He's clearly mine. How Jiang Qian posed in front of him. Meng Qingning's teeth clenched tightly on her lips, and her crystal full lips trembled a little. This kind of thing. Meng Qingning's eyes were practically glued to her cell phone screen. Just see Jiang Qian, her hand supporting the bed to lend strength. Slowly sat up. Movement elegantly organized the clothes. Then stood up. Even slippers did not wear. White feet directly on the. While they were choosing their seats, Lin Yang and Li Hua arrived, and Lin Yuxiu greeted them both. Although the princess is not His Highness's real mother, however, who doesn't know that His Highness grew up at the knee of the eldest princess? What's more, His Highness's own mother has long gone. I'm afraid that in His Highness's heart, the eldest princess and his mother are no less important. Then tell me what it will take for you not to leave? Although that Wang Jiangong's tone had become soft, he was actually already full of dark clouds and frowns. Hefei Marquis rejoiced, then ordered Kenzei to arrange camping defense, and Ling Chao, Lu Dai night patrol camp. Just waiting for tomorrow morning will be the army to start crossing the Luo water. All the insects and ants in the way all crushed to pieces. After saying that, the light of the 10,000 Lord God mountain was withdrawn, and all the jade saucers of creation and the unconventional mountain were immediately out of the control of Phoenix Dance and Alice, and the entire formation shattered with a bang, and the crowd was immediately subjected to a strong backlash, and the divine descendant split couldn't maintain it, and it exploded with a bang before dissipating into thin air, the white petals in the sky, the scent of blood in the air that had long dissipated, and Kilsumaru's obviously angry but still calm face. At this point, Hatsune finally realized that Kilsumara's last companionship was Kagura's most mediated regret. Watanabe-senpai really is a very powerful person as well. Yui Kaora looked at Watanabe Hisashi in front of her with a hint of admiration in her tone and said softly, the materials were all very ordinary silver, but the shapes were very delicate, and considering that these were things that Maki liked, Jikong bought them. Sacred Freeze 1 will have both the original slow, icy damage and bonus of Sacred Freeze, and the original physical attack acceleration, physical damage deepening and bonus of Frenzy, but it also consumes the sum of both mana. After that, the Ball Giant mobilized the power of the entire world and researched a way to use the Soul Stone to seal the demon gods and archangels forever for human fusion and utilization, and later on, he even found a way to unseal the demon god souls and the sacred soldiers. Looking at the orcs rapidly approaching towards him, Shinjun's heart sank. There were no flowers and trees here, only corpses and bones. Sooner or later they would find themselves running here, thinking they wouldn't dare to come. The next day, the waking divine walker Wuji suddenly realized that he was at the early stage of blood refining again. What was this? Yesterday he was still in the middle stage of god nurturing. Why? One wasn't a broken blood pearl. Why? Could this be the effect of that base liquid? After reveling in ecstasy for a moment, divine walker Wuji immediately fell into a deep malignant chill. Just as he was about to continue relying on it, Kodak suddenly made some kind of decision seemingly and pulled Yi Yuan's hand. Ha, Koda, didn't you agree to make a bet with Aristo, not to come within 3 feet of me? Without moving, he broke away from Koda's hand. Old Xia, I don't want anything in this life with you. I'm not afraid of suffering as much as I can, as long as we're both healthy. Yu Yan's mom's eyes were also red. Over the years, it was true that as Xiao Weigua said, she had endured too many grievances. After the beast finished speaking, he took a few steps back and retreated to the road in front of Yang Chen's store, took out an egg, threw it upwards, and started his performance. Save him, their palms were about to shoot seed Xiao Shaoxian when Xiao Shaoxian's body suddenly appeared a faint fist shadow, blasted over at them. Yi Mei stunned raised his eyes, blurted out, Grandmother, how do you know? Grandmother, this fourth sister is not intentional. She is just, said the voices getting lower and lower. Low. Chapter 74, The Shura. What has Auntie gotten herself into? How come your thighs can bend like that if you've taken dance lessons? The heels don't even come off on the bed, and the white comforter single prints a footplate. Why are you posing so much tear than me? Jiang Qian, whom he had not seen at all. It didn't take long for the heels to fly off, revealing little feet wrapped in stockings, soft with that silky smoothness of black silk. Anyone who's ever learned to dance has feet like this. However, at this moment, the sea of people in the cafeteria, nearly 1,000 employees in the concentration of meals. The field of vision cannot be searched for his figure, not inevitably a moment of loss. Is the floor too slippery or something? I'll ask someone to go for a different kind of flooring, Dinklin asked nervously as he analyzed the cause. He was seen to have a magnificent figure, bronze complexion, well-defined and deep features, and dark, deep, icy eyes that appeared wild and unrestrained, evil and sexy. Chen Shibing's tent was located in the center of the entire camp, and was basically kept on the same level as Duan Shang. Seeing this, Wang Fading lightly laughed and secretly cursed Duan Shang for this pig-playing and tiger-eating thing. When Tutor Chen looked at the painting, it was like a cannon roaring in his mind, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his mouth that it was good, too good to be called a master, especially with specific operations such as stitches and openings. It's a completely different kind of feeling on an animal than on a big body teacher. In the evil spirit realm, that so-called holy lord suddenly changed his face drastically, simply because he sensed that his prying eyes on the ninth city there had been cut off, which wasn't not a favorable piece of information that indicated that there were strong people among the deities who had struck out. Mrs. Huang was embarrassed for a moment after being upstaged by Chang Song, but the conversation resumed in its old form. Most of these brigands were at the condensed Dan realm, and there were pitifully few Yuaning stage martial artists, and at first Song Feng had only used them as practice. As a deafening sound resounded throughout the space, Li Qing's form was somewhat dislodged as he dropped to one knee, supporting the ground with his sword to prevent himself from falling down. Whenever this time she especially needed kissing, being kissed by Mu Jinghan made her feel needed. Otherwise that feeling of prey hanging in mid-air as if she was playing with it at random made her ashamed beyond words. Getting fired is more than simply losing your job, but it also gives you a bad reputation and affects the next job that follows. Lu Shamal was outside the window and took it all in, thinking that Yang Xiao met Gu Wei but was luckier than Yang Shi met Yang Yi. As he watched Xiao Ling walk towards himself after killing many martial cultivators, Zhong Tai's body shook. How could he not expect Xiao Ling to do this? What are you doing? This demonic Taoist yanked out a long, dark sword and looked at the twisted copper hammer in his hand. His eyes contracted and his heart was filled with horror. Early the next morning, the assassination of the third prince on his way back to his residence was spread, and the emperor of Northern Desert was furious when he learned of it, and ordered the commander of the Forbidden Army to catch the assassin. It was not that Qiu Xiang was so important to Xiao Ling, but Qiu Xiang was Xiao Ling's friend. The Aurora sect could not defeat him, but they struck out from Qiu Xiang, wanting to hijack Qiu Xiang and make him throw in the towel. This kind of situation Xiao Ling had encountered quite a few times. In the past he might have been powerless, but now he would not let these people have their way so easily. What made her heart fade was that Cheng Yuxian was full of deep concentration, unable to see the end of the story, and had no intention of helping out. Su Qingqing's mind was now on the man's body, so of course, whatever the other party said was what he wanted. The distance between the two of them is not long. Knowing for a moment that Qin Hao has walked in front of Su Yongnian, he looked down on the other side. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent, and his low voice was like the sound of death that fluttered from the hell, announcing the end of Su Yongnian's life. The old monkey was stunned at once, as once a great young man of the 21st century. Where did he do such a thing? Even after so many years of experiencing so many things, but his heart that kind of thought of the equality of all beings has not changed at all. Chapter 75 Let's Get Married. Di Jing also returned to the middle of the Great Xiong Heavenly Court. However, 200 years later, Di Jing once again left Great Xiong and headed towards the east. The sword of holy light in Michael's hand was originally chopping towards sky abandonment, but at this moment, sky abandonment suddenly left, and the great sword tore through the void and chopped towards Zifei. Right now, Yenny could be said to have no scruples, even with the two super giants, the Divine Lord and Musashi Osamu, watching from the sidelines. He had no qualms about it. The classroom was in an uproar. Have seen shameless, but have not seen so shameless. The meaning of this hangman is nothing to send. The school flower actually took the initiative to stick up. Seeing the sword chi that Lao Zi suddenly sent out, Kong Xian roared. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His face became a little twisted from anger. The killing energy on his body almost instantly doubled again. A phantom flashed behind him, which was in the form of a peacock. Now, the devil world finally gave birth to its own saint. This majestic middle-aged man became a saint of the moment. The devil world and the last trace of contact with the heavenly way, completely severed. Since then the devil world has become the same as the great chaotic realm. There are independent heavenly way of the side of the world. Snort! A sound that resembled fat oil falling into a fiery flame came from within the tornado made of water streams. The two disciples lowered their heads and looked at each other, indicating that neither of them understood what the ancestor meant. What was it that made the ancestor so grave? Days rush by. The old bone headboard hands do have two hands. The two do not fight. The old bone headboard and Starsun became a forgotten friend, because Starsun found that once the old bone headboard used energy weapons, even if it is just the power of the energy pistol is not enough, then their own in addition to the use of supernatural powers cannot deal with this old guy at all. I poke. Dead colorful horse. You damn well didn't seduce its husband. Why does this lord feel that it can't wait to bite you alive? Devil Palace Saint Sun said. The heart of the dark thought, yesterday is still good. Today the king can send people will be locked up. I do not know what this is for. Could it be that you have found out that you have taken a bribe? It is said that men don't shed tears, just not to the sad place. Think Pei and clanking iron bone man. Now but fell tears. His heart should be how difficult. Such a grand tournament is counted as one of the more lively annual events in the entire holy capital. While passing through the corridor, the conversation of a few employees reached Takagi Taku's ears. He frowned slightly, his intuition telling him that what these employees were saying had something to do with what Keita Asa was about to tell him. Hey, you wear my clothes first. In a moment when the others come, are you going to show them all naked? Li Mu helplessly took off his only short t-shirt. As a man running around naked for a bit is no big deal. Pei-en cried a lot. And at this moment he also forgot that the person in front of him was today's queen, the princess of Chi-Du. No matter what her identity was, no matter in that capacity, one should keep a distance from her. Sister, just now, Zhao Tianshu said worriedly. Just now Lin Zhejiang, that terrible eyes and aura made her heart tremble. Her sister's face was also very bad. Went up and came down. What happened? Sister did not allow to talk to adults. She did not dare to say. These people looked very illusory. Shui Feng could not figure out what they were doing, except that he saw this place from the Koan map, belonging to the unregulated area, located in 3 precincts. When Zhao Tianxin finished his cultivation and came out of the space, he came to Huang Zhejiang's house to find that he had already come out of the space and was sitting on a chair in a state of delirium. However, it was a pity that the pavilion master had seen Chu Yun's battles before and knew that his cards were of the illusion system and that he seemed to have a card that was immune to physical attacks. So this time, he was using spell cards. Footsteps disappeared. Gu Lianghong got up and hugged the person who already didn't want to move at all to go to wash up, tossed for a while before the 2 people were refreshed and reclined on the bed. Chijuansu's chest rose and fell violently, looking at the slimming consort Rong, for a moment surging up not knowing whether it was heartache or guilt. The secret method handed down by the Shura god. It was enough to admit that one was incapable of researching it, but also shamelessly said that he would be able to reach such a level in the future. In the past, she considered herself to be a heartless person as well, and did not have much sympathy for the weak. Star Luo royal family. The Dai family's old ancestor's lips shivered slightly at this time. Even though he had the strength of a super Doluo, he couldn't help but be appalled in his heart at this time. Sun Yao also has no other method, can only be to listen to my greetings to these 3 tea bowls of water to the 3 people to take. After we had all eaten, the sky gradually became darker. Yuan Shun proposed that we go into the mountains to take a walk to eliminate the food. Nan Yi, who was already at the end, silently felt sorry for the boss for 10 seconds, and then leisurely hid in the shelter to watch the fun. Yuan Cheng hurriedly followed closely behind me, while Sun Yao had to follow behind me. You take me. I told her nicely to accompany Lu Xing, but Sun Yao just didn't want to, so I had no choice but to take Sun Yao with me. Ing Jijia doesn't know how long he's been crushed, one leg is definitely ruined, and rescue is not yet in sight as a possibility. Spread out the snow-green plain silk material. Su Yun was fully concentrated on holding the inkstone on the top of the gesture, although she did not do a whole set of dress. Good in this dress look is green willow they will draw. Teach them to draw a comparison to do it can be. But what if you want to drink to express joy? Being so happy that you can't get drunk is the only way to express that excitement. This voice is arrogant and overbearing, with unruly contempt in his eyes, as if no one in the world can get into his eyes. For a long time, Hao Tian finally bent down and helped her up. The rabbit was still crying like a child. Perhaps, she was originally a child whose mind was not even mature. The appearance of the 2 dolls, Lioli's delivery, hard to force her to become an adult. Could there be something else going on here? Could it be that there is some greater secret on planet Minora that is not known? Li Longfei also felt that things were getting a bit strange. Who is this for? Lioli asked, naturally not bothering much. Anyway, she was expecting that under the threat of Hao Tian, anyone would betray her. It was a matter of time. Chapter 76, The Pain is Excruciating. Janeway stared at him for a long while, suddenly laughed and said, Good, then we know. Wait for the new year. We'll ask the matchmaker to propose marriage. Of course, she will definitely trust the middleman during the New Year's period to first go to explore the wind. If the other party is also happy, only then will she trust the matchmaker to go. The cold and soft voice came from a man who was so colorful that he was hot, and so vulgar that he was cool and noble. Gu Qingyun couldn't say that it was because of the talking books, and fortunately, He Chenju wasn't the type of person who liked reading talking books, especially after the case of Captain Ranzai's I treat you as my friend and boss, but you want to me incident. In this regard, and Zayaki became more and more aware. It's fine, you sleep first. Gao Yan smiled helplessly and bitterly. Who made him powerless now? He always had this peace lock on, and wore it all the time except when he would take it off and put it next to him in the shower. The Imperial guards in the temple rose up in a flurry. You won. a hand. The Empress head where, body where, all yanked down, straight left a single thin blasphemy, wrapped in that exquisite body. Lu Shi held her forehead. She could already foresee how many things would suffer in the house in the future. You guys watch him. Lu Shi decided that out of sight is out of mind. Lu Shi did not labor with everyone, but looking at the golden pile of chestnut rice, a sense of accomplishment. The surrounding people rushed around to persuade. With great difficulty, when Gu Yongchen carried Gu Jing ready to send on the sedan chair, Gu Qingyun in the deafening sound of firecrackers, holding Janeway's arm, he could not help but draw out his handkerchief to press his eyes. Am I nervous? Huo Qing aggravated. People are also the first time as an agent. That is not very normal. Wu Dao brought his cell phone closer to him and found him showing a quiet smile as he gave Wu Dao a thumbs up, his face full of curiosity. The Bullfighting Live network executives actually did not know what to say for a moment, froze for several seconds, beep sound, hung up the phone. Seeing that the other party had already chased after him, Morong Fu could not think too much, condensed Tru Chi in his palm, and struck out with a backhanded move of Xian Dishan palm. Where's Nenro? Where's Nenro? Glaring at the three men, she couldn't wait to slap them hard a few times. Jiang Qianyao pretended to take a sip and watched as Ji Shaochun finished explaining things to a few servants while walking over. For a long time, Butler Li didn't say anything, and looking at the mess, he knew that someone had already been here. His hairstyle was well combed, not at all like he had spent many years abroad. It also went extremely well with his innately soft black hair. His amber eyes curved in a smile, and his body overflowed with a sun-like light, pure and transparent, seemingly sensed. Lux Cun star Monarch Sin Yu also teleported from the South Heavenly Gate to the God Sealing stage, where all the gods and generals watched the protecting Dharma together. Just that top-grade spirit stone alone, the three of them together had almost 10,000. As for the middle-grade spirit stones, there were even tens of thousands of them, and like second-order spirit materials, there were even hundreds of them, and there were even third-order spirit materials. He naturally knows that this is the result of that contract. This ocean fire will be a drop of his own life essence blood melted into his body. He is in complete control of the life and death of this ocean fire. It can be said that the life and death of this ocean fire, in Suyi's thought, and therefore, Sui will be unreservedly treat the ocean fire. However, when the two had thought that Shishan Old Mother had really fallen completely 30 years ago, the South China Sea, this has already finished the transformation of God Thunder Tribulation of the optimistic giant snake, but the cultivation is only Yuaning stage of the two people. Extremely incredulous quake a little. After hearing Yi Feng's words, this boss's cheeks were a bit hot. After all, Yi Feng's words were a bit unforgiving. After a dreamless night, Fidel slept comfortably by the warmth of the fire. When he woke up, breakfast had been delivered by the volunteers and placed on the doorstep, but this time the food had changed back to the unpalatable mud. At this moment, Ren Hong had been overwhelmed by the idea of revenge, while Wang Quan had faced up to his responsibilities under Tang Heng's clear explanation. Oh, you can rest assured, this old biddy is very resourceful. She's not that stupid. Red Ring cozied up on top of the comfortable sofa, patiently waiting for his dream girl. Listen to what I say, that's right. Cultivate well during this period of time. Yi Feng knew that Hao Feng didn't know that he and the others had already brought the spiritual treasure out from the secret realm. As you can see from these details, this wealthy peacetime man was not only savvy, but also detail-oriented and practical. Cao Cao believed Yang Song's words, and in order to lure Zhang Lu down, he sent someone to inform him that he could make 5 of his son's lieutenants. Originally, Butler Han thought that Sun Hao's move was to attack with the red lotus behind him, but he didn't expect that this lotus had given birth to strands of silk that wrapped around Sun Hao's fingers. The car's undercarriage crashed and clanked in the undulating roadside wasteland, scuttling for more than 20 meters before it finally sank into a mud puddle, unable to move. 3 years, Zhang Hai in addition to the Su family to family and friends who know him Chen Nua, when the wedding, Su Xiuping low-key simple to do, but also within the relatives to participate in. Distant relatives are not invited. Recognize his Chen Nua, not much at all. During the ancient catastrophe, the underworld ghost realm also belonged to the invading party, and countless ghosts were rampant, which led to the emergence of the imperial ghost sect. Beautiful sister is a guest, so please ask beautiful sister to eat first. Shaoanna blinked her big eyes, looking as if she was kind and cute. Su family members gathered around in shock, each looking at Su Xiuping, who had regained her speech, and found it hard to believe such a fact, since he had already sensed where that assassin was, and she was so close to him. Sun Hao could completely turn the tide against the wind and kill her outright. In the center stands a fire-red, 101-story skyscraper that belongs to the Riot Force and 2 magical legions. Huan had to put on his coat and get out of bed to open the door for Qin Yang. Qin Yang entered the room. Her hands firmly grasped Huan's arm, and looked at Huan with tearful eyes. her lower lip wriggling a few times. Her lower lip twitched a few times, as if a slight gust of wind would dust the teardrops from her eyes. Once a few cards were laid out, Catherine turned the tarot cards over while explaining the significance of the positions in the spread. Chapter 77, Meng Qingning's mother. Waiter, check out. Asa flossed his teeth and lounged lazily in his chair. The standard gerbil. In a certain remote cave, Fang Jingtian slowly opened his eyes, a touch of exhaustion and pain appearing in the depths of his eyes. With these jackals' sense of smell, which was even more sensitive than that of wolves, as well as their usual gluttony and tyranny, Lin Sin had no doubt that after they killed the female mastiff, they would never let him and Dull Fur go either. Below the highway was wasteland, and as he took a few steps slightly further away, he happened to see a porcelain jar. But then, along with Xiao Lun threw a piece of information to Gui Jingyun. Gui Jingyun suddenly found that this is actually a possible plan. Of course, is only possible to realize only. Her domineering and intimidating voice couldn't help but make the staff of the base, the mothership, or the mutants change color. Despite the fact that the world's aristocrats, the Don Quixote family, came out 800 years ago, the island is still very barren at the moment. Subsequently, the entire room caused a burst, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling continuously. And then, 5 severe ghosts directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Gui Jingyan breathed in sharply. She knew that this was an office and she couldn't do anything about it. She glared fiercely at Xiao Lun and ran out in a hurry. What you don't like, I don't like, and I don't want any smell on me that you don't like, Li Lu said good-naturedly. This time, Nie Yun's side drove 2 cars. Nie Yun's car had Tianjin Tian's old uncle and Zhang Chungyun in it, while the other one was a business car from the Ludong branch of Elegant Pearl and Jade, with Xuan Yan driving it, and both of Nie Yun's parents were in this car. Well, it's not the first time this kind of thing has happened anyway. It's natural to pass it on to the other side of the bridge. Mireille stretched out with her hands pressed back, then popped up from the bench and walked in the direction of her residence. I would have liked to say that, but the problem is that your old man, Mr. Zhou, is so smart, so I won't make a fool of myself selling M in front of you, Chen Ping said. Found it. A catfish in the middle stage of Chi Star Grade 2. Long Bill laughed as his powerful essence power instantly locked onto the other party. Lu Yihua suddenly realized that Han Shushua's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were thick as wine, and her breath was burning with a kind of heat. The spray on his face was itchy. Moreover, Han Shushua's slightly open red lips seemed to be silently summoning herself. He had just landed in this space fragment. Then he felt a powerful energy blow movement under his feet, as well as a burst of scorching heat. For this time only, it was impossible to devour another Qinkuan Dan into his body, or else the internal breaths would collide with each other and be misplaced. Lan Lan flashed her big eyes, frowned and thought for half a day, but could not answer. Yi Qingchuan hurriedly reminded from the side, Lan Lan, what are the benefits of being a big official? Suyun saw Lu Yihua's sudden smile, a head of confusion. Wu Jing couldn't and didn't know what Lu Yihua was up to, and it was even more unlikely that Suyun knew. Kamiyu had a sleepy look on his face, his messy hair mixed with the dorky hair on his head. Dragging a huge pillow in one hand, he staggered in. Between words, Yuan Xian also rushed to the side of the two people, and then took the dart and the note. A burst of checking, the same nothing. Just by seeing the bright and incomparable smiles of Chen Weiqiang and the others, one could tell how excited they were again right now. Thinking of the fact that if he retreated to Fancheng when the time came and then ended up with a broken city, Liu Bei couldn't help but sweat profusely. At only 10 years old, to have gotten the scorn of the patriarch, that meant that the strength, I'm afraid, really wasn't low. This news was of use to Yi Tian, but the usefulness wasn't very much to come to. Tian was very confident in his own strength. Secondly, it was that Yi Tian wouldn't feel free to put much trust in strangers. When Nettle finished speaking, Lin's mom walked straight into the hall as well, and she went straight up the stairs to the room she had returned to. Just kill it. It's a waste of food to keep this kind of guy in the world, Kagaya said unconcernedly, not putting this man in her mind as if she was killing a bedbug. Well done. Windfall. Didn't lose old man Kendall's face. The yellow-clothed elder somewhat excitedly patted Yunfeng's shoulder. I heard that you are the former leader of the Shao organization in the Yu Shinobi village. Claiming yourself as a god, is that right? It seems that I, a mortal, can defeat a god if I work hard, Yellow coldly said. But remembering what Zhang Daqian was rumored to have done to his brother, people understood and, at the same time, reported sympathy for Zhang Daqian's later life as a cripple. Come on, I'll taste it today too. What is the flavor of this bear paw? Yuan Xing is not a pedantic person. One more animal in the world, or one less, has little to do with him. He is not an expert in environmental protection, nor is he an expert in animals. It's real to have something to eat. However, these cultivation of the blood refining sex canonical books, but secretly practice, never dare to let anyone know. Did not think that Xiao Min is actually cultivated with the blood refining sex canonical books, The bloodthirsty red glow in the eyes of the unicorn of the underworld didn't fade, but gratitude could be seen in them. The next step was to wait for Tianfeng City to upgrade, after spending the eternal night Duanxia would go to the extreme ice mountain range. Upon arriving this way, Charlene Underworld took Snowmoon's large fleet towards a slice of the area, and the star map was updated with a star map of this universe. But this Thaxon is also too colorless to make a big fuss here, to kill people in front of his own face, and in his words he said that he was confused. If he is allowed to go back unharmed, it would be too much to say. What do you care if we're thugs? Korean stick. Huyi was furious and blocked the other party, putting his hand in the way. He pushed right through a kick from one of the green skins and flew sideways, dancing the air to return a few kicks in quick succession. The Southern O Kingdom can't be preserved, and the 100,000 troops in the defense line of Tiannan City have also been drawn out by you. How many troops are there in the whole Tiannan province now? Tell us. Ning Yuanxian asked. One's luck really comes when one thinks of something. Su Hui directly sent out a blessing on the World Channel, advertising in the process. Chapter 78. Together with Jiang Zime's. Ginger Zimmer's impressed. She's really moved. Don't you with it? Lu Mingze looked down at her chest. His eyelids jumped slightly. How could it be so deep? Oh, you really don't? How would you like me to impress you then? It really doesn't work to fight like this now. It wasn't that he was pretentious either, because of Jiang Qian. In fact, Lu Mingze is still a little bit resistant to be with such a beautiful girl right away. Perhaps in senior brother Ning Qing's eyes, Lu Yuan's Dao and cultivation were far from being able to cope with the dangerous environment of the overflowing ghost qi in the dragon vein. The storage ring, on the other hand, was very portable, and not only would it not damage the medicinal power, but a high-quality storage ring would have aura present in the storage space, and the material of the storage ring is extremely good. It is difficult to be destroyed. What solution? Tell me about it. Shinko looked at her with some curiosity, and asked what way she could solve it. Hua Ji's tone was firm and resolute, and even though Qing Jing had known the other party's character, he could see a few moments of a high-ranking person's demeanor. Seeing this, Su Wen was about to pay for the purple starstone, but just then a slightly frivolous voice came. In the night, Shui Hansher quietly looked at the pale sky. The cold wind blew her moon-white long skirt, fluttering, inadvertently revealing a proud figure. That dark figure. It is like a dark elf, manifesting endless temptation. Wuliangye Liquor has a headquarters of sorts, and the new distillery is ramping up to get to the first batch of distilled spirits. After some cleaning up, the crowd collected the spirit search bags of the heavenly domain war crazy masters together. Each of the other side has a lot of money, and their spirit search bags are full of some extremely precious things. There are heaven and earth treasures, martial arts techniques and spiritual skills, healing pills, as well as some exotic flowers and herbs, all of which are the main materials for refining high-grade pills. These platforms, all built on wooden frames, stand on the heights of the fortress, making it easy for archers to guard the fortress. Afterwards, in the eyes of Chang Liang and the others who were surprised, her hallowed martial exalt suddenly made a series towards the seated old Uncle Liao. As soon as Auntie was sick, the Sea God Temple was completely without a leader. Lan Shujing found an excuse to dispose of a few hardliners. The rest would be good to pin down, and then invited the person in charge to dinner. Regardless of whether they ate this, she first put up the humble and courteous posture of a latecomer. Especially these students. Almost half of them were fans of the Empress, and were looking forward to her return at all times. This still didn't allow him to vent out his anger, and he picked up the mainframe again and slammed it hard against the screen. Logically, Pei Zhi, as a country bumpkin who had just arrived in a metropolis like Hanyang City and was coming to such a palace-like villa for the first time, should have felt rushed and flustered. An old man in his 80s had gray hair, but you could tell that his body was still quite tough. Military high achievers are also divided into different directions, and students of the theoretical school tend to be like Luke. They can't stand up to real combat on paper, but it happens all the time, and lately she's been injured all the time, and a lot of the time she doesn't eat in the auditorium. Lucius grimaced. Amelia Bones was the man Dumbledore had pushed up, to get him sooner or later. Although you are strong and have made us feel a certain amount of pressure, you are ultimately weak. So who are you to say such things and who are you to say such things? Akio's force value was undoubtedly high, but that was compared to regular people, in front of a bow or a gun. Akio was actually no different from an ordinary person. Yun Tuan walked in front of him, and Yu Wuchen wanted to cross Yun Tuan to open the way in front of him, but the determined aura of Yun Tuan's body allowed him to only stand guard at the back, cautiously checking the surroundings so as not to be too late to react to any unexpected situation. The glittering meteor cut through the links of space and air, trailing long streams of light like an extinguishing sword, slicing the night into two halves. Chapter 79 deleted both people's microblogs. Lu Mingze looked at the caller ID. Meng Qingning? Just sneered and tapped the phone to the side, not answering it at all. just turning it off on mute and going back to bed, closing his eyes and going to sleep. He thought they were a thing of the past. Looking at the ceiling, Looming's a thought back to how stupid he was to think he was a hunter, only to be pecked by a hawk again. When I think of the day Zheng Qian broke up with her, I feel that I am simply ridiculous. Still want to. Doing so was undoubtedly dangerous. As Yu Wuin's ability, even this home existence that she had been operating for months, could at most only cope with the attack of demons at the level of entry Xian. Once there was a pole-breaking realm powerhouse among the comers, the time to hold out would be greatly reduced. Li Yang, have you really thought this through? Lu's group won't fund its enemies, Wang Tao said in a cold voice, not even calling him sir at this moment. The threatening intent was even more obvious, and what surprised Sun Yunjinren the most was that Chen Fan in front of him, as if he was a wild man who had lived in the Kunlun Mountains for a long period of time, was not only able to run ahead of time on many paths, but was also able to judge the dangers of the abrupt cliffs and slanting valleys in advance, within the same realm, but also because of the difference in their respective strength, resulting in a gap in strength, which is already difficult to avoid the problem. If there is still a large gap in cultivation, then rather than reluctantly act together, it is really not as good as to act alone more secure. Although she couldn't understand the bird language the other party was speaking, Cher knew that this group of people were really poor and vicious to the extreme. Above the wall, a burst of strange bright light gradually rose, and a huge three-dimensional screen gradually became clear. After laughing, and escaping the pursuit of the two infuriated goods, Yu Jae-suk and Tang Chao, the crowd finally began to distribute their work and prepare for today's dinner. After Fong Hao contacted the schoolmate who needed help, he and Yuaning went to that schoolmate's class. The crowd laughed. Zhao Gao, that was a famous eunuch, not a good thing in the eyes of later generations. Let's take you to sacrifice the Dao artifact lance that old devil I just obtained. Old devil Jin's face was cold as he held the previously obtained Dao artifact lance in his hand. After lasting for about half an hour, the flames completely converged and flew back to his forehead, once again transforming into the vermilion bird seal. Because this was his child with Cain, and his first child, he was the most pampered and loved. The two were stunned for a moment. They were unsure. Ever since they met Chen Fong, they had always been passive. The two men split into groups. A man held a gun on them, and as soon as he entered he saw the tied-up accomplice, who had lost a lot of blood. His face was white, and the man was only dying. The mid-grade sects were different, just like the Xuanqin sect, where the sect leader was an expert of the Tongshan realm, and as for the elders, they were usually cultivators of the refined god realm. However, Gume Jing this wish may not be realized, because Wei Xian several people secretly poking in Shaoquan discussion. Ready to go to Kyoto to play this year, they decided to eat Shaoquans, drink Shaoquans, live Shaoquans. In short, is ready to go to eat a big family. She simply passed her energy along the pistol against his chest, disintegrating his entire heart in one fell swoop. Where could a man live? Also, the Tsung Flame sect had unearthed many relics from the Saint God era, and all of their special and divine Xian weapons had already made it unimaginable. Rage of a long whistle. The body of the aura changed in vain, geometrically rising. A powerful energy converged into a stream of air, with it as the center. Wave sound suddenly exploded. Dongfang Wushuang's divine sense was released to check the arm, but it was blocked by a divine sense barrier that Lian wanted to set up, making it impossible to see the condition of the arm. As Su San of the Seven Monsters of the Southern Ridge said, rules were made for the weak. With the curfew on the benefits of Five Square City, there were indeed very few people on the road, but those who could be seen were either peak heavenly kings or half-step saints. Yang Mufeng didn't have the heart to look at these people and traveled all the way north. Chapter 80, I'm pregnant. It's just that no matter how hard Nami tried to persuade or bully the lightning bird, it just wouldn't budge. Yen Song, an old fox, glanced at Yuan Shi Cult. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but did not speak. Through the heavy demonic fog, an earth-shattering aura came from the sky. It was as if the endlessine fury and the chaos before the opening of the heavens had been gathered together, and the sword intent rushed to the heavens. If it were to explode, it would be enough to destroy the flood. Although the strength of the ancient hollow spiny fish is really the peak of the quasi-heavenly king peak, but I believe that you won't lose in the grass leopard. Let me see the strength of the jungle guardian god of the royal three families of China. Longchen said with warlike intent, in order for Ekison to fight Orange Yashihara, according to the original Fudofuji's order of appearance, this would have to be Ekison getting the singles number 1 spot. But how important is the singles number 1 spot? Would Tezuka give it to Ekison, a first-year freshman? Riger looked in his eyes, his heart secretly disdained. This tea-drinking talent is not bad, at least with Klin is not similar, but in the end the achievement is not as good as Klin. Bad luck is a point. The character also has a big problem. Deal with the guys weaker than themselves can still be, strong words, completely not work. After the return of the two favorites, Dr. Oki takes the group to the hell that tortured the palace of single men in Makishan town while making them repeat the 3 steps of failure to leave the return over and over again. After a not-so-short period of contact, Godforsaken naturally knew exactly to what extent Mikan's strength had reached, and was not worried about her situation. This battle, strictly speaking, we have performed very well. At least this is the battle that has caused Cornelia the heaviest loss so far. My strength and intelligence has been witnessed by the world, and that is enough. Rorusu under the Zero Mask said in a deep voice. This is, after all, Tang Shuai's body. Mobilizing Yuan Shi to toss in the body is tantamount to finding trouble for themselves. A set of Yuan Shi impact down. Tang Shuai is spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face is instantly pale. But does your highness think that I am that obedient? Qin Jishang pulled hard. Make way. Make way. Lu Dingxuan was carrying a large tray with several plates of exquisite dishes, and he walked around the crowd to place the meal he was holding on Wu Di's special table. She actually overheard Du Yuanqi and Du Ruoshi talking about it once. Only she didn't understand it that well at the time and wanted to confirm it. Outside the water is receding day by day. This day, the gray sky is finally a road sunshine pierced through the thick clouds. To this land brought a road fresh vitality gas, but also to the big cave brought fresh life. Dusty Lou felt her furry paws touch his chest and hastily removed his outer shirt and stripped his inner shirt, although each face with fire, but want to also clear. All this originally should not happen. The beginning of the promise is not into it? Okay, there's still a lot of food here. Besides meat there's also fruits and snacks. Eat. Feng Qingqing took out some more food from space. Your Highness. Subai was a little more bold, kissing the back of her neck, and his left hand went around to her chest to undo her clothes. Feng Lin was depressed. He was only joking, but he didn't expect the beastmen over here to be so facetious. Song Chudi did all of this because he thought of what eldest brother in his previous life had once said: if you want to win the heart of a beautiful person, you have to take the trouble to coax it. Feng Lin had a reason for saying that. It was to find out if that hollow would still kill himself. After Wang Hao left, Wang Shiji could not return to his senses for a long time. The land in his eyes and the gods. How come the land to see this Wang Gongzi also kneel down? Flying Star Sect disciples form a formation. The Flying Star Sect's Tai Scattered Immortal also realized the situation behind him, and he shouted without hesitation. He was so busy that he threw the toad out in a hurry, but before he could do so, which toad force time this was spewed out a strange venom. So that's when he stepped forward, and not surprisingly it really drew Fong Bing's favor. A kind of touched, excited, almost joyful emotion swept over her. Then it can be imagined that Meng actually want to catch Tail Shang, that is a finger can easily do things. But Meng did not do that. Which swordsman suddenly had a thought came to mind? Is it Meng know that heaven has the virtue of good life, so let the ghosts of the underworld rampage? The opposite fleet also had at least 60 ships, of which the battleships were estimated to be more than half. That is, more than 30. From the point of view of the number, the East Sea Fleet's armored fleet really did not have an advantage. However, Wu Huaiyan was not panicked. Before he came, he had already discussed with Duan Fei about many kinds of possible scenarios, and narrowly facing each other was exactly one of them. It was just that his laughter was completely different from his usual speaking voice, as if it was like it carried some kind of seductive power, surprisingly causing Fu Xiaotong to look at him with a bit of an avert of her eyes. Nan Ping was waiting in the ancient hall at this time, waiting for how to get out of here, waiting for what kind of reward she would get for passing in second place. How could she not have expected that Qinglong had no intention of giving her a reward because of his wrath against the demon race? Hal felt as if this was a bit of a violation of manhood and was about to say something, but eventually turned his head and walked away. Lin Man quietly looked at the computer and watched Depp's serious face. On the surface, although it did not move, but inwardly the wind was already swirling. I've thought of that for a long time. You think they're all as dumb as you? Go away, Helena said sarcastically. She had seen Sister Na once from afar. Her hairstyle then was different from now. It was a dry and sharp inch. Her face was beautiful but her body was chilling. Chapter 81. If it had been the two of us, we would have gotten him back. The light in the hallway flickered on and off. Meng Qingning's voice made a feeling of not knowing what it was invade her. Jiang Qian found it hard to support her head with her chin. Did you see Lu Mingzi with someone else? Meng Qingning's rosy lips pursed. In fact, there was some desire to speak. I'm just freaked out. Jiang Qian braced herself and stood up, not falling into self, and Lu Tian waited here for the Winged Clan, waiting for 2 days, and on each level, from the bottom to the top, the higher the level, the greater the disparity in force. Spiritual power was very difficult to improve. But now Lu Tian's spiritual power was really much stronger than before. Just in the moment when the Taoist was hidden, the sword light had spread out, dots of white light like snow dust, fluttering and sweeping a piece of it, stirring up a piece of aura that shattered inch by inch. Huanghu closed his eyes tightly, teardrops flowed out of his eyes. He was heartbroken, he was sad, he was angry, he was regretful. Besides, Yang Ting did want to make friends with Chu Tianyu rather than become an enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to rescue Chu Tianyu just now. But the artist is bold. Zhang Yonghua succeeded. 12.7mm bullets directly hit the mortar shell. What if you also added all your friends and family to die together? What would you do with the many people you don't know on the other side? The old swordsman continued to ask. Obviously, Chu Tianchi knew what Chu Tianyu had gone to do, but he didn't say it. And for that, Chu Tianyu was still relatively satisfied. People were curious as to what made Chu Tianyu have such a great bottom line to dare to give Yin Jiangtian so little face. As for the other figure, it was also quite interesting. With fiery red clothes, plus a Luohan fish headgear, the whole thing looked not too far from the carp spirit in Journey to the West. Tell him to drop all his guns. Matsuda Asego beckoned a Chinese interpreter not far away, signaling him to go forward and shout. Hearing the cold shout, everyone in the hall sensed the wrongness of the atmosphere over here and turned their heads towards this direction. He knew why his comrades did not shoot. Because, in their 3 bird cannons, there are no bullets. Bird cannons are very easy to go off. Not in the battlefield. Who would want to waste valuable bullets like that? Retreat! Retreat! Baron Langdorf couldn't care less. He was going to lead his army to retreat, and come back to compete with these Norman knights after regrouping. The current situation was still too unfavorable. He really didn't have the confidence to defeat the other side. A few people opposite were already furious, and after seeing Tang Chen's provocation, they were even more enraged, and then took out their weapons in unison, wanting to break Tang Chen into pieces. Emotionless heard Yao Frost say this. His heart was filled with infinite confidence. Listening to that, Kato said chased Yao Frost for an afternoon and was also fooled by him. With Yao Frost's extraordinary lightness of being surely made Kato Junichi suffer. As long as Yao Frost can pester those 2 Easterning people, then everything will be fine. Don't worry, XIN seniors, we can definitely do it. The logistics captain replied in a firm tone. The cold-faced big man roared angrily. His hands flung out, immediately shook out 2 brightly shining sharp blades from his palms, and stabbed straight at Yi Ling's chest. Yi Ling was just about to use his energy to resist, when suddenly 2 rows of wrist-thick huge arrows shot out from the left and right sides of the main hall, like a spear, and instantly pierced the cold-faced big man into a hedgehog. You can go if you want, I won't stop you. Chief Captain Shah still gave his answer without even turning his head. In accordance with the Northern Song Dynasty gold and silver comparison, 1 or 2 silver can be exchanged for more than 1 guan of copper, and the ratio of gold and silver, probably 1:10, so that the calculation, according to 12 guan is equal to 1 or 2 silver to calculate. Now that he had arrived at the heavenly demon continent, Shi Xianyi already had plans to at least raise his awakening pill a little further. Chapter 82 Auntie will get pregnant. Meng Qingning moved in anyway. In the room, heavy blackout curtains blocked out the sunlight, leaving only a dim and depressing atmosphere. Meng Qingning sat on the sofa, her legs folded, her white and slender calves hidden under the hem of her skirt, and the high-heeled shoes on her feet were eye-catching and flamboyant. Her big wavy curly hair was wantonly draped over her shoulders, and on her delicate face, her eyes were like burning flames as she stared tightly at Jiang Qian, who was silent across the street. Don't go. Wang Bing knew that Nangang Ichio's starting point was for his good, but Nangang Ichio was too reckless and stubborn, right? Wan Lingchen's true qi was now skyrocketing, directly soaring to 40 million oxen force, causing many disciples to be scared out of their wits. Yuji's fingers were as slender as Yu Hang's, and also had some miserable whiteness to them, and the cigarette butt sandwiched between the middle finger of his index finger even made me a little worried that he would burn himself. I kept slapping the tiger's arm with my hand, and though my mouth whimpered and couldn't speak, I tried everything I could to get him to recover from his rage. The second point, which was also the most frightening point, was that the blood race was one of the main demonic legions that had invaded the Soul continent. Although the Black Jade did not explain the ins and outs, the blood race's innate bloodthirsty and murderous character still made Battle Wushuang think of this layer. Xu Ming, why did you come back? It's been a long time since I received a call from you. Is it besides something? The village chief asked. His hands turned green because of the juice from the cornstalks, and hastily wiped them twice on his body, looking at her in such a powerless manner. I didn't know what to do. To be honest, I never suspected Lin Shui, but with the facts in front of me, no one could say anything else. Xin Hao covered his face and directly spat out. Lord Ma, you are at least a saint's person. That brain can turn a little bit not. We have to build a huge printing bureau in all states for this newspaper. Such a huge printing bureau, in addition to printing newspapers on weekdays, is not idle? Mid-air Wanxiang real person Si Dingyu did not appear. Suddenly frowned. He knows that although Dingyu attack power is not as good as himself, but many attacks are the way he has not seen, cannot be defended against. In the long run, although he does not believe that he will be defeated, but inevitably have to be more trouble for nothing. Although Li Qingqian supervised the state when he this stage read man than the usual scenery, but go on the high stage for him seems to be a little early. He felt that he is still hiding behind the giant knocking on the side of the good. Take the big picture is really too tired, and also the heart of the battle. From all sides of the new world, a pirate ship, a large fleet, began to converge towards the same place. And the most tragic will be the number of the previous carrot ate the leader of the carrot. It because of the most ferocious rush, naturally also be attacked the most miserable. The outer thigh of the fur has been the other monkeys to bite off, even with the meat drooping. Even so, it is still very ferocious counterattacks. A few of us are looking at the eyes, anxious in the heart. Sitting in the tent laughing maniacally, Chang Diaojin first heard a burst of crackling broken sound, and then smelled a strong smell of wine, screamed a bad after they rushed out. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Tianhao was finally ready with a paragraph of speech, ready to persuade this teenage hero to accompany himself to participate in this end of Han Dynasty Wind and Cloud meeting. When Lao Li finished speaking, someone immediately said he was talking nonsense, saying that he was particularly nervous at that meeting, so there must be something wrong, and I also continued to put pressure on him, saying that if you hide anything, you are going to harm everyone, and in order to convince him and the group, I even pretended to take out a paper talisman from my backpack. Appeared on the battlefield of the reformed people, and the D-series robots made before Burgapunk is very similar, but the difference is that they are not the ability to do. But these guys have different racial characteristics. The sea is also relatively rare. All kinds of races of these reformed people inside the reverse is commonplace. Chapter 83, Auntie Can't Go Back. Zhang Qian stood in front of Lu Ming's house, took a deep breath and raised her hand to press the doorbell. The door quickly opened and Zhang Zimei's bright and beautiful face appeared in front of her. She had a warm smile on her face, but her eyes were a bit scrutinizing. "Ms. Jiang, please come in." Zhang Qian politely smiled back and stepped inside. This gesture of hostess hospitality struck her as a touch depressing, her heels making a crisp sound on the polished floor. Immediately after that, 3 uniformed police officers quickly walked in from outside. The one walking at the front was a middle-aged man in his 40s, the rank on his shoulder symbolizing his status as that of a squadron leader, and the 2 behind him were young police officers. That's a number that can't even be estimated, and it's absolutely staggering when it's really all straightened out. Alas, after wasting 8 yuaning, that guy actually hasn't died yet. He really has some skills. Zhuo Yu sighed. Your shadow clan is very small in number. So Phantom had all the shadow clan members go outside and she herself went to the 9 Spectres Mountain, where she was able to get guidance from the 9 Spectres of Death. Fire Phoenix said. Then Muiyao City can be the loss of contact. The only entrance and exit was blocked. Now the transmission array is not cancelled. It does not seem to have the slightest impact, but as long as when the transmission array disappeared, if it is not able to open up the Moor Mountain Road, then the Muiyao City can only give up a road. Oppression? Zhuo Yu's eyebrows raised. A palm photographed the top of the table. That huge table immediately turned into powder, but the crowd couldn't feel a single bit of power overflowing. If they didn't look at that table, they wouldn't be able to notice that this huge stone-long table had turned into powder at all. The black-robed male sun double palm at swing, palm wind agitation. Finally will light rain shock down, but a dozen fine as silk threads of silver needles. In this situation, Mu Ziran would definitely be imagining things. At least, it could be seen from between where Mu Ziran was sitting at the moment. Na wouldn't even make a move, and with himself growing stronger, Satyana wouldn't be a match for him even if he achieved sainthood. Like a spirit vein of a huge river, Zhuoyu didn't know how long it would take to finish searching, and he wasn't sure if there was something inside. Looking at the other medical staff, it seemed that they were all used to seeing this kind of stance from Shan Jingyu and were used to it. What happened to Mei Lin? Qi Shushi raised an eyebrow. 2 days ago Mei Lin even called me. Why is something wrong? The crowd had been traveling on the bottom of the sea for nearly 5 days, during which time the crowd cultivated what they should cultivate, healed what they should heal, and dawdled what they should dawdle, and they were at peace with each other. How did it come out? Xiao Weimi was a little pleased to see Cheng Cheng. The fact that this girl was able to come out showed that her brain was not too elmwood, and as time passed, Su Ming, who had been glaring at Xiao Mo and had not shown any indication, began to gradually redden his face and became more and more ugly. A person she didn't even know would appear was born with a beautiful face. That face, as if it was like a favor from the heavens, no matter who saw it, their hearts would tremble. Duisen was a bit speechless. Then he heard the sound of dragging boxes coming from upstairs. It was the sound of the rollers underneath the boxes. Duisen's heart suddenly surged with a wave of uneasiness. Bai Herong also heard Tian Chanxian's words. He nodded his head almost without thinking. If it was a problem that money could solve, he was willing to pay. Liang Jingrui also didn't know that his mother was plotting with someone else about something he didn't know. Jin Sikhan didn't move for half a day after hearing this. He looked at Kai Chi, his cold face expressionless. Ren Fengyu but not only sighed. He felt even more the pursuit of cold smoke is slim, but also more worried about his sister. He did not expect the Indian side have to participate. In fact, India, this country, looks very bright, known as one of the BRIC countries, but in fact then many people imagine that there is more poverty, but also polarization. Chapter 84 Anti-Sin's Journey to the Heart. Jiang Qian propped up her sore and weak body, as if it would fall apart at any moment, and returned home with great difficulty. It was as if her entire body had been drained of its spine. Her footsteps were weak, and each step was incredibly difficult to take. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Meng Qingning sitting quietly alone on the balcony. Meng Qingning legs folded, high up the legs casually swaying. The dim light outlined her delicate figure, but the look was indescribably lonely. Offering to meet Yu Yaowei, and at a time when Yu Yaowei had made some achievements, it was bound to be something good. After Bai Jingwu threw down a sentence to the several frozen cultivators, he began to turn to the next compound, and in a moment, all the buildings of the Blue family's special compound were all victimized, leaving only a ruin. Looking down at her hand, she should be able to use the power to force the medicine out of her. At least so far the spirit power hadn't let her down. You should know that your brother did have an arm broken by Uncle Four, and is still in the hospital for metallurgical treatment. But just as he stepped out of the room and tried to look back at Warfoam again, he pushed the door shut with a snap. Luckily, the person I met today was myself. If it had been someone else, it would have been a different story. Despite having shouted as loud as he could, Lian Yuan still acted as if he couldn't hear her shouting, clearly right next door, seconds away from breaking in, but he just delayed coming over. Zhang Chengqian said I believe that everyone froze. All blankly looked at the head of the family, waiting for the head of the family to explain. According to the original plan, they should have gone straight to 601 after they left 602, but Yu Wei pulled Wei Ran all the way out of the unit door. Wei Ran said the same speech he made at the door of 702 again. The man in the room frowned as he listened, and without warning closed the door of the room. A sentence of no need still echoing in the early morning hallway. Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. I wonder what the group leader means, Kyoho asked. Seeing that Fangza had settled on a choice, Big Meow gave Fangza a press on his forehead with his own meow paw, giving Fangza the ability Athena's sight. The initial search density of the ghosts was very wide, and the distribution of personnel was also very scattered. After all, wanting to find a person who was very good at hiding in this huge mountain forest is definitely not an easy thing. However, at the moment, before and after the gap between the two faces is simply the gap between heaven and earth. That is, with the advanced cosmetic surgery technology in the latter days of the Korean stick, I am afraid that it is difficult to reach this level. Lu Yaya coincidentally also crashed into the reverse elemental channel, and as she was about to fall, she sneered at Wan Ruoyang, waking up the rainbow card and letting the rainbow bridge connect himself instantly back to the underground base of the Demon Control Bureau. Fang Zhe was finally able to rest for a while, and finally didn't have to fight with the various people in the United States and still have to make up stories. But in no time at all he raised his head again, and after looking twice at Peter suddenly reached out to him and tore at the life jacket Peter was wearing. A successful emperor was definitely not someone with soft ears. Princess Mingyue's statement broke Lu Feng's fantasy. However, Lu Feng really didn't know how he should deal with the matter at hand. Although Ah Hua was plainly dressed and usually nagged a little bit, but that figure was still very good. Lu Feng remembered the time when he and Ah Hua had squeezed into a bed and slept together. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm pretending I don't know you two at the dinner table? Helga really didn't see the need for strangers either, and just found an empty couch and took a seat, smoothing down a bottle of red wine from a nearby wine rack and pouring half of it straight down. However, when Li Fei fought the 11th wave of zombies, the difficulty increased steeply, and those zombies acted as agile as humans, and their aggressiveness and defensiveness also increased. I'll be updating late today, so guys get up tomorrow and read it blah blah blah. Something came up today, will be more later. Chapter 8 A Precursor to Reconciliation. Jiang Qian's hand had just touched the door handle when she was suddenly dragged backward by a brute force by her hair. Jiang Yan's heels made a muffled sound on the carpet, and the straps of her bathrobe came apart to reveal a large expanse of wheat-colored skin. You're crazy! Jiang Qian stumbled and crashed into the entrance hall mirror, which reflected Jiang Yan's scarlet eyes. The ever-elegant woman was crushing her lips hard with her thumb. Is this how kissing a man works? The cold liquor suddenly poured. Han Feng's body trembled and he quickly turned around to take a look, and after realizing that the young man who had spoken was an acquaintance, his heart burst with panic. I couldn't turn around to see how Sun Yan and the others were doing, so I could only clench my teeth and fend off the thousand-tailed demon's attacks. However, more and more holes fell on the ice giant's body, and the ice giant was like a dangerous building in an earthquake. It was shaking. After the bones were blanched and put into the pot to start the soup, Sui Han began to prepare other things besides the seasonings. In the city of Xianyang, There was a strong true dragon's chi that influenced the direction of the dragon vein in the entire heaven and earth. Yun Shuiqing picked up her teacup and looked at it. Then her eyes locked onto the bottle of DRC extra red wine in the wine cabinet. Looking at Du Hong's already gloomy face, Su Fei remained the cigarette at his feet as he stomped hard. Hands just got a batch of the latest stuff. Not only can make him want to go into the bureau to drink tea, but also minutes can social death off a few layers of skin. However, it cannot affect and subvert the existing position of iOS, even if it is more powerful as to become the third giant in the field of the system. Sitting in the car, Yun Shuiqing made a huge program, which is to monitor the situation of everyone's cell phone in Yundu. And once there is a special situation it will send out an alarm to locate it instantly. Guo Qian walked over, and in the meantime, she peeled off the two children first, letting them go and play with Dahu and Eru. Under a round of strong fighting at all costs, the priest's bloodline dropped straight to the bottom, and had to hand over all three instantaneous healing spells. The bloodline of the sixth heavenly demon king and demon fox Abal fell below 50%, and the bloodline of the berserker heavenly martial warrior, even more so, dropped to a shocking 32%. After the failure of capturing Lin Xuangmai, he knew that the beam between the two of them would surely spend unresolved, which was why he thought of borrowing Luo Xinyu's power to get rid of Qin Yang. A large family did not go home for 2 days. Only Su Xiangdong himself went back to sleep at night, naturally attracted a lot of people inquiring. It doesn't look good. 9-star big duelist but the whole body is attached to the armor. That's called the real fighting armor. The current Galabai is just the chest. The legs are just. You can't even lie like that. And in your last life and this life, why don't you say you're the white lady waiting for Su Xian? When Song Himi turned her head to look at him, it was just as a sliver of sunlight shone through the shadows of the hovering trees on his face, white and bright, and she couldn't help but feel her heart thumping. And that's when shares of Allsup fell again, as the rest of the institutional traders in the market were just taking it for a round of tests. Seeing Luo arguing with her eldest aunt for their sake made her froze for a moment, and she was a bit puzzled for a moment. Was the original body on good terms with her? Song Yimi's habit is to exist on the cell phone card. This moment the cell phone card in Xinjiang there, her original card inside the business card phone are gone. It was Monday afternoon, and several colleges next to each other had classes. Therefore, there were very few people on Sycamore Avenue, and because of the ban on bicycles at Q University, even the usual pleasant car bells could not be heard. He had asked the world's most famous jewelry designer to make her a custom ring, one of a kind in the world. If just now, whether it was the Ice Lotus old ancestor or that divine being who knew about formations striking out, the crowd hadn't fully seen the Chinkuan Sex Mountain protecting defense formation. Then it was only at the moment when this green light instantly and almost shatteringly blasted the void, that all of them could see it clearly. How could she say that at a time like this? Shouldn't she say that she loved him, or that she missed him, under that kind of deep gaze? Chapter 36 thoroughly explained. Lu Ming's palm still carried Jiang Zimei's body heat, but at the moment it was clutched by Jiang Qian's cold fingertips to the point of raw pain. Jiang Zimei leaned against the foyer cabinet and watched this usually elegant and proper mature woman, like a drowning man grasping driftwood, mascara haloing out 2 gray marks under her eyes. Even the soft, tender feet wrapped in stockings were a little torn, all marks left by floor contact. Walking in heels, there was a gradual whistling sound in the sky, and the vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft missiles trailed their tail flames upward, like fireflies fighting fire. If someone looked closely, this colorful light was made up of all kinds of flowers, like a piece of armor coalesced by 100 flowers. When Li Ku heard the price, he knew that the hairpin was either silver-coated iron or hollow. Moeu recognized the outsider. It was his own teenage friend, the only heir of the Mu family in Yunzhou, Mu Yunchang. Nian Nian sniffed and immediately let go, twisting her fingers and tilting her head to look at Chu Tong, with some tears in her large eyes. With such an army, as long as there were no mutinies or stupidity in the generals, Li Jing could not think of any reason to lose the battle. You also said it was yesterday. To stab a son with his spear is a powerful way to confront such a self-contradictory person. Back in the house, Chen Lian still frowning. A lift of the eyes slammed into Li Yuan Miao's gaze. Chen Lian immediately recounted what had just happened. There weren't many disciples who were able to harness the dimming wind sky, or even more so, those who were able to enter the dimming winds hall were already a rare breed, not to mention practicing the strongest of the 6 swords, the Chaos Xiao and the Wuji Xiao. At once, an invisible killing chi enveloped Qin Ming. This broken gang arrow, this is the killing chi of this division of 100 battles condensed. These rolling blood chi condensed on the sands exclusively to break the cultivator's spells. Even the world's strongest defense spells, under this arrow, will be broken. This prevents different things from being stacked on top of one another, taking up limited space, and also prevents damage caused by stacking different items on top of one another. Right, there's also your sister, Xiao Qiu reminded. Seeing Yun Shu nodding, she didn't say much. After all, it was her family matter. It wasn't good for her to say too much. I believe she is so smart. Sooner or later she will figure it out. Lin Yan looked at Xiao Qiu's appearance and was tickled to death, then stroked her hair, resulting in Xiao Qiu just starting to play up her drunkenness again after being touched. Family, there is no need to say much. Another day when cousin has taken a break from bathing, we will come to bother. Song Ling smiled, but more than a few moments of Lin Qingyan's shadow. It is said that nephews are like uncles, and it is also true. These 5 chivalrous people were all from the Yunlan Empire, and they had naturally heard of Marshal Qin's mighty name, and a flash of gravity appeared in the eyes of several of them. So this time to the Divine Soldier Conference. He is also ready to finally make a wave of fame. I did not expect to run into such a good thing. Clear water as if there is a light injection, and then the light slowly produced changes, but also exactly the same as its seed. In the water also showed layers of gradient purple. A careful count. Exactly 9 layers. Okay, then let's make a deal. I'll help you get rid of her, and you'll pay for my mother's medical bills? Although Coco said this on her lips, she herself understood one thing, and that was that Chen Nain was just pretending to be generous. The main thing is that Lin Pengfei is a young man, and they have nothing in common with these old people. They naturally cannot come here to talk to Lin Pengfei to come. One had clearly released the sand and iron Dharma boundary, and this sand and iron Dharma boundary could not harm the enemy, but blocking the average person could still be done. I have named concubine Liao as concubinen. Do you know what that means? Zhuang Jiechen suddenly opened his mouth and asked this. Lin Fan hesitated. He didn't know anyone in the political world, and he couldn't seem to help Lin War. Reviewed. Only when the yin and yang are in harmony can one's martial arts cultivation usher in another big boost and break through the cultivation bottleneck. Brother Gaia should be very tired. It's normal to fall asleep, right? Lanol smiled helplessly. At that moment, a metallic sound suddenly came from under his feet. Lin Peng looked down and realized that there was a black object in front of the door that was reflecting a faint spot of light. If he didn't look closely, he wouldn't be able to find it at all. Lin Peng squatted down and trembled as he picked up the black object. Hamlet had finally avenged his father's death, but at the same time he had lost his own life and the lives of those he loved. He blinked his eyelids a few times, remembering his pathetic life. Finally, as if accepting the end, he slowly closed his eyes. A channel of chaotic color light from Zhuang Yan's body surged out, attempting to block the void phantom flame for a moment, but in the end, it is useless. Zhuang Jian's power. Then Zhuang Yan is too strong. The void phantom flame swept through. Directly will be the Zhuang Yan figure submerged. Chang Yuan Meng, if you feel that what I did was wrong, you can go and complain to the Grand Elder, and he will agree that I will leave immediately. A loud voice echoed out of nowhere, the light voice carrying a morose coldness. If this guy was hit by the fixed spirit bead, how come this bead is in the bag? It looks more like he slumbered on his own. Ziyani felt strange, coupled with the fact that the soundproofing of the room wasn't too good. Listening to the cries of the children, it was inevitable that the Red Eagles would be in a sullen mood. This official army, as much as 500,000 troops said to come, in the northern gate of Sangluo City, pulled out the position, ready to attack the city, and all of this is done to the Tiger Storm Fury, in order to let him reduce the suspicion of the Red Lai Han Great General. Zhang Yonghui incomparably touched, with crystal tears in his eyes. This is the brother. Have such a brother? This life is worth it. Got Zhu Yijuan's will. Li's secret will be led by Wang An, walking in the palace. Of course, cannot say that the search, too many taboos in the head. It is impossible to do in-depth detail. Rong Lijiao's anger was just like that of a man-eating female tiger, immediately scaring the man, shrinking his neck, not daring to make a snide remark. Tang Yuyu also do not know how in the end. Obviously with Chu Tianyu as a rival, but as soon as I heard that he wants to get married, this heart is hard. God's will? Simply a joke. It's obvious that you yourself are not as skilled as others. What does it have to do with Providence? One of the big men scoffed. Li's secret is intent on recruiting Sarutobi Sasuke. After all, this is the strongest ninja of the Koga stream. Although there have been exchanges, but at that time it was only a frontal encounter. Li's secret did not see Sarutobi Sasuke those profound ninjutsu. Everyone knows how demanding otters are in their living environment. Watching them accepting their new habitat without any resistance and actively building their nests in the corner of the free-ranging area of the spirit catchment. Some of the spirit catchment's loyal fans even felt a sense of honor and pride. When the old man told her the results of the investigation, Lu Chunbai for a moment did not know how to do it well. In the end, or the old man told her, Su Haotian the reason why to Xizang Evening News. A large number of people may be because of the relationship of Bai Lei. So this matter, the bell must be tied. Let her find Bai Lei to discuss the countermeasures. Then Luo Laosan will met Chi Tianhan after the things that happened briefly with the Bayless said again. Only to listen to the Bayless family of 3 were dumbfounded. How could they not imagine the world actually really have Chi Tianhan such a character? The words just fell. The door came knocking. Chi Weiguang from the nearest, to the outside 2 steps, opened the door. Lu Mingcheng walked in, face hung a faint smile familiar and the people in the room to greet. Then in the chair next to Song Qin sat down. Mr. Xiao, stop struggling and come out. As he spoke, Wang Daji had already arrived at the window where Xiao Ruoshui was hiding and opened his mouth with a smile. Bang! He hit a rock wall hard, followed by a tumble into a large snow pit. He had just said that he could expel Yi Bai. That was naturally bragging. He was a physical education teacher who had the qualification to expel students, but he could not expel students, but he could find the principal to help. She came out of Nanzhuang and listened to 2 passing passers-by discussing something, and the words seemed to have something to do with the Rao family. Looking up and around, this was a completely unfamiliar place. When she was looking for a way out just now, she realized that this place was actually a canyon surrounded by mountains on all sides, only that this canyon extended very far, and she had been walking for a long time before realizing that there was no way out at all. Just in time and the following, a few days ago just happened to travel to this city, overheard the heart here set up the ring, so I came over to observe and refer to the heroes of all walks of life stunts, to see if from it to understand some of the stunts Dylan Jie bowed. To the Miyamoto Takishijin know that he exists in the Himalayas was surprised. Lin Faimai, what are you doing? Yadong was horrified in his heart. He had long thought that even if Lin Faimai didn't kill himself, he would most likely peel off a layer of his skin and flesh, but at this moment, Lin Feidao really made a move on himself. He still felt very surprised. You should be asking if he did anything to those cops. Yang Qing, on the other hand, said in a different way, long live the emperor, the Microchin inquired. Not only does the Empress Dowager have 2 nephews of her own family, and there is an adoptive father who never reveals himself, the Empress Dowager kept the matter of the adoptive father she had a very tight secret, and never admitted it. Sherma Yuan slightly raised his head to look at Zhao Yun's face. Yang Yao saw the situation is not right. In order to gather people's hearts and morale, gathered several ways of soldiers and horses, from the Wuling, Dinko and the lower site of the river mouth, land and water, and attacked the river, to fight with the official army to the death. Xu Ming remembered Hu Sun Yang's beautiful face. Rather than cheaper Wanging that kind of goods would be better to marry himself. What's more, time waits for no one, and the development of maritime commerce is already an imminent matter. Luo Hao saw this Roy and then looked at himself. Damn, the same are all human. How come the gap is so big? Chapter 87. I've wanted this to be like this for a long time. The colored lights of the crane machine flowed under Jiang Qian's eyes, and the strawberry bear's fluff rubbed against her crystalline earlobes without speaking. Let's also wait for Lu Mingzi to die. Lu Mingzi suddenly reached out and ruffled the crushed hair stuck to her lips, the caramelized scent of popcorn lingering on his fingertips. So you are now. He rubbed his fingertips unconsciously against the doll machine rocker and didn't bother to look at her, making a clunking noise. Count that as completely figured out? Yi Jin will not, can only dryly watch Songhu operation. Songhu really is not blowing. Step by step, one by one, smooth. Do not need a minute to get good. Directly play out. Yi Jin happened to catch this detail. A sprinting step rushed up. A side kick. Directly kicked the gun off. The gun had not yet landed, and saw a smoke bomb on the ground. The entire box filled. Hearing these words, Yuan Xingxuan's face was obviously just a blush, but she did not open her mouth to refute old man Kong's words. Blind date? What's a blind date these days? Isn't that too old-fashioned? She doesn't need a blind date to get married, does she? Su Jun listened to the cold grunt. May character naive Angela did not hear anything. Su Jun is aware of the content. The suite of more than 200 square meters, except for the kitchen and bathroom, are separated. The rest of the space is open design. Standing at the entrance, you can see almost the whole house. I copied the information according to what Wang Tianxiao said. Then I left the mourner's headquarters, and I went to find Yu Shengming. I didn't discuss this matter of making him the head of the family with him beforehand, so I'm going to tell him now. After Colorado hung up the phone, Shui Jiancheng asked Wind Shadow and Dragon Eagle to set out immediately to rescue Shintong at once. Ow. Yi Zhenhe climbed down the upper bunk. Habitual sex rubbing eyes. Pressed open the cell phone screen. More than 6:20. It should be last night when Yizhen looked at the cell phone for fear of noisy people pressed the mute. The result was later and did not change to have sound. And finally it was muted. The alarm clock went off, also muted. It feels like Skywhisker shouldn't be dead. Even though you revoked the effect of slightly transformed to the source, it will take a little more time. Despite the fact that Skywhisker had a heart and blood vessels and a small amount of cellular tissue, it was still cyborg in nature, with a mechanical skeleton, organs, and computers, and even if it drained all of its blood, it wouldn't be fatal. This is a calm person, a knowledgeable and intelligent person, a person who saves for a rainy day, both with the characteristic confidence of a young man, but also with a mature and steady that does not match his age. I do not know what kind of experience, so that he became such a different look. You teleport over and punch the black shadow that teleported halfway across the room head on to the ground. You definitely didn't use any special force, but the black shadow fell straight to its knees and never got up. There's no one left in front of you to stop you, except for 2 or 3 dazed shadow-dyed spiders. Counter-terrorism is impossible, and cannot be said to be a civil war, because as soon as it came up the previous government fell. The interim government came to power, which is a normal change of political power. Belongs to the internal affairs of a country. There is no reason for other countries to intervene. This is just an appearance. Just like people eat to live, but not live to eat. The empire, or our nation, has never excluded outsiders, and in China's thousands of years of history, the Han and Tang dynasties have been the strongest, and these 2 dynasties have also been the most open and tolerant in history. Isn't the Soviet delegation not here yet? Dunin didn't really care, and immediately afterward he looked around. I haha smile, sat on the side. The 2 talked for a while. Nothing more than some rules of this greedy wolf country. This greedy wolf country's laws and rules, and the lock country and very different. Greedy wolf country's system, and the 3 worlds of the court system of the 6 paths of the same. It should be with the 3 worlds of the 6 paths of learning. Put it out. Go see the blah. Gone for Valentine's Day. Ahem. I'll update tomorrow and will make up for today's drops. Chapter 88, Caught in the Act. That said, Lu Mingzi coughed. What do you mean you've wanted this for a long time? A place like a KTV, I have a sense of proportion. Oh, if I hadn't stopped you, I guess it would have all been touched up by then. Lu Mingzi did not say anything, so he used a little force. Dang dwang. Zhang Chen's body was like eating hyun mai. This yoga pants stretch as soft as no bones. See Jiang Zi Mei cannot help but. Zhao Feng also knows that the heart wants to dominate the Asian jewelry high-end brands of gold and woodbine. Has been trying to find ways to open the process of gold and jade, but also want to dig gold and jade edge of the craftsman. Well, in Zhao Feng early precautionary before not letting it succeed. I had a thinly veiled anger in my heart, and I didn't want to broaden my clothes, so this time I threw off my shoes, scuffed up to the earthen Kong, wrapped myself tightly with the quilt, and shrunk down by the corner of the Kong. Zhu Lanlan missed a blow, and his heart could not help but be appalled. His face was blue, but he was no longer impetuous and became calm. This angered it, and with a wail of pain, it leapt up in place and lunged at me like mad. Want to run? Not that easy. Seeing this, Mu Fan immediately let out a cold smile, and 2 rays of light struck out from his hands, shooting out explosively at those 2 people. Ha ha, speaking of which, I also have to thank Hoi. This spell is so timely, I can cultivate it just in time. Yun Yinshan laughed happily. Fatty came back in the middle of the night, with a bit of a drunken stupor, and said only that there was some progress, but that it hadn't been resolved yet. Xiao almost did not hold back to laugh out. For the sake of wrongdoing, here can be for the sake of wrongdoing, only she. Dingbai reached out and lifted the stone slab, instantly revealing a hole, while there was a surge of mind power that isolated all the river water. Mu Yuanqi hammed and hawed and giggled, echoing Chu Chang. This child, seriously, how to look at it, how to look at it. There is a sense of arrogance. Not bad, there is a future. Is master let subordinate to protect girl, but before encountered spirit beast, delayed time, which let the girl suffered so many injuries. I hope the girl forgive. Seeing that Hua Shiryu was seriously injured, Di Chu was shocked and couldn't help but look very distressed, and then he was seen to be filled with guilt as he crisply begged for forgiveness. Wan Ancho also put it aside. This kind of thing with no evidence is not taken seriously at all, but in the instant of catching it, a light blue LCD screen actually appeared in midair in front of his eyes. Sheizo said this falsehood without a ripple inside. Of course he wouldn't really have this brainwashed mentality towards anyone for real. This strange feeling came, teaching the flying winged lightning leopard couldn't help but tilt its head to look at Hua Shiryu carefully, as if it wanted to so as to unravel the doubts in its heart. Thank you mother. When Men Lulaning heard this, she couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart, and then she couldn't help but jump into her mother's arms. The male god's eyes were so gentle. I had noticed it before when I was on the set, but then, even if it was gentle, it was just an act, since he had already gained the victory. Hao Jian was ready to move on to the next house, bidding Chen Mingyang a brief farewell and leaving the Chen mansion with Kill 1000 in tow. Su Qinhan just put down her long, soft and bright hair. The raven black hair color complemented the smoky green gown and set off her skin more and more porcelain white. Wang Jun's ship went down to Izhou, and the king's energy in Jinling was eclipsed. Thousands of iron locks sank to the bottom of the river, and a piece of descending flag came out of the stone. I really don't know how Jez's brain actually grows. This obviously does not have a single dirty word in the words, but it is cursing particularly unpleasant and particularly damaging, and at any time the blood pressure bursts. This is the difference between industrial and agricultural countries. Agriculture limits the size of the population. Industry opens the upper limit of the population. Earlier, Wei Jade said that if the Empress died within 3 months, Xuer's words could not be used as evidence of Jia Nanfeng's murder, so she would not kill Jia Nanfeng. Wu Ma spent 20 hell points and purchased it successfully. Looking at the blood-red potion in his hand, without hesitation, Wu Ma drank it all in one go. Chapter 89, Imagination in Youth. Lu Mingze must know her. The impression of her is the kind of particularly high and cold strong woman, very aura. Now what are you doing against the wall with your feet spread? For a split second, he was dumbfounded, his eyes glazed over, wide-eyed with her. Hello ma'am. Since her own aunt was her family's nanny, she grew up just calling out for ma'am. Oh, so Jiang Qian's man is you. This person, we have been through so many things and have learned so many lessons. It would be the most foolish thing in the world if we were to think too much about each other and be too suspicious. Don't rush. I haven't finished yet. The Xian ice wood can only temporarily hide the heat emitted by the human body, and as time passes, the hiding effect will get worse and worse, so the effective time limit is around 10 minutes. Master Lingjiu said, holding that Xian ice wood in his hand. A layer of frost unexpectedly formed on the palm of his hand. Zhang Daoling's lower abdomen was injured, and it was unlikely that the yin-yang tiger's means of attack would injure Zhang Daoling there. If it was a sneak attack, it should also be a back and neck injury. Ling Xiao began to feel something very smooth sliding down his neck, and while the feeling wasn't terribly off-putting, the thought of it being that big, wrinkled white face made him feel like vomiting. I immediately flipped my face and changed color, first lighting up 50 lines of information, followed by the Yangshan coming out of its shell, and then lighting up another 50 lines of information out. I only heard Li Ming say, eldest brother, Spirit Mountain is a blessed place for cultivation, and the Tongbei Ape Monkey clan is entrenched here, so they must have accumulated a lot of resources for cultivation, so you'll definitely be taken care of in a special way if you stay. Qi Jing has a marriage contract with the Mu family. If it was there before, it would not be rumored only now, which means that it should be arranged before Qi Ruhuang's departure. First there was that 6th order spirit beast, and then there was this big array. It seems that those people are mostly useless. This batch of robots was completely different from the previous ones. They didn't have human bones and flesh. All they had was steel bodies. These were real steel robots, just like a shrunken version of Transformers. Then what should we do now? We can't let the Su family take Li Ming away, right? Yi Wudao said with a frown. Good. Lu Mengxia nodded. Looking at the meal in front of her, she unexpectedly had no appetite at all. Her heart was filled with that sudden news. Grandpa Chen is actually doing this for the good of the Locke family, so I hope you don't hold a grudge against him. When Locke Xingyue saw that Zi Yunyuan was finally looking at her squarely, she instantly heatedly smiled, then said to Zi Yunyuan, how can you say that? The softness and modesty in Mercyfrost's cheeks was almost too much to maintain. After staring like this for a few moments, Falling Dust stumbled upon the fact that the man would intentionally or unintentionally glance this way once or twice. How do the ministers feel about this matter? Huizong Zhaoji really couldn't figure out how to solve it, so he had to open his mouth and ask, blood of pure yang, 9 orifices Linglong heart? I muttered. These names that sounded and felt heavenly. What Zhao Yang wanted to do must not be that simple. This shouldn't be a problem, should it? Speaking of the gathering between our sisters is also considered a private conversation, right? Concubine Rose looked at Nangong Yulan. Falling Dust sighed in his heart and also quietly returned. Don't worry, High Priestess. I had no intention of being unfavorable to your clan. Alas, it's just a matter of withdrawing to protect oneself. Is it possible to stand obediently and be divided? The 3 gods will be even worse. In order to save the disabled ministry, the killing momentum has been hindered, and at this moment to add such a pile of, while struggling to suppress the drug infestation, and at the same time fight to the death, and cannot take care of good, unharmed? After Dao Wuhan defeated Zheng Zi Sun and Guzhen, he set his sights on the others as he helped them defeat the other 10 geniuses of the Flame sect before setting his sights on those strong at the Spirit Saint realm level. Chapter 90, The Sweet World of Two. In fact, Jiang Yun's lips are very plump, through a different kind of sexy, and the rain is really not small. The raindrops with watery crystals, as if with a hint of love, point to point, kissing on it was a wonderful feeling. Lu Mingze touched his lips and the touch he had just had when he was at Jiang Yun's house. What about not keeping you overnight? Just after taking off his shoes, Jiang Qian came over and grabbed his smelly socks and went to the bathroom to rub them. After the big battle, Chen Feng was more relaxed, and for the first time in his life, he had drunk so much wine, so he was blurry and somewhat less sober, and only felt that he was being helped to walk out and return to the guest room. Firefox was still confident in his illusion technique. It was just that most of his meditative power was now sealed and it was hard to make sure that he didn't make a mistake. At the same time, suddenly surprised a cool wind came, so that Yun Xianrua involuntarily hit a cold war, twisted his head to look at the moonlight misty night sky. This is cooling down? You are the strongest combatant within the Sifang clan. If you are trapped within the Void Realm, I believe that the entire Sifang mountain will no longer have a stronger main general to participate in the battle. Nangongyan's statement was exactly what old Xiao Tu was most worried about at the moment. Upon hearing these words, the demon monarch's shocked jaw almost didn't fall off the ground. He stroked his chin as if testing if it existed. He was even more shocked inside at this moment than seeing the Xianling treasure blood. Caught up in the status quo of comfort for a short time, Zhang Jin has been unable to pull out of it. Hate to be deep in this scene. Lifelong, as the saying goes, you can't wake up a person pretending to sleep. Bai Yuling heart sighing at the same time also cannot help but rise up doubts. And then how? This gap is also too outrageous. Chen Feng listened to his words that seemed like Gatha but not Gatha and felt that this had the demeanor of an ancient devil who acted according to his own heart and his own nature. The one in the deep sea area was just a coincidence randomly scanned and found, and was not deliberately included in the scanning range by Linger. Zhang Jin waited for her breathing to calm down a bit, took the cup of hot water handed over by Feng Mengmeng and drank a sip of ginger cinnamon black tea, wrapped up in her down jacket and walked towards where Director Gu was. Slap. Naughty slap down. The top of the head seems to be swung with a sledgehammer as if it was swung with a sledgehammer. The eyes of the struck gentry have been filled with blood, and he fell straight down, with a super first-class expert in place. This first place is not for anyone else to think about. Yan Su positioned his goal as second. The corners of Yang Shengwei's mouth curved up even higher. He knew that I definitely wouldn't be spared this beating yet. As Night Qingfeng's words landed, Mo Fan, who was about to go and pour water, stepped heavily on the ground with a muffled sound, and his footsteps came to a halt. Or else, if you don't believe me, let's try it and see if I dare. My attitude was particularly tough. And then, all of those great figures of the lineage struck out, even using heaven-defying magic treasures, disregarding everything and performing extermination. And this time, no matter who came to plead for mercy, it didn't work. To resist the reincarnation Celestial Emperor's particle disintegration technique, one could completely rely only on the Yellow Emperor's shield of space. The crowd was all filled with shock as they watched this scene, and couldn't help but stagger at the strength of the two in their hearts. His entire body was shaped like a giant dragon covered in bones, and his body was flanked by two blood-colored demonic wings large enough to cover the sky. They had to know that Lin Yun's strength was similar to theirs at that time, but how long had it been? Could it be that Lin Yun could already rival a martial saint? Now they are already completely recognized for Big Bear, knowing that Big Bear's command ability is also superb. And none of those group army commanders transferred from the front line do not listen to Big Bear. At that time, our empire can then complete the invasion of other countries. It's also possible. Now Hu Hao's great Han Empire is in the ascendant. We want to take advantage of it. It's simply impossible. Anders sat there and said to Andre. Andre, on the other hand, kept staring at Anders. Chapter 91. You wait for Jiang Qian to lose her reputation. How did such words come out of that red mouth? In the past, Lu Mingze wanted to take revenge. Tough revenge. The mind is not pure. Now, see, she really does not go to the bathroom. Clamped thighs are a little trembling. Lu Mingze then felt nourished from the bottom of his heart. All cool, hurriedly said, Gu, you go quickly. It's not good to hold it for a long time. Jiang Qian nodded then, stepping on her slippers. Thank you. Renwan knew that Su Nuo was admiring himself now, but he wouldn't let Su Nuo always think that way, because Su Nuo would grow up one day, and then maybe his talent would start to show its light, and he would start to use his own power to fight against the absurdity of this world. Hearing this, Zhu Ziqing was relieved, and her hanging heart was finally put back. Lin Baibai looked at the picture on the light screen that kept changing along with the words of the light bulb. It was exactly one life, 2 lives, 2 lives, 3 lives, 3 lives, and countless stars were gorgeous among them, shocking the hearts of the people. Since Arius had entered this shadow film universe, he didn't even dare to observe Yi Yu in order to avoid being detected by him. Some task executives do not know how the brain circuit, mounting himself with a protagonist halo seems to be, made a great, by the guardian of the pit death of the instructors know how many, said all the tears. It's fine, this matter is not in a hurry. You only need to think of the next causal maze before it unfolds, and it will be counted as passing this test. Yi Yu hemmed and hawed, in order to not let D Hearing Wind resist himself in his heart. Golden Scales could only give up. Anyway, with D Hearing Wind's power, in the end, he could still save God Hoven, save the barbarian clan. On October 30th, 2006, Huang Yang joined the gang of Bald-Head Chang and worked as an undercover agent in order to find the truth about Wang Lichuan's death. Because of the dangers of being an undercover agent, Huang Yang went incognito as Chun Xiu and completely lost contact with his family. The old man smiled and opened his mouth to Yang Qingyu, who glanced at the old man and suddenly froze a little, but his mind could not recall who this old man was. When the two entered the room, they saw a fellow dozing on the counter and didn't seem to notice their arrival. With more and more white fog in the hall, The treasures in the distance were even more difficult to see, and it was also difficult to see who had actually taken which treasures. Although Lin Yunfei spoke as if she really hated to go straight to her death, Hua Qingyan saw the concealment in the bottom of her eyes. Masahiko withdrew his force field, and the people in the room only felt a sense of relief in their hearts, only to be righted by Masahiko's serious expression. I'll give it a try then. Leia really wanted to marry Chai Wang now. At that time when Vanderling's bone-piercing lance reached her, the thing she regretted the most when she thought about it surprisingly wasn't not seeing her brother and father one more time. It was not having Chai Wang to really get married and go on for the rest of her life. As a mage from the neutral chaos camp, Punk was inevitably a little displeased with the aura of order and goodness on the Eye of Judgment contract that had reached the soul level. And Kane, a knight from the evil chaos camp, was even more half-hearted in hiding his distaste for the contract on the table. Acacia's long hair in the seawater was like a dyed ink painting, beautiful and soul-stirring. There was another pop from the hooves hitting the ground, only this time it was much lighter than the previous one, and it was more disorganized or lighter in comparison. Ignoring the goblin in front of him as he began to keep pulling out tissues to wipe his nose and eyes, Punk looked over at Ben Rachel with a somewhat puzzled mood. A lot of people didn't agree because they didn't want to move the graves of the older generation, so the gravesite plans didn't work out. So the old man passed away, still invited a yin and yang gentleman to come over and see where that piece of land is suitable for burial. Early in the morning, before Tang Candy could even climb up, Rong Ying's voice came straight through the door, causing the confused Tang Candy to immediately be a little confused as to whether she was dreaming or actually heard Rong Ying's voice. Chapter 92, Ikazawa. So that no one can break us up. Oh, Lu Ming's eyes grew cold. He does not beat women. If not, Jiang Qian pulled him. Also want a flying kick. Strong hand, crack skull. And just then, a clear voice came. He, what are you guys crowding here for? Lu Mingze and Jiang Qian fixed their eyes on it. So it was Jiang Zimei. She was dressed in a simple dress, dragging her suitcase, her long hair down her back, and she looked a little puzzled as she was walking this way. That's just a verbal agreement. I mean, we have to make a long-term plan? Is forever between the two countries, do not violate each other, and help each other to help each other. The two countries' economic exchanges have been for each other to keep the intersection open. Su Qing said. After experiencing all this, Long Hao fell into a deep self-reproach. A huge sense of powerlessness almost crushed his nerves. Obviously he had gotten the news a long time ago. Obviously not long ago he was confidently ready to kill Zhang Chenhu to avenge for his brother. After rejoicing, Ningen then realized that Wang Liqiao had made so much money after so many years of being a bully in Xiangjiang that he could buy 15% of Ford's shares, and without any hesitation, even if Ningen didn't do anything in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Could it be that the arrogant assassin begged for forgiveness and bowed down to the young master in the letter, and thus the young master laughed happily? Hua Li's eyelids jumped. The south was so big, he couldn't have guessed her destination. The cured lady came out of the fire ring, walked excitedly to Sha Sha, bowed to him with gratitude, and then hugged the chief next to her with tears of joy. If the country had paid more attention to the prevention of this disease earlier, there would not have been 600,000 to 700,000 infected people in 30 years' time. And there would not have been more than 200,000 deaths due to this disease, which costs hundreds of millions of dollars a year in prevention and treatment. The wind whistled, and the rapid descent, in the middle of which she was still stopped by the branches of the trees. Finally she felt as if she had landed in the water, and then she lost consciousness. It turned out to be a tour organized by the school for students of the Department of Ships, which is Ningen's major. The doctor instantly froze in his tracks and took a careful look at Gumujin, deeply wanting to make sure that his own grandson's young master hadn't been switched. Saint level? What's his name? Nightfang's heart was slightly shaken. 3 years older than himself and he had already broken through to the saint level. It seemed that he should cultivate properly these days and strive to break through to the saint level as soon as possible. At this point, if the new chi mass reached where the old chi mass was and the old chi mass hadn't finished spreading, in Lu Yu's prediction, the old and new chi masses might merge with each other. Into the courtyard back to the house. Anzi was confused. Shang Wanchen boarded a handsome face to sit steadily. Two animals, a left side of the demeanor is different. Shui Ding integrated these intelligence and consulted Qianzhou Qianx and the others again, and finally came to a definite conclusion that white horseman had indeed reached the innate realm, and should be with that mother and son duo, helping that mother and son duo. There were naturally people who could break through without using pills, but those were mostly thick and thin. Yi Haozuan had just broken through to the peak of the innate not long ago, and at this time, he was only able to cultivate the astral energy, so he couldn't talk about accumulation at all, not to mention thick and thin. 3-foot sword blade splitting cinnabar, shattering mans. Lu Fian couldn't hold it for a long time, and her sword moves were furious. The purple striped longsword was brightly colored, and a large amount of yuan power had been gathered within 2 breaths, and it was seen to have the appearance of cracking. Spare me, The thought of having to meet a demonic cultivator if nothing else is going on. That's just hell. Yen Lei Ru said. The exchange of hands still continued. In the darkness Yen Jin kept changing positions, at the same time kept exchanging hands with the shadow eunuch. This was a completely invisible battle. Occasionally the two swords would make some sound. The divine mind could not feel it. This kind of strange battle, Yen Jin was still the first time to come into contact with it. As for the origin of the ferocious beasts, it's better to let So Demon Ancestor tell you. He should know a bit more than me. After the vessel spirit finished speaking, it looked towards me, and Barbarian Wind and Barbarian Sangtian also turned their gazes towards me. Even Wu Shuang, who was next to me, came a little closer and listened on her own. Chapter 93, Is She Something Else? In this era, the qualifications of human beings to achieve the vision of 5-colored haze and 5 chi. It was a bit excessive, but it wasn't completely impossible. And if he knew that Su Wuyo was prepared to let him pay for that 100 Shinkuan bags of chaotic soil, he didn't know how he would feel? This point of distance, for the Wolf Chi Maiden, for them, really not worth mentioning. This is not, in the twinkling of an eye, has even come to the grinding road hall less than 10,000 meters. Zhaozhen is no longer the Zhaozhen of the past. In the past, Zhaozhen listened to what they said about the emperor was high and mighty. No one dared to take action against the emperor, so the emperor only needed to reason more and teach more, and the world will be harmonious. It doesn't say they're right or wrong, but Anti describes the whole truth from an objective point of view, and that's what's scary. Ram had just finished this snide remark, and before Kalenzi could retort, he was interrupted by a burst of exhalation, followed by the sudden disappearance of the coldness in the space, which was replaced by an extremely masculine and extremely scorching air current. The golden proportions of the features had long since frozen, and the unimaginatively wide-open luscious red lips could almost be stuffed into 2 standardized eggs. But it was too late for that, as Jane was stepped on a shaky patch of slippery silt, and the whole thing immediately collapsed. She screamed, and like a slide, she was swept underneath by a pile of mud wrapped around her. Talking to you nobles is just so laborious. Lin Ai bristled. To say that Mo Lan didn't have some kind of status, without the tacit approval of the Kapologi family behind him, could he come to the front of the near-world resident? These two scums bullying your old lady. In my place I'll just throw them directly into a ING processing plant to make them into mincemeat, then steam them and feed them to the dogs. Yi Tian waved his hand as easily as if he was preparing to kill 2 chickens. So flustered. What's going on? Zhang Lingwei met Louis Fei, who looked different in the private room. Louis Fei not only wore sunglasses, but also a mask, covered so tightly that she almost didn't recognize her. Refund the ticket money first. Didn't they just see a fierce battle? Zhang Haofeng left behind a paragraph and never said more, directly turning around and leaving. Being held in what position now? The only way they could be allowed to leave was to wait for that round. And the 9th princess knew very well that those 3 sisters of hers who wanted to compete for the throne were either weak and incompetent or ruthless. And no matter who sat in that position, the Cloud Sea Kingdom would no longer be as stable as it is today. You're a Jianyang? It's Yin Jiao? The progenitor actually had some disbelief and shook his head vigorously, looking at the Jianyang and saying softly, Lin Shui, how are you? Han Wei had already stepped forward and immediately picked up Lin Shui. Suddenly he saw Lin Shui lying in the desert, the location that had obviously been searched just now, as if it had appeared out of thin air. But it was good that the person had found it, and didn't bother to dwell on it. With the basic conclusion, Han Wei and Lao Zhang consciously look up the historical records of Li Lianying, the last big eunuch in the late Qing dynasty. There are a lot of records. All kinds of wild history records are endless, but there is nothing that looks like it is related to the White Jade Ring. 36 million. Old man Wang called out again. Although he was a handful of years old, his voice was loud and clear, and as he said that, he also gave Mr. Chen a fierce look, as if he had a deep hatred with him. Chen Hao has always felt that Hu Chunlin is good, calm and opinionated, and loyal to himself, so all along Chen Hao has been Hu Chunlin as his beloved in general, but also intends to Hu Chunlin elevated to the deputy head of the hall. But out of the Huang Tianba this file, has not yet had time to do. Koani seemed to have not regained her senses for a moment, and was carried out of the palace by Nie Yen before she slowly realized what had happened, and she looked at Nie Yen in a daze, her eyelashes trembling terribly. Is he looking for himself? I'm afraid he's been searching for himself, and I wonder if there's anyone around him who can be patient enough to explain to him. The regulus sword behind Mo differently began to tremble again as he tried to kill the giant wolf, and He hurriedly waved his hand. Therefore, Buddha Kai's choice was actually not wrong, and such sins could not be carried by the current Buddhist sect. A mere Buddha's son is not important enough to do so. I told you just now that it would be sour. Oh, Suyu couldn't help but skim his mouth. It was not until the land and mountain gods of this area, because of the broken incense offerings, that they were forced to have the courage to meet and come together to check things out. Tang Jiaru also did not seem to be the least bit afraid of Li Yonghyun's disdain. and had no qualms about talking about her feelings. Liam is to think that private or good. She mainly considered Soo Jin-yoon is a public artist. This thing is not about Soo Jin-yoon, but after all, it is a part of him. If it was transmitted to the internet, said Jin-yoon, an artist, so catty, it is not good. It was hard on her heart even now. She knew he saw more or less what was going on with her, and now she didn't believe her? Old man Go may never know that some people with lustful hearts get more itchy the more they tell him no. And Lang Dianchen told Unroarin very matter-of-factly that he would always love Unroarin. Dugalingsi was also surprised by this and inclined her head to stare blankly at Long Mingshu, as if she had seen some strange creature. Sighing, then let's just go back to the forest garden first. It's not easy to talk outside. Lan Yuchen made a suggestion and all of them agreed, so they drove back to the forest garden together. At the moment of impact, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be trembling violently. The entire desolate ancient realm trembled crazily, as if an earthquake was coming, even though the center of the impact was a great distance away from the ground. Some of the majestic mountains in the distant places were still shaken into pieces under the aftermath. It was really shocking. It was clear that this time he had come to see him for a while, but when he actually saw him, he didn't have the courage to face him. The young man who sang, "Listen to the breeze, ringing in the ears, sighing the flowing water, falling flowers sad, who in the smoke and clouds of the long zither." Chapter 94, Kill Them All. The power of the god-devouring worm and the snow essence worm is not comparable. It is one of the few strange spirit worms in the cultivation world that can devour the divine sense. This kind of spirit worm is deep black when it is just born. Once it matures, the color will slowly become lighter. And finally, when these worms become colorless, then it will be truly invincible. In the courtyard, Shiman Pao Feng, Shiman Pao Hua, and Shiman Pao Yu were standing in the pavilion with Moon Burial Flower, all looking down at something. Don't worry, Gongzi isn't dead. You guys going over there now will only attract the attention of the heavenly tribulation and enhance its power. Hao Cohen hurriedly stopped it. Xu Xian and the others all stood horizontally in the void, looking at the void that was drenched in bloodlight with a grave expression on their faces. While saying that, she put her sleeve down, because Tang Tang felt that Shiman Pao Shue's eyes were a bit strange. Yes, big brother, I'll go right away. Right away. A man with a full beard leapt up from the stool and said his body was heading out. The faces of the people from the Surprise Peak, the Great Sun Hall, and the Flying Rainbow Hall were unsightly, but the Changhua Island master had already made a decision, so they didn't dare to say anything else. A slightly shrill voice came out, interrupting the questioning of this transitional cultivator, and following the voice in were elder men and a Mahayana 4th level cultivator with a very bright brain. The 5-colored divine aura swiftly brushed over, quickly brushing down the flesh of this fighting devil Buddha, and that powerful aura carried a boundless vastness of might within it. Nan Xiaoyu had just started live streaming. Today was the 3rd anniversary of her debut and she had promised to give her fans a live stream. And at this moment, the 3 people who were far away in the forest garden had wanted to help Unroarin solve this misunderstanding, but they hadn't thought that she would be able to solve it on her own. And to Jitingyu was like an untouchable male god, although he is a warm man, but it always feels like it is not on the same line with him. Don't bull *********. Qin Shao's face was completely blackened. His words were all a bit sharp. He listened with his side ears, and only after making sure again and again that no one was around, did he settle down. No such thing. I really don't know where this Yi Qingcheng came from. What kind of nonsense is loaded inside his head? A warrior, once he breaks through the middle stage of berserk, there will be a qualitative leap in both his body and his operational awareness. After crossing deep into the 100,000 mountains, Wu Hao was unable to continue his cultivation because of various demonic beasts and other reasons, but whenever he encountered flying demonic beasts coming at him, he would kill them with good grace, killing them all the way down. But the facts proved that they were just overthinking. Mediterranean Sea? As a berserker, obviously couldn't be a vegetarian. As Fei Li could built up his strength to prepare for the sword chi chop, Mediterranean Sea, which had been shutting his mouth to death, finally began to move. So as long as Qin Zhao was in the royal residence, Yi Chanchang was always trembling because of the ghost in her heart. Many people were caused by the sudden sharp braking caused their bodies to lean forward violently, and individual personnel who did not wear seatbelts straightened up and hit their faces on the backs of the seats in front of them. However, it was already too late. Yi Chen descended from the sky, controlling 10,000 feet of thunder and lightning. Lifting his hand, the majestic sea of thunder took shape, and a large number of demon cultivators blew up and turned into blood mist, a horrifying and incomparable sight. A large part of the ocean was burned dry, the underwater cliffs were crushed, and 3 large meteorites suspended in the sea surface opened up steeply, and 3 slender figures slowly stepped out. Just as soon as Xingyu's words fell, dozens of locomotive roars could be heard roaring and roaring up in the sky of the area. It was a long time before he opened his eyes and looked up. a small smile flashing in his eyes, the hand on the other man's eyes still not removed. Well, Lavery, after delivering you, my mission is complete, so it's time to say goodbye. Just then, Nightcloud suddenly spoke. Xia Jiqing froze for a moment, not understanding what exactly Wang Dong meant. Why did he ask himself to stop the car when it was a race against time? But she still obediently slowed down and pulled the car over to the side. This seems to be really not. Wang Dong recalled those kindergartens he had seen. That is not decorated particularly beautiful. The plaque made to be more luxurious. Even bilingual is not enough. Hate to write 3, 4, 5, 6 languages to be willing. The Qianyu restaurant was the property of their Qian family. This restaurant was different from other restaurants. There was no VIP floor or private rooms here. This was because both the owner of the restaurant, Qian Yu, and Qian Jian, used to like to sit here and receive the reverent, awe-inspiring gazes of others. Li Yi also smiled and did not say anything as he leapt onto the Platinum Tiger and headed towards the royal city at full speed. That person's strength. It should be peak overlord right, and he still has the Taishu domino in his hand. Xing Bingha hurriedly said, fearing that if he was a little bit late he would be accounted for here. Who knows what kind of calculations the Seal Demon Emperor with such a bizarre personality has. What took the queen so long to come and see this king? The two had just sat down when King Yong said, his voice still as gentle as ever. After the guests had all left, Yang Jiojio and Wang Beibei couldn't wait to follow Mrs. Mo to the stage. We just want to know what was the result of your discussion just now? Why does it feel like you guys didn't discuss anything? Su Shiyan didn't feel any better now that she was looking at Chun Ziwu again, and wasn't afraid of him anymore. So she looked at him with a smile on her face. Liang Ran didn't have much experience in performing. At most he was in charge of taking care of the students rehearsing the program, buying water, ordering food and so on. Li Ji didn't get the ledger to give it to Yenihang, and with Xia Chushao coming over, Li Ji naturally knew that she would take the ledger by the way, so there's no doubt that the strange thief, Ichiban Peach, is me. Having just finished smoking, the smell of tobacco around him was still a little strong. Chang Weiji did not move in the direction away from the Four Seasons. By the way, that what labor at Xiao's jade pendant. Remember to also bring back. Turn around and let the craftsman polished. Put store price. Give sold. Which country to go to. And actually have special training, where it's not peaceful. Does your grandmother, your parents agree? Shimu instantly heard a hint of something different. The queen intends to knock Shinjiawei, and Lan Fei intends to completely pull down the county princess and the eldest princess. Then in this way, Zhou Jingyu, there is no more backing completely. At that time, no one thought that there was a private gun in Sea-Town. Not to mention that they did not know who would have such a big grudge against Qin Kwa, shooting him to death, who was already going to be sentenced. It turned out that Mo Jing'an still cared about her. Think about all these years in addition to her coldness. The other is not too bad for her. In the past how is it did not care more about him a little bit, did not notice that his body is not comfortable? And now this is a long time. Xiao Feng has been forced out of the Beggars Association. If the Hall of One Piece still maintains strong, it is difficult to say how much hardship will be encountered by the Beggars Association in the future. Chapter 95, You Can Have Two. Tang Jian looked up with his right hand on his forehead, only to see 3 airplanes flying this way, the tails of the 3 airplanes bringing up a large trail of smoke. When I think about this, I naturally wonder if maybe he'll use this power against more people. No? Vite asked rhetorically, then took 2 steps forward and grabbed the communications officer by the collar, pointing to the fiery Jingzhou city outside. The flames were still whatever interspersed with the sound of intense shelling. She cried too, then still left me saying, you need to be a strong man and never be looked down upon by others. You hear me? Be the strong man and don't go condemning yourself anymore, she said in a very loud voice. These 3 clusters of forbidden power turned into strips, bending and arranging in the air, then in front of the witch nightmare ancestor condensed into a purple golden, 1 meter diameter round shield. On the surface of the round shield, there were black arcane patterns. Yes, this person is LV Longxiang, Zhuo Yifan's former brother, and the other is 10 steps a man, reality name Lu Ming, now LV Longxiang's company staff. Qin Feng didn't think much on this issue either. Swinging the bangs on his forehead, he resolutely walked towards the depths of the underground boxing ring. Is it true that assholes are born to be alone? And we've done too many bad things. And this is all God's punishment for us? Zhuo Yan also felt that the other party had traitorous luck today, and such luck was indeed a bit anticlimactic. Immediately following the next day, a new notice came out announcing the continuation of the restoration and reform, although some measures were partially altered. All sit tight. The time to fight for your life is here. Lin Feng yelled with a face full of ruthlessness, then maneuvered the bus to rampage madly across the road. In these 6 months or so alone, the transfers to Li Tang amounted to more than $10 million. while Li Yibin also had more than $8 million. The storyline captivated the hearts of Zhao Hui and Li Jinghua as they watched Jane Eyre in the movie's ending return to the old castle after it was destroyed by fire. And although the hero, Edward, had become blind, Jane Eyre couldn't help but fall into Edward's arms. Feng Suetsue's voice of reminder made Lin Feng become extra cautious, only to see that he once again shot out a strand of phoenix essence flame and then surrounded Lu Xiuye's heart, but firmly controlling the flame and not touching the parasitic motherworm in the heart. Then Ling Feiyu was dumbfounded, watching his sea of consciousness, as if it was poisoned, as if it was being devoured by a giant beast in one bite. In addition to these, there are also some large medical works and the like, which are the nth time that Anti-Gong Qingli looked through. When Imo Yuan finished speaking, he directly invoked the slow-motion replay function of the virtual matchmaking system, and what was replayed was Zhuge Qianxiu's, the last killing move that he thought he could finish off Qin Xiaoyun. "Where have you been this one night?" Only to see her eyebrows contain anger, her mouth slightly pouting. Listening to the tone of her voice seemed to be quite displeased. Zhao Hui and Li Jinghua walked forward and bought 2 ice creams at a cold drink stand and sat down on a chair in the shade to eat them. Suddenly weak, he pulled himself up, casually holding the steel fork to one side, and ran towards the outside of the cave. Yang Bian and Yang Dairua both looked at the doorway at the same time, only to see that a mature man with double eyebrows like a sword, decent features, and a dignified appearance had already opened the door and stood in the doorway, and following behind him was Wang Bo, who was helplessly spreading his hands. Warshao was unaware of Yi Weisheng's thoughts at the moment. If he knew, he was afraid that he would vomit blood in anger. Both sides stopped talking after a round of surprise. After all, it had happened, and for the moment it was just time to get on with the game. Feng Xiang looked at the dimming sky. Although he didn't say anything, there were some worried looks on his face, as if he had already guessed the outcome of this competition. However, he did not notice that when his palm was about to touch the light screen, a dark red color flowed through the light screen. On the side, Galbin watched with trepidation, the hostility and killing intent soaked into every pore of his body. Unconscionable, not even stepping into the Dao entry realm. "And you dare to take a shot at me?" Qin Yang held the star meteor blade with a domineering aura, pointing at everyone, looking incredibly wild. The crowd was stunned, not because Bai Fei Fei wanted to set a precedent, but they were confused as to how Bai Fei Fei had become so hardened in her speech today. The crowd looked towards her, wondering what orders she was going to issue. "It is precisely Mr. Miao. Daoist poison has traveled a long way and has not yet fulfilled his landlord's friendship. Why don't we ask you to stay here for a few days?" Miao Tianyi pushed both palms flat. An overwhelming aura struck, causing the poison Taoist to stomp back a few steps. A furious rain of metal bullets punched through the counter and flew past Wu Liji's head, exploding a crater in the floor. Morning was the favorite food, and right away, he raised his hand up high, one purple pupil, gleaming with light. Taihan saw the two alliance rupture. Cold snort, spirit sword stabbed at the two. The sword body shaking between the two repulsed. Around the withered bones that have been stored for a long time instantly surged up. The two have surrounded. A moment to get out of the spell. Flipping through the address book, he found Yi Ling's number with precision, as the note was Yi Ling. "It's just like anime. Seeing that kind of wimpy, incompetent piggyback, it's a bad time to look at it, and it spoils the fun." Returning to the question, it is true that if the reality is that robots can replace most human jobs, what are we humans to do? Isn't it even a bit redundant? Shen Qingling. Although this is a way of treating others in their own way, but why does she still feel that she is the one who suffers? Close enough to see. The red shadow was actually a big red dog. This big dog was quite vicious, a pair of blood-red fangs probing straight out of the mouth. The red dog rushed over and immediately bit down on the neck of Tianhua, bowing forward and bouncing. The dashing brother abducted a jolt within both hands, swung his arms open and flung his blows from the inside out, making the shadow of Hong Quan visible in his power. Sheila gave him a blank look as well, and Aramoir and Hani Nana also shot offended glances. Should he tell Lu Meng himself that this person who scalded Lin Chiner was no other than him? Li Yanghao, with full of ambition, stopped a cab, returned home to repair half a day and a night. The next morning went straight to the Kyushu Club. When he came to the parlor, he saw Wakanen, who was sitting on the sofa with one hand on the corner of his forehead, drowsy. Chapter 96. Jian Yun and Meng Qingning. The next day, early in the morning, the sun ruffled the eyelids a little touch. Jiang Yun's hungover head felt like it had been stabbed violently by countless steel needles, and the swelling and pain made her consciousness wander hard in the chaos. Her eyelids were as heavy as a 1,000-pound boulder, and it took her a great deal of effort to slowly open them. Reflections. The familiar yet blurry outline of the room came into view, and the vertigo from her hangover caused her vision to go into a trance. She tried to sit up, but found her body. "My name is Sima Yi. I have met Princess Liangshi." Sima Yi slowly bowed down and politely saluted Liangshi. LOL. In short, a whole lot of rules. All written down could be a thesaurus so thick it could smash a person to death. Zhang Jianhao shook his head and suddenly took out an electronic clock from his hand. The time on it showed 21:12 minutes and 14 seconds in the evening. There was still a mere minute left before the demon crane acted. Bai Zhenyan froze. She looked at Fu Shernyan, looked at his cold, complicated smile. She suddenly felt that he had become so strange and scary. Reaching out, Lin Wei politely walked over to greet Mr. Chen, who was first stunned to see it was Lin Wei, and then stood up seemingly in a bit of a panic. Even when Lin Wei's hand was there waiting for him to shake it, he didn't extend it. My home emperor His Majesty has promised the requirements of the Xiongnu. Take back the seal ribbon. From this Xiongnu self-establishment of a country, do not have to be in the subject to pay tribute. Speaking of this, Ma Gong himself could not help but laugh in his heart several times. Xiongnu has been decades have not been on the offerings. Worship. How come the self-establishment of a country said, what's wrong? Painting, is there something on my face? After a long time, seeing that Blow Painting had been staring at himself but was silent, Yen Xuanfei could only wave his hand in front of Blow Painting with a bewildered face and asked curiously, between the seats, Shirduan seemingly unintentionally said, Pei Fei has been reduced to Jiaoyi, grounded for a month. After all, she is the mother of the emperor's eldest son's birth, the western frontier side, but also rely on her father. The last two sentences, the voice is extremely light, and I do not know whether Shen Wangshua heard it or not. Night Sword froze and looked at Xian Yuan Haotian, only to see him nod his head after a little thought. Night Sword then immediately went down to order. Time passes minute by minute. The sun gradually rises to the mid-air. The sunlight shines down, a little harsh. I don't know when. The first soldier who ran to the top of the mountain is tired and sweaty. His excited eyes cast to Lu Rui. I nodded, then took a somewhat lingering look at the big bird and decided to take the desperate step of going straight to the next step anyway. This villa is located in a better location in Zhanggang City. Less worth 10 million. In the first line, the second line of the city may not count for anything, but in Zhanggang City, such as the third line of the city, is definitely considered a mansion, deliberately said to Su Yiyan. Chang Yaru's unkind eyes still fell on Su Yiyan. The meaning of provocation was obvious. As a matter of fact, at first, Linny had already thought of a series of problems that he was bound to face once the dragon group joined. The evening breeze blew in, lifting the curve of the curtains, and she reached up and pulled her blowing hair behind her ear with a soft sigh. After saying that, Sui Yen put down the phone in her hand and began to hurriedly pack up. Not long after, Sui Yen came down in a beautiful dress. Looking up at the sky, certain stars hanging in the corner of the long night seemed to shine with a light that no other star could match. She couldn't believe that Su Baiqing would move against her. Although he hadn't been with her for long, she felt that he loved her. The stairs made of cement were not fitted with a handrail. The steps were few and long, and clothes could easily get dust inside the walkway. The special hallucinogenic particles in the fog were simply not enough to pose a threat to Chu Gu, so Chu Gu ran recklessly through this pine forest. That if people get good grades this time, beg the boss to give me one more time. After saying that, Lin Huan covered his face and ran away. After running to the road he was no longer in that squirming posture and slowly returned to normal. His face wasn't red anymore, and he was again hanging on to that impatient expression that everyone owed him $100,000. Chapter 97 A Mother's Belated Love. Lu Mingzi looked at Meng Qingning's appearance and stuffed his mouth open. Lu Mingzi swallowed hard. Your mom's the one who's gone. And it was only just now that the two hid under the dining table to give Jiang Qian a beautiful face. Lu Mingzi is still a bit of a sage. Pushing her away intended to calm her down. When Meng Qingning saw that Lu Mingzi didn't say anything, she thought that he was disappointed in herself, and her tears came out even more. Suddenly, it was as if she had made some kind of. After the ceremony, the Yuan siblings politely talked to Wang Weidong and Wang Yannan, catching up on the past. The topic naturally turned to issues such as Abe Sun and the Jiangmen Taigong Divine Whip, the Wo Wen New Kingdom, and so on. Wu Fei, what's going on with this? Why would he be injured? And Silk Rain seems to care about him. Lan Xin asked. Yi Feng, he knows my identity. While saying, her head was next to Song Chi-Chi's body. If the conditions allow it, she will never choose the next best thing like double identity. As the fatal weakness of the black-haired giant baboon, it was no less than the heart of most living beings, and after a needle flew into the inner part of the body and was hit by the second great spiritual skill, Dirty Water Wave, the black-haired giant baboon suffered pain to the depths of its soul, and with a roar of pain, it collapsed heavily. At that moment, here it is, shouted Jiangmen, who had come back from the dead and was naturally excited to be back home. Cannon slowly rose from the ground, the skin of his chest changing to greenish armor the moment the blade had struck him, and now there was a crack in the armor as well. A hint of blue blood was seeping out of the crack. Seeing the chaotic military formation, Dylan's face turned blue. Bailey Wuju's face no longer had a trace of a smile, and Jiayong pursed his lips tightly. She conceded defeat. There was no way she could just leave her milk baby here, and she couldn't find Yifeng around, and if she said she'd call, her cell phone was still being held by her dad. Ha, what did you do to your face? This general didn't hit you in the face before. Yuchi Jingda's mouth was stuffed with food and asked in a blurry voice. Once again, the crowd came to the boundary, and together we placed our hands on it, passing on the emotions of respect, peace, and warmth, and suddenly, with a lightness in our hands, the boundary disappeared. I had to take my sister to school in the morning and evening, so I waited until the weekend to go to the Aoba office and talk about it, and Hong Yi was satisfied and he felt comforted. After all, it was his own gold finger that he had rushed out overnight. The lowly girl was quite surprised and eager to try. Asking brotherly Wei expectantly, the latter nodded his head in affirmation, stopping to make way for a seat for Ling Yao to sit over. A green aura was released from the hands of Haitian Star. I know that this is the unique magic of the Star Clan's undetermined windstorm. Back then when I fought with Seawater I had once suffered from its loss, nearly losing that match. Investment of $5 billion. Imported part of the U.S. equipment, as well as domestic cutting-edge, high-tech supporting equipment, can meet the production of new carbon fiber BCP experimental theory requirements. Right at this moment, Ling Zhan's words however caused Li Zhong's eyes to widen violently, and his face simultaneously looked shocked and seemed to be in disbelief. The entire Heavenly God clan, direct lineage or not, side lineage or not, even ordinary, as long as the existence of the correlation on top of the cause and effect, none of them were spared. Then the next step is that the honored one and one of the true spirits fall asleep and the other true spirit reincarnates. The high-speed release of the anesthetic gas made a sound of bear that was heard by the armed men, and the two already panicked thugs looked at each other and walked over to each other. Zhang Lan gave him a blank look but stared at his hands. Xing Ming put both hands together and shook them, spreading the paper eggs towards the table. Zhang Lan stared at him nervously. Xing Ming gently picked up one of the paper eggs and opened it to see that Fudan University was written on it. Zhang Lan did not make a sound. Li Dandan's face tightened, and he was about to lead his men to chase after them, but he couldn't get out of the way of the dead soldiers left behind, so he had to watch them take off and go. Chapter 98, Climbing Stairs. Jiang Yun was a little disoriented and went home, when he saw a familiar and unfamiliar figure standing in the doorway, with glasses, pretty svelte. Jiang Yun. He was dressed in a sharp suit, his hair combed meticulously, and his face wore a touch of fatigue and anxiety. Jiang Yun frowned. What are you doing here? I've come to see Hinjin. Jiang Yun's face instantly turned cold, her eyes filled with disgust and resistance. That's only 3 prey. He looked at the raft and spoke. They still had 7 or 8 more. After the lunch break, the second rehearsal was held. Since their group didn't need a second rehearsal, they had relatively more time, and Yang Zi utilized this time to actually change her stage clothes, and even rechanged the makeup on her face. The film opens with the elevator repairman, who has a handicap in his hand, cleanly stabbing the security guard to the ground. Especially the way Li Yadan cried so hard that she couldn't catch her breath made me remember that Zhang Yuxian saved the abandoned baby and raised her so well. The king of Qing and the queen consort Qing too were reminded of this before they reacted, immediately wiping away the tears on their faces and straightening their clothes in preparation for their departure. Second brother Hua. So when did you become so unsmiling? The smile on Bai Yu's face hadn't dissipated yet, and against the thousands of purples and reds of the flower garden behind her, Hua Yunting drifted off to the sound of melting ice. Flathead ran to do charity and donated something. This scene is too metaphysical. A wild vegetable. I call it aloe vera. This is applied to the skin to keep it moist. All edible vegetables in this world are called wild greens, and all fruits are called berries, with no specific name. After all, 240 million lower grade spirit coins is not something that I, a moderator of a clubhouse, can decide. I need to report it to the headquarters, and then the headquarters will send someone to send the missing funds. Elderly was afraid that Long Fei would think of something more. After thinking about it, he added a bit more. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. The blue dragon priest nodded. Just now, Fang Mingming's actions caused him to panic inside, no less than when he encountered a robber. Following the route on the map of the Blackhorn domain, Lu Yunxiao and the others arrived here with precision after some trekking. When the ancient bell's ghostly voice rang out, a huge altar hovered in the air, traversing across the various ancient battlefields, shedding a brilliant light. A reception for the trialists. Zhang Yining desperately chopped out a thunderous sword blade, as if it was the first sword light at the beginning of heaven and earth, roaring and blasting toward Han Yi. Even if one's superiors have done something wrong, that shouldn't be addressed in such a way. Imagine if it was the commander of the Shireen Empire who, while making a tactical deployment in the north, found out that the rebel army was massing their forces and abandoning the eastern and western battlefields to carry out a strong attack on the southern defense line. Only the other party didn't answer, and he heard a bell ringing not far away, and the ringing was very familiar. Whether it was her or Zhu Huai, Master knew that Lin Yuan's weakness in martial arts was the people around him. All of this water was only 10 centimeters thick, not too deep, and this water was emitting hot steam at the moment, but not a trace of temperature rise could be felt around it. Thinking of Suyu's red jadeite, and then remembering his own hibiscus seed, Li Haidong looked at Suyu in front of him, and then said sourly, with only a faint glance. Quintus closed his eyes and sank his mind back into the pyramid, continuing to hammer away at the great divine pillar. From the inquiring Mine Island to the south won the northern fringe of Tianji Island. With the White Tiger Hall's flying speed, this distance was not too far. In less than 4 hours, White Tiger crossed the sea with 21 brothers and saw land. However, shortly after walking into Ganjian University, Fang Chen realized that Zhao Heya's face was vaguely uneasy. Following her gaze, Fang Chen saw several police cars. Chapter 99 Zhang Yan's Threat. On the day of the race, daylight poured in and the building was dappled with light. Zhang Qian was wearing a tight wrap-around short skirt, which properly emphasized her proud curves, and the hem of the skirt reached the middle of her thighs, gently swaying with her steps. The matching red thin high heels with 7 or 8 centimeters of heel. Every step is stepping out of a mature woman's all kinds of style. Meng Qingning, on the other hand, is wearing a short navel-bearing top with ultra-short pants, showing her youthful vigor without reservation, and her white sneakers make her look. He knew that Xian accompanied Ruali in her cultivation day and night, and hadn't been to Guanghua Palace for a long time, but of course, he wouldn't think that the two of them would have such leisure time to visit this place. Concubine Yan was a bit unconvinced by what Empress Dowager Xia had said. She was still thinking of staying in Sisho Palace for a little while longer, and naturally, that 5th-level spirit monkey that was screaming on the trees at that moment also saw them leave, but was helpless and tried to throw a few stones towards them. But Nangong Yunyao and their silhouettes had all disappeared into this forest. In her mind, a person's life, time and energy is limited. Exotic flowers and plants can only be ornamental, far less meaningful than the cultivation of crops or cash crops. Research gardens, there is no open space to grow flowers. At this moment, the door of the octagonal god's temple had slowly opened, and Yuan Gu, who had his hands behind his back, walked out of the golden temple as if he were walking idly. Shini Bai said, but in his heart, he took out the immortality drug on earth is still considered a miracle drug. But in this everyone cultivation on the 2 poles of the star may not be able to be looked at. It is only then that there is the cycle of the 6 paths, and the ways of the world, all of which have their own meaning of existence, and thus, the cycle of the 7th path. 2 weeks ago, Qin Xiaoying went to see the old lady is still well, just from time to time shouted sleepy, love dozing. After looking for a healthcare doctor to check the body is in good condition, nothing wrong with it, so it is also relieved. Yi Qingmeng was like a walking corpse, wandering around the battlefields of various places, as a passerby, as a spectator, witnessing countless massacres, and after seeing more, she became numb. Early in the morning every day, you have to face a room full of concubines dressed in floral, and these concubines are also restless not to mention. On her throne is eyeing. That mood can be good only strange. After dinner Yang Ruoli helped her mother to finish washing. After her miscarriage she came over for half a month and her body had almost recovered, so she started to help her mother to do the housework. Shimenja carefully scrutinized the gang, and sure enough, they all carried the uniform token of the escorting force on their waist. Although the escorting force used to be under Shimenyi's control, but just a few days ago it had become Shimen house people. Yang Ruoli was also very happy for her mother, and after talking for a while, she finally persuaded her mother to stay in the hospital before hanging up the phone. Feng Jiping's people also came. Just an ordinary driver drove a limousine to pick her up. Yang Ruoli and he got in the car to go to Feng Jiping's home. Li Clamor could not help but secretly praise Wu Jinhao. It is unlikely that a person who mixes with the Yakuza cannot touch drugs, and Wu Jinhao give up money not to earn. It can be said that to the same name of the people are benevolent enough. Xiao Haotian unintentionally glanced back. It felt that a figure in the distance was very familiar, but when he wanted to take a closer look, it was already separated by the soldiers who were fighting in a chaotic manner. His heart was sad. It must be that he has been thinking about it all these days and has lost his eyesight. No need. We are now wanted throughout the country. It's not convenient to show our faces. You guys are just safe. I need to take care of something. Li Hui was relieved to know that his brothers were all fine. Ordinary people busy in monotonous life continues. Life always want a whirlpool like back and forth. Let a person bewildered. So many times I really do not know why I live. Not to mention the ideal is not a cover for their fear of death. Back to the city Li clamor in the rented house inside a good hot bath. Well, all the matters of the heart to the back of the mind. No man's land 3 streets and the management of a few good brothers' performance is very good. Li clamor from time to time to go to the field face to see. Chapter 100 Medicine. It's getting late. The crowd moved to a rather classy restaurant nearby. As soon as she entered the private room, Meng Qingning pulled out the chairs neatly and invited her aunt to take a seat first. With a sweet smile on her face and a soft voice, "Auntie, you sit here. It's comfortable." The warmth was as if she was the closest relative who had known her aunt for years. When ordering, Meng Qingning took the menu and quickly swept her eyes over the dishes, looking at them while inquiring, "Auntie." The scent full of testosterone came from Xia Xingchen. Xia Xingchen was confused for a split second, realizing that she was being held in this man's arms. Her face suddenly flushed. The large troop that was already ready to depart immediately paused their actions because of Li Lingyi's return, because originally the troop's purpose was to recapture Alan, not to kill the wisdom giants. So since Li Lingyi had already saved Alan now, there was no need to depart. Back then, Zhao Hyuk knelt in front of the Cloud Mountain Master's door for a month, wanting to worship the Cloud Mountain Master as his teacher, and the Cloud Mountain Master confiscated it. "May I ask, Dragonfly is just Mizamon's adopted brother. Does the genius between the two have anything to do with it? Having a child is different. It's the continuation of life. It's his loved ones in this world. What else is more important than this? His struggles, his efforts, all that he had, became meaningful and life was full of hope, which was a sea change for Yang Yi. Seeing that Misaka Makoto was frozen, Lin Xiu didn't care because she wasn't the only one who was frozen. There were also the sergeants who were still patrolling the streets of the people and around the palace at the moment. Aya, what's so difficult about senior brother Gue wanting to impact the Jin Dan stage? It's just that he doesn't want to yet. Huang Yuanqing explained for Turtle Treasure again. Hua Master Nephew explains in the right way. And this elder is also have this realization. Everything is for the Wan Qian zone. If the patriarch is still unable to implement this elder, but there is also a compromise. That is, the Wan Qian zone, and then drive out the supply of elders after the supply of elders, and then recruited a supply of elders is not on the line. As the heavenly divine light rose, the fire banyan three flowers spiritual spirit overflowed with an infinite amount of innate spiritual fire, and the golden divine light illuminated the heaven and earth, making the chaos reveal a piece of light, just like a pearl in the darkness, appearing to be full of vitality. Pill refiners were not powerless against martial artists, and if an alchemist's divine soul secret skill was powerful enough, a martial artist would be quite a headache. Wang Wen suddenly froze. This Ji Feiyan's acting skills, but also really out of the gods. Do not know. Really thought that he Wang Wen is a 10 evil people. Feel the people around the eyes cast. Wang Wen suddenly affirmed this point. Can things be so coincidental? Could Boss Qian be a double agent? The ghosts are suspicious of him. Li Ziting spoke coldly into the cell phone, lowered his eyes and did not look up at her, but his long and slender hand pulled out a chair at his side, while hanging up the phone. Help, what help? This kind of thing can only be faced by oneself. It depends on whether her heart is firm enough or not. Jiang Nantian droned helplessly. That boss has called you Chen. And when he called me, he made a point of saying that this time it was his friend who had a slight problem. Not to mention that the astral energy is transformed into lances, ferocious beasts, thunderbolts, boulders, and all sorts of things with special effects, which would directly make the power of the astral energy soar qualitatively. Then do you really like me? Not in sympathy, not in compensation, not in listening to mom. Ganryu asked louder, extra loud in this quiet morning. At this moment, the face of Jiao Lao, it was like being ruthlessly thrown on a slap, only to feel a fiery pain. Wang Wen's knowledge reserves and heritage, it seems, have surpassed him, the old man of Tsinghua Academy. This is really just a 16 or 17 pairs of young people? Chen Hui had worked here and was familiar with the place. Those workers had created a secret passage between freight and passenger transportation. Chapter 101 just in person. The air was swirling with dust from the sunlight coming through. Jiang Yan's eyes opened several times before they opened completely, only feeling groggy in the head, trying to recall what had happened before, but there were only some blurred fragments in her mind, as well as the voice that seemed to be Lu Ming's voice echoing in her ears. She shook her head, trying to dispel the chaotic feeling, and walked out of the bedroom, holding onto the wall. Seeing that Zhang Qian was wrapping her apron and bringing breakfast to the table, Jiang Yan's footsteps paused for a moment, full of doubts, but just after coming out, he immediately sensed that the life-preserving talisman he had left for Renya had shattered. The burly fighter closest to Sun and was directly lifted out by that violent force, shattering the lobby's door magnificently. Ewing listened with great emotion. So it turned out that the demon-planting master's tendency to become demonic in the shackled realm was entirely due to the genetic mutation caused by the integration of the cells of the demon-planting beasts into the cells of human beings. Zhang Li and Zhao Yuan both looked over in surprise, just gazing at the heavens and earth behind the stone door. But she really didn't have control. She was too messed up and desperate for a vent. She felt like a scary ghost living in someone else's body, keeping her own secrets, alone, unable to speak frankly about anything she encountered, and could only find excuse after excuse, so that the onlookers wouldn't be suspicious of her. This matter was better than he thought. At least Yi Xiao's was calmer and trusted him. For a time, the entire conference room looked at Qin Fang's gaze turned unprecedentedly surprised, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Old devil Qin, really you are extraordinary. This is simply black and white. Afterward, Yuing and the others were taken out by the sergeant and rested in the tent. Instead, Si Duan and Yan Xingyu stayed behind to talk with Chen Tianhe and the others. Before a sect in the wind state, Qin Fang's sudden appearance startled the entire sect, and the aura of the Heavenly Supreme made them unable to resist worshipping. Chen Xin nodded. As a qualified military fan, he still knew something about this battle, but Chen Xin also knows, this kind of high-pressure terrorist tactics can only be maintained for a while. Want to get a real long-term security, in addition to strengthening the control of the central government of Somalia as a Hadi, must also have a strong administrative institutions as well as talent reserves. These are precisely what Somalia lacks. But now the Americans are guaranteed to be able to crack the technology inside the metal battery and are willing to share it with the country. And the condition put forward is only the information of the armed forces behind the Somali pirates, which also makes a lot of people's hearts flutter. Sun Li followed the method Luo Zhu had imparted to him and began to project the temperature needed for this egg to hatch. It was a complicated and slow process. It took Sun Li more than an hour to sort of project the results. From a rational perspective, Feng Jun's choice was not wrong. Of course, if he knew that Qi Tian was a Devil Dao Compass Immortal, I'm afraid he wouldn't have gotten away with this. This was also one of the reasons why Qi Tian maintained his Black City identity from start to finish. Ghost seeing sorrow let out a sigh. The 8-turn Compass Immortals that were present this time were all in favor of the alliance, while the ones that were against it didn't come at all, only sending out unimportant fringe Compass Immortals from the clan to attend the gathering as a way of politely showing their attitudes. No! Brunhild spat those 2 words out from between her teeth, both arms wrapped around Lancer in a death grip, and there was no way that Lancer would be able to arm wrestle with her if she were to compare her strength. But now it seems that if one is still thinking about delays, there is a good chance that this undercard won't even be played if one wants to. It's more upscale than our current office, but the cost of this is certainly not exorbitant. Li Yiqiang carried his hands behind his back and looked around. This is also the demon race, only dare to be so laissez-faire. Demon skin, thick flesh. If replaced by the human race, this kind of movement that is to beat life to death, cannot listen to it. Although Leon didn't seem to treat Gray so well, most of the questions were nonetheless answered properly. Chapter 102 Jiang Yun's transformation. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted dramatically, and the sight in front of her caused her liver and gall to split. Jiang Qian and Meng Qingning approached her left and right at Lu Ming's gesture, their eyes full of strangeness and determination. Qian, have you forgotten the sisterly love we once had? Jiang Yun cried out hoarsely as tears came to her eyes. I did something wrong, but I really want to make amends. Jiang Qian, however, looked away, her voice indifferent. Sisterhood? Well, in fact, this man crying really can't be blamed on Ilian. The main thing is that he is really too skinny. Ilian slightly directly twisted the hand off. That kind of pain, not an ordinary person can withstand. However, the road behind Yen-san is a little tough. The need to constantly replenish the blood essence, warming the physical body, and then the blood yuan burns, slowly quenching, both are indispensable. Now Yen-san's body is empty, but he must follow the path of an ordinary physical cultivator step by step. There is no longer the good thing of advancing in a few days. In the Ascending Dragon Society, when Shiyu was scratched in the face by Jian Lingxiao, Lu Yang sent Shiyu the resident pill. But now that I think about it, this might be the most regrettable thing in Lu Yang's life. Yi Piaozhe was protecting Ling Tian, who had no intention of going forward to charge and kill, deliberately slowing down his pace and playing at the back. With a lord like this, Yi Piaozhe's heart also sighed. It turned out that Guahaodong had already knocked on the door just now, and since Chen Wifei was moving slowly moving towards the door, maybe she had just arrived at the door, and the door of the room had already been opened by Guiling. Baylor heard, think also have to be so. Then the next day followed the steward to the Qingfu Money Bank to Lai Boss to apologize, and finally begged the understanding of Lai Boss by the money bank to send people to repair the building for the Luo house. Guahaodong still felt sweaty when he recalled the harm he had done to her in the past, and suddenly moved to hug her. He then picked up the stone on the ground, to the towering oak tree's rough poles to knock. Strange, the stone struck the trunk, but issued a knock-like bang sound. Alright, let's not get carried away. Crow, I called you here this time to explain a few things, so stop playing around. Yin-san opened his mouth to break the silence, saying, Gua Tai, who had already been prepared, hurriedly sprinted over to open the door and dragged Wang Xiaoran, who was in full dress outside the door, into the house and held her tightly in his arms. Hunan, after all these years of immigration, moved out a large number of people. Stay in Hunan's population is less than the original 3/10 of the population, and also are the elderly older. The homeland is difficult to move. even if the death will have to die in their own hometown. They all looked at Zhu Hozhao in unison. This person called Zhu Xiu could be the crown prince of the Great Ming? Purple wings want to climb up, but the empty stomach, coupled with a long time ago used up all the strength. Tried several times froze did not climb up. Zhuo Yifan, following He Jiangwo's arrangement, is evacuating all the workers to a safe area for temporary shelter. On the left side of the western district near the western mountain, a large area with countless side-by-side houses built neatly. This is where the craftsmen live. It was the hardened local characters of the rising sun that were all trash in front of him, and they all had to kneel and tremble. Even if you stay in the capital, is divided into which 3 or 5 days do not open the water yamen, or divided into the emperor's eyes under the red-hot place. This is all have to pay attention to have said. The difference between Daming and the Ottoman Empire is really not a difference of 1 point or half a point, but a difference of 1 billion points. Having fought a few matches with Yi Chen and truly feeling the terror of the split army fist power, Su Yaoguang realized the gap between him and the supreme martial arts geniuses, and his own martial arts were constantly improving. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. His cultivation level was 1 realm lower than Zhang Ruochen's, so he didn't have an advantage. Not to mention, how could the red copper Brahma seal defeat the Qiankuan divine wood diagram? The fleet admiral, with his pipe in his mouth, sought the advice of several captains as to whether to break out of the Bohai Straits in the night, or to remain in the Bohai until daylight, and then go out again as he had come in. With a great flourish, Chapter 103, completely out of temper. Grandpa, you are overstating it. I am sincerely listening to Grandpa's arrangement. Lu Haoren said. I know Grandpa is all for my good. Grandpa won't harm me. The dishes but came up one after another. Go ahead and leave me alone for a while. Spider commanded. Sprinkled with silver glow all in black, Spider was clearly demonic, but her eyes betrayed her. Her gaze was ghostly and wistful. Lin Piaoxue hung up the phone and dismissed the servants in the house, driving Minger and Tang Feng to a relatively remote mountainous area. And say, Chiyu furious and reckless in the array rampage, his eyes blood red through the fury, determined to fight to the death. Finally, peeled open the mouth of the catfish, looked up and saw the long-lost sunlight. Mo Fan had a trace of trance. This period of time, the experience is more dangerous than his previous life of more than 20 years put together. The corner of Mo Fan's mouth upward, seems to want to smile, but unfortunately his face paralyzed face. Smile is worse than crying. I'm wrong, isn't it? You humans aren't the same, and not all of you are good people. Right, who are you to control me? The cat demon said, being mounted by Meng Fan, unable to break free, simply did not move, glaring at him with a grunt of anger. Just do this on your own, there's no need to consult me. Meng Fan was still in a hands-off state. An iron fence blocked in front of her. Her hair was a bit messy, still wearing white clothes, but the white clothes were stained with a lot of dust. It seems to have been locked up here for a long time. Zhang Donghai stated your conditions. How about you accept the conditions? Matsu Saburo said. It's nothing, let's go over and see what good things he has on his stall. Lin Yumeng didn't answer directly and pulled Lin Qinghuan over. The guards promised, bent down and put the box down, smoothly ripped open the side of the box, pulled out a few bottles and held them in their hands and began to distribute them. Naturally, Sister Zhang would not be idle. She also took a few bottles of 8 precious kanji and walked to the front of the armored car that stayed behind and knocked on the car's door. Sure A, the personal disciple of Wang Yu, a generation of emperors. Ever since the year when Lu Bu and Wang Yu fought a great battle, while Shure fled Chang'an with the Son of Heaven and the Empress Dowager, Shure has been guarding the Son of Heaven and Empress Dowager He, protecting the circumference. No, since it was someone from the Five Poisons sect, regardless of whether he was Bai Linglong or not, this matter really needed to be taken care of. Although Bai Linglong was extremely pretty, the scars on her face coupled with her cold smile made her look extremely hideous and horrible. Back then, when he was in the Holy Realm's Roadless Immortal sect, Wan Yang was besieged by the Death Emperor's people, and it was the Roadless Immortal sect's third elder who sacrificed his life to help him survive a disaster. If he didn't kill them all in one blow, and they got the chance, I'm afraid that they would still hold Qinglong and the others for ransom. Of course, if you died before that spell appeared, you would only have your own fate to blame. To be able to unleash the law boundary without them noticing, this person was definitely an extremely strong character even in the sovereign realm. It seemed that his fate was sealed for tonight. Thinking of this, Zhu Hong looked straight into Ling Chen's eyes and said word for word, originally, I wanted to play a game with you, but it seems that I won't have the chance. After saying that, Zhu Hong gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and his arm holding the dagger fiercely exerted force, cutting straight towards his neck. The aggravated tone however caused Kagura to blush slightly. She must have been thinking of H's incident in the snow cave last night. Pressing one hand against his pierced abdomen, he took a deep breath before grabbing the hairy stiff's arm and pulling it violently outward. A blast of warmth then giving way to a spray all over his face. Chaozi screamed out in pain, and then began to pass out. Alas, if it weren't for my old friend, I really wouldn't have been able to comprehend this move. I wonder if he would have been able to make a move. With him around, that would be a greater certainty. Gong Badian fell into deep thought again, his brows unfurrowed. As he spoke, his tone became wispy, and he put away his smile to look blandly at the human who was first caught up by the grey mist. I'm not too sure about this. My true essence is hidden inside my brow point? Wang Chen said with a blush as he was looked at by the crowd. I can't find the eye of the formation. When he said this, there was a rare trace of seriousness on the violet gold divine dragon's face. Chen Mengling was half convinced, but perhaps it was because she had now become a mother-to-be. So after hesitating for a while she also sat down religiously and waited quietly. Ye Ke looked around and saw that Bai Shuer, who had never been very talkative, had actually sat down as well, and she followed suit. There's no rush. I'll be here for about a week. We'll be in touch after a week. Li Mu hadn't been idle since he had advanced to 3-star card cultivation, and now he was planning to spend a week updating his cards, as well as consolidating his spiritual power. Can the 5-element stone really save Qingyan? The male asked with concern. At this moment, the male who was good at observing words and colors did not even notice Qing Zhan's slightly frowning brow. The general manager has already agreed to my leave of absence. If you have any comments, go talk to the general manager. I still have something to do. Chisua, let's go. Shinjuku didn't want to nag at them any longer and used Zishua as a shield. Shinobu obeyed Qiansu's words, went back to the room. Qiansu insisted on letting Shinobu lie down. Shinobu was unwilling. Finally both sides gave in one step each. Shinobu didn't lie down on the bed, laid down on the soft couch next to it. Just like this, Qiansu still covered Shinobu tightly, only to give Shinobu a dewy pair of grudging eyes to look at Qiansu. Take a day off. Take a day off and update as usual tomorrow. Chapter 104 has been completely compromised. However, the Japanese police were only perfunctory, saying that they were about to intervene in the investigation, but in reality, they were just directing their own show. Mo Ruashi Rua nodded suspiciously, and when she saw Mo Wuxia turn away, she gathered her emotions and walked towards Qingyu. 17. You continue to cry. There is a reversal. Ink is not able to wipe the sweat on the forehead. Head did not return eagerly said. Old Mrs. Bai's face instantly turned pale. Mo Lai was determined to get peony. She almost buried her life if she didn't agree to it. Wouldn't peony going back at this time be equivalent to a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Win Kong instantly understood what Yi Feng meant when he heard it. With Yi Feng guarding the side, there was no danger to his life, and this place would absolutely become the best place to cultivate. After the trio solved why they were bitten by the viper and not poisoned, the question returned to what kind of weird viper it was. Yi Feng gambled correctly and scared these beasts before they reacted, and sure enough, the ploy worked and he rushed out smoothly. You can't see and you're not familiar with this area. It's dangerous to appear. I'll go out with you. Su Shifling pulled over her hand. Mo Ruashi put all her strength into her dagger and longsword, and finally killed an opening, and looked for a chance to break out from that opening, and darted toward the crowd of people. Situnanyun joyfully opened the box to take a look, which revealed a crystal clear white pill. A light fragrance came out. What a beautiful pill. She sked. At this time, Li Guang is waiting for the product information on the hands of Long Tian, which to these information in place, Li Guang think not long, Star Group will become well known in even the world's top 100 international groups. Although the guards were still skeptical, they were relieved to hear Uncle G's skepticism. Following Uncle G's request, the guards moved away from the room. What? Not below the king level? Could it be that he's hiding his realm? Now everyone was looking at Divine Heaven incredulously. Even already Jun Wuji and the Night Demon were looking at Divine Heaven with a surprised expression. With a slightly frozen expression, Li Shou frowned, snapping the elevator door back with one hand. He stepped out of the elevator and looked down the corridor. It's on! Sword yelled as if he were pumping himself up, and his body immediately launched itself into a run forward, stomping on Lolo's neck. While they were talking, the visitors from hell had already finished their takeout and started their first journey online under the guidance of Bai Chi Huang Chao. Neticat, which is generally available in major cities, is not available in any city that has this type of electroshock therapy as it is in Evergreen County. However, Mu was lucky that the Pirate King had taught him to master the strongest single magic, and the role of spell casting was so obvious. Otherwise, like the general rocket magic, ice arrow magic and other magic, just need to catch a specific pet on the line, is not too difficult. It was only as thick as a middle finger, which was already ingenious, and with all fours and one movement, one could imagine that the user was an experienced person. Yesterday, Huang Songhai and Huang Pingcheng had both woven about 10 white lotus flowers and 7 or 8 lime green ones, which were obviously not enough if what Huang Yiyun wanted to do would come to fruition. She didn't like bright colors, so the room was filled with clean white. and the few other colors were nothing more than black and blue. Fine. I'm convinced by your pair of master and disciple. Akashi Masao made a gesture of surrender and defeat and turned his head to mingle with Inaba Hochi for a drink. He. I practiced it before, but I did drink too much yesterday, and I feel like my head is still confused now. Lu Ming scratched his head and said, the next two groups of singers, one was Chisato Moritaka, known as Showa Legs, and the other was the eternal idol Seiko Matsuda. Both of these two have been showing signs of resurgence in popularity lately. Nowhere near their peaks but good enough to suppress most of the second and third-rate singers. The so-called official matters, not the city, can be involved. It's just a matter of pulling the wife's tongue, to say boldly discuss. That's a million dare not. Big sister, what kind of marking should we make? Chitta also asked with those wet, dark eyes. Sister doesn't seem to be in good spirits lately. She seems to be particularly sleepy. Bai Ling said to the side of Hades City. You're all hung up. Put it down, you pick it up? Yang Yi laughed. This thing should be able to sell for a lot of money. After all, I'm the one who dragged Takagi-kun here, so naturally I have to take responsibility, Sakai Izumi said with a smile. I'm sleepy once again. Every time I come to a place like this I can't help but want to sleep anymore. It's as if I'm telling myself that it's in places like this that I can feel the most relaxed. Your Majesty, Xiao Qianxian said anxiously. She hadn't even entered the Ruiwang mansion to sit down and have a cup of tea, and to be blown away like this, wouldn't she be a disgrace? Thinking about this, Xiao Qianxian's eyes turned and she had an idea. The void god's mind was tossed around by the messy conversation between them, and he could only look between them. Finally, after Fang Mian said something, he let out a hum and tilted his head to think. Chapter 105. When the meeting was held, Qingyi walked slowly to Qing Zhao's front and stared at him for a long time without saying anything. Looking at Qing Zhao's heart Harry, for a while, everyone was silent. This was indeed a difficult time to choose, and it was normal for them to have no direction in their hearts. Laughing at what? His big laugh gave Phoenix Dance a bad feeling of having nothing to hide. The voices became more and more hazy, and Mu Chen felt the voices getting farther and farther away from him as he fainted away and fell into a long dream. The tiger took a few more steps around Mu Chen. Mu Chen's body changed direction with the tiger's movements. He was waiting for the time when the tiger launched an attack on him. He would then fight to the death and cut the tiger under his sword. Mu Chen saw that the savages were afraid of the thick fog, but not a little complacent, secretly thankful that in the most critical moment actually the jungle will be foggy to save him. Because of the fear that the savages hiding nearby ambush, he did not pause at all, head into the fog. Although it was Su Liang who agreed to let Mu Chen get rid of Liang Liang, but when she really had to get rid of it, she still felt a kind of suffocating feeling in her throat that was blocked by something. After living with Liang Liang for several days and having it by her side, she really was no longer as lonely and bored as she was before when Mu Chen was not around. I wanted to open my mouth to reprimand him, but when I thought of his talent, his parents, and my purpose, I could only shut my mouth in a sarcastic manner. The savage commander did not stop at all. His huge body of more than 3 meters tall appeared to be incredibly flexible, and with a turn of his body, he once again pounced towards Xiao Han. Wei Jia nodded. This is good. Since this person has this kind of ability, he will let him come over in the future. P may not be useful, but he can't make the decision, although he is a director. In the end, he is just a humble laborer. The old-timer blackened his face. He had been in the circle for so many years. It was the first time he had been given such a hard lecture. It wasn't that he didn't have his own connections, he was just keeping a low profile, but Fu Shui had gone too far today, and he felt the need to give the other party a lesson when he was done. But judging by the aura that was revealed, the 9 llamas of chakra that filled the room, Naruto was now much stronger than Morizuru. The red-haired demonic monkey outside saw the red-haired demonic monkey inside was in a miserable state, and once again let out a furious roar up to the sky. The huge iron rod raised high in the air. In 3 days, Yen Bei had stitched up all the corpses, and now they were all laid out outside, while Yen Bei was digging graves for those corpses. This is not our world. Perhaps they are like twin universes, 2 universes that accompany each other. The reborn Luminify knew that the wooden clapper had such a great effect on Arai or Kazama Ruri because Herzog had done the brain bridge disruption when they were young, splitting them into 2 personalities, strong and weak, and the signal for switching the personalities was that weird clapper sound. This intentionally get the mat out. Kowtow to pay homage to the new year, is to intentionally kill a kill when Lu and Xiao Jingyan's prestige, and then rich so what? However, under the pressure of Lin Yu's strength, those beasts, one after another, dodged away, not daring to take a step near Lin Yu at all. She really didn't know what to do. She was thinking about the crown prince, but now it was the crown prince her father. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xian Zuchan's eyes, and he quickly organized his cavalry ranks and prepared to meet the battle. Xian Yu is extremely confident that with his brute strength and the courage of the Qin army, he is not afraid of a 50. 000 to 60, 000 cavalry. It was inconvenient for them to be in Hanyang, and the same was true for Jiang Yangjie, but he was slow to leave Hanyang and tried to force him out. Ning Yinyu, of course I'm with big sister. After saying that, she took Ning Yanfeng's arm in her own hands. Mistress has the heart. By the way, I didn't hear you clearly just now. What is your residence? Yang Evening Zhao took a sip of tea before asking, but if Jiang Yangjie wasn't an emotionalist, that would mean he had a fellow emotionalist by his side, and that wouldn't make sense. Here, instead, the shape of the mountain could not be seen, nor did it have anything to do with the skull. It was simply an evil and strange mountain. Despite the fact that Doluwa continent was a world of the weak and the strong, there was still tolerance for young children. At this moment, one of the martial Taoists then laughed. Of course they recognized Qin Jin, so when Zhao Guanshan said this name, it was actually true. Actually, I just want to ask you if this outfit is okay or not. If not, I'll just take it off. After saying that, he directly took off his clothes, and then sat on top of the co-pilot. The rest of the sect disciples and elders saw that black-shirt man's bland look and had their scalps numb. They couldn't wait to turn around and leave immediately. God knows what other tragic things would happen if they stayed here. Feng Feng's face was grim as he heard the report from below. How could he not expect that Qin Yang was released without anything happening to him? Moreover, if he were to put on a school uniform, how would it look like? There must be no sense of incompatibility. Becoming the notorious male god of the entire campus, Dongliang Chengxian was so angry that his eyes were on fire and his blood was spurting. He was almost about to strike out to teach Yixian a lesson, but when he saw that all the people around him were all cold-eyed, he tried hard to calm down, but his eyes were secretly showing murderous intent. He must find a chance to destroy Yixian, and take his Yong'an city for his own. A half-step third realm cultivator was a difficult existence to deal with in the eyes of Lucian at this point in time. The realm gap was too large and it would be troublesome to fight, but she didn't dare to faint at this moment. The one who had the greatest competition with her at this moment wasn't Yi Weixing, but Wen Qingwei. After the fusion, the energy itself became immense, only to see Bai Ritsai suddenly let out a loud cry as a wave of energy rushed up, and with it, he rose up into the air, opening his arms and feeling the unprecedented power. Still alive? It's rare for a fellow to be able to resist 3 of my punches with his flesh. You really have a hard life. Tao Dai shook his head in disdain. Chapter 106, Playing Mahjong? Jiang Yun was practically frantic with irritation at the sights. In public, it was almost time to scream. She felt like she was now stripped of all her disguises, naked and exposed to the crowd, and every gaze that fell on her was like a thorn in her side. Jiang Yun clenched her lower lip, tasting a hint of rusty blood in her mouth, her nails deeply embedded in her palm, leaving a row of clear crescent marks. At the moment, her brain, just what is this ancient scroll that deserves this person's bloodshed? Some of those who harbored a fluke couldn't help but think, good then, let's make a contract between us. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Stretching out a hand, he gently ambled over Su Chenyang's head, and a stream of cool qi was slowly injected into Su Chenyang's body. Tian Xuan feels that it can only be so, can only keep the distance. After all, he lives in his front yard. After all, she works in the discipline inspection committee. She has any difficulties, he is always able to help her. As for the thoughts, it can only be placed in the bottom of the heart. A piercing sound reached Zhang Yi's ears, only to see that the green ethereal wood vine had already penetrated the layer of airflow and reached 19, was to take that one step further and touch 19. However, since such a long time, still nothing has been found. Helplessly, one's time is running out, and one cannot rest assured that the meteor, well, appeared at Jiang Yi, which led to the scene just now. The soldiers shivered in fear at the sight, and their hands, which were outstretched to draw their swords, stiffened and could not move. Shu Yun, now it is time to settle the score between us. Fu Xueqing's icy cold voice came out, and several senior sisters of the Su Xin Hall surrounded him together, and without saying a word, they executed various spirit arts to bombard him furiously. Hospital inpatient department. This time of the day is when the patients in the hospital are resting. The corridor is quiet without a sound. Brother, Yi Huan's genuine exhortation makes Li He's heart feel very bad. There are hidden tears flashing in his eyes, and his face carries a touch of stubbornness as if he still wants to insist on something, and listen to their howling quite angry and mournful, as if they had encountered an unshared enemy. The illusory figure was collapsing, seemingly threatening to disappear at any moment, and a gray mist began to flow around him. Jogging on the playground, Lin Chu could clearly feel the joy of the students around him, as if it was a New Year's festival. The school, the military, the boys' side, Zhang Xiaohua's parents. The scene was once thrown into chaos. The clueless Zhang Xiaohua just wailed and cried, as if she was looking for a sense of existence. Everything seemed to have nothing to do with her. Carp Bridge? Why is the name of this bridge so strange? There must be a story here, right? Bai Jinwu asked curiously. This solves the problem. If we have a common belief, we will also have a unified thought, and this thought will guide our behavior. Bai Jinwu said. The walls cracked and slit in the middle and opened to either side, revealing a layer of walls inside. Then a little ahead opened up 7 walls, revealing a deep, dark passageway, with no lights lit up inside, leading to who knows where. Seeing that things were ready, Dovey, sitting on the couch of the nanny car, refocused on what was happening online. Of course, Magpie wouldn't allow something like Red Faith to be around all the time, so it could be thrown away when it ran out. She seemed to be in a trance all day long, as if her presence anywhere was a fortuitous circumstance, and clearly exuded an odd, fluttering air behind her back. Her classmates called her Crazy Girl Lovegood. Gold Roan looked at Xiao Shan's eyes flickering with determination and nodded his head gratefully before looking at Lin Bo who was beside him. Even Yuan Qingqiu had already stepped forward and held Feng Qiong's hand in a much softer tone. The eyes were still sharp, but the surface work, of course, would not fall. Chapter 107, She's the only one who's honest. Humming a little song, Meng Qingning cheerfully walked into the check room, and in a short while walked out holding a pile of clothes with an excited and expectant smile on her face. While she was putting clothes on her body, she twisted her head to look at Zhang Qian, her eyes shining brightly, like she had found some novelty treasure. Aunt Qian, you are so white that you are glowing. I feel like a little black charcoal when I'm standing here next to you. The corners of Zhang Qian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as she stretched out her hand. At this time, Huan are anxious with a hand to support the co-lure, who has fallen to the ground, screaming. The man in black to see the momentum has gone. Then get rid of the yellow man's entanglement, jumping out of the window. Wu Jianlong was speechless over this. He had not done a lot of bullying, but he had never thought that there would be a day when he would be trampled underfoot and ravaged. At this moment, he regretted why he had to mess with Xiao Yanran and provoke this fatal star. Wang War is even more remarkable, only to see him glowing, a pair of eyes, like amber, light flashes, sometimes like the spring breeze, how if the summer, as if the sad autumn, such as the cold winter, eyes open and closed, as if the seasons rotate endlessly, contains the essence of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter of the deep meaning. Cough cough, so your real age is? Wu Ming smiled sarcastically and asked curiously. When such a break appeared in Sun Quan, it was accurately caught by Qin Long. A beam of astonishing energy reached Sun Quan's face from the gun's chamber almost instantly. Young Marshal is saying that there will be a second crusade against Goguryeo if this one fails? Li Jing said in shock. One crusade has already been laborious. The sky is angry. If there is another one, I am afraid that it will really overturn the Chinese empire that has been united with great difficulty for hundreds of years, dragging that still heavy body with particular difficulty in every step. Cole walked past the chair where her nanny was sitting, her eyes not slanting, struggling to straighten herself. One step, too hard. When Wu Chongxuan heard these words, he did not feel very happy, but vaguely felt that something bad would happen in the future. When he turned his head and looked seriously at Princess Anil, he detected a strange expression in her eyes, an expression that made Wu Chongxuan feel very uneasy. Before he left the 5-temple view, Jin Yuanzi sealed his destiny with his powerful ancestral realm power, the most crucial part of which was to protect his soul from being violated. As a result, he had just stepped into the Hualin group building within a few steps when Yifei saw a figure that he was not too happy to see. Thus, after the 8 people had fallen, the bloody aura he had transformed into with his body had a slight pause. That was because he was waiting for someone to beg for mercy from him. In Xiuyu was an icy and flawless fairy in his heart, and he couldn't tolerate anyone showing the slightest disrespect to her. If he stimulated the chaotic dragon blood, his power could be stacked twice as high. But against Gu Qi, there was clearly no need to stimulate the dragon blood. The heavenly horse opened its mouth and spewed out a thunderbolt, blasting towards Zhang Yun. The void was directly shattered, and there were sounds of thunder everywhere. If it was in the past, she would have never been able to eat in this kind of environment. However, after listening to Lin Yi's words, while she pitied the old Uncle Ma in her heart, she also felt a trace of admiration for this old uncle who was suffering from life's torment but was incredibly optimistic about life. Looking at Li Daoran again, he still had a calm demeanor, a look of not being proud of any of this at all. He counted the time. The biggest catastrophe in the history of the Great Yu dynasty should have come, whether or not Yu Nuai and his men could go back. It was a matter of life and death for the Great Yu dynasty. With Shui Rengue this relationship, Yen Sturgeon did not have the slightest excuse. Enthusiastic help, and invited the Spirit Beast School spent a lot of effort to cultivate the Spirit Wasp. Fortunately, he had quite a lot of elixir reserves within his world, so he didn't have to worry about running out of elixirs in a short period of time. Chapter 108, What's Wrong With You? Jiang Yun's hand shivered and reached for the hem of her skirt, and when her fingertips touched the edge of her stockings, she jerked back as if she had been burned. She bit her lower lip, her eyes reddening slightly as she felt the air in the room become sticky. practically weighing her down. I can. Zhang Yun's voice was as small as a mosquito hum, and her words were interrupted by Meng Qingning before she finished. Don't dilly-dally. I'll take the bet. Without half an ounce of suspense, the spiritual awareness lock transformed into dots of cold stars in Wu Jail's mind, eventually forming countless points of light that disappeared. With a cold smile, Wang Shangwu instantly quieted down. Black shadows fell on Wang Shangwu's forehead, lowered his head, pushed Lu Tiai's hands away, and coldly said, he happened to be sucked in by the misplaced spacetime and fell into the space tunnel in order to save Hinjin, which is why he appeared in this distant unknown world. He had now reached the martial exaltation realm, with the god-level martial soul personality true god manifesting behind him. Whenever this time came, Fu Qingyang would get up, taking out the secret book that Jin Shangwei had given him to cultivate. With a slight hesitation, Nan Yunrua quietly walked over to Zhang Yun's side and reached out to assist Zhang Yun's constantly trembling body. Facing Kim Jae-in's inquiry, Su Feng deliberately spoke in front of everyone. No need. You still don't need me to change to fight this match. The moment these words came out, the smell of gunpowder from the scene immediately filled the air. An extremely terrifying power completely erupted out, and at the same time, there was an extremely depressing aura that enveloped everyone's hearts. He opened his mouth, and that mouth, which wasn't very big, was like a black hole, expanding infinitely, and inside it was pitch black, and blurred as if swirls were flowing. Li very quickly took it and glared at Hikago, as if he resented him for just throwing it over so unexpectedly. He took it in his hand and carefully frosted it, examining it then, actually giggling and happy. Wa meow, go prepare some meals for me to nourish my body, and ask the bone setter to prescribe some medicine to nourish my body and decoct it. I want to be as strong as Cheng Qian. Do not let the murderer behind the scenes get away with it. Chao Ruyan sat and lay down, speaking in a strong and soft manner, her eyes gleaming. But now that everyone was silent, it was even weirder, and she didn't dare be the first one to speak up, so she could only look down at her two hands twisting and turning. Welcome, Zhen. Lil Enki came out from behind the table and gave Zhang Yunza a big hug, making Zhang Yunza a little shy. The wooden door of the room was opened with a creak at this time, and Bailey Xiang, whose face was a bit pale, walked in. Ghost-faced ancient Jade looked at the eerie sky. It's time to come. Saying that, he walked towards the temple hall in the front yard. Amazing Nima, you make it up. You keep making it up. You think I know you for the first time? And rich and famous? You think lousy is? Hikago somehow, every time he conversed with Erden he was furious. Hatchet went over to the sky cool water and fire sect last time and took one away. Yuan multiplied away one, and there's still one. I don't know where it is, the water-shaped body man said. Su Ruoya watched him in his reverie, but his face was a bit worried. That was a kind of helplessness, right? The hopelessness of being unable to do anything about certain things. What story will he have? The blood chi in his body was flowing and circulating rapidly along the fixed body meridians, just like a big net. A cigarette after a meal is better than a living god. Lying on the single bed for half a second, Chi Tian suddenly opened his mouth to state, Hui Ban teaches here? She's rather the one who lives the most spontaneous life among the several sisters. Princessy breathed in the fresh mountain air and smiled. Over there, the Shin family sedan chair landed in front of the Yuan family. Yuan Bingchun heard personally welcome out of the door. See outside the bridegroom's gift. Cannot help but smile. Chapter 109 Pregnant. After all, Xiao Ming was notoriously stubborn, and when he could speak Chinese, he would never speak the language of another country just so that other people could understand. But now, after all, it was a world-level disaster, and in such a situation, Xiao Ming naturally wouldn't disregard the feelings of billions of people around the world for the sake of this little thought of his own. The Qianquan infernal bead frantically erupted with seven-colored light, but it was still unable to fight against Yi Qingtian's pale strength. You should know that he was the one who handled this batch of materials in the first place, and at that time, he did not realize it himself, which led to the material slip-up. Let me tell you, Kunlun Zi, the moment you made a move on my family's friends you were doomed. But before that, it's better to settle the matter of you. The white-eyed wolf. Anyone else? Looks like you two are the only ones against it. Shani shook his head. These two douchebags were typically ing deserters when they were in the battle of the ancient gods, and as Ling Kuxian's petite body approached Tianjin's side, her soft and fragrant body, along with a fragrant breeze, her body fragrance rushed into Tianjin's nostrils at once. Milan stared at Cairo earnestly, for she was sure there was something Cairo hadn't made clear. Although I don't know when you will be dispatched to the battlefield, all I can do now is to seize all the time to improve my cultivation strength. It's no longer possible to care about honing yourself, so let's raise your cultivation first. Boss, Wan Yu is even here. What should we do? Ping Yang's men asked. The reason why he dared to do this was because apart from being able to continuously reincarnate, he also had another amazing ability. which was to catalyze grass and trees. Decades have passed since Korin's projection and set up the Guardians of the Void, and every day for those decades, people have been chanting the title of Lord of the Void and summoning the Guardians to come down. Hush! The two men suddenly heard a thumping and knocking, and the earth dog guarding the back door sprang up and woofed. However, just as Wu Huateng had left, a few young men from the Stankata family sent out a signal that they had contacted a notorious group of interstellar pirates and paid a large sum of money to have them deal with Wu Huateng in the stars. Zhao, the steps are really the Queen Winnan. Me and I cannot help but shout, and feel that he is dreaming. As his mood relaxed, Lin Yunqi became less anxious in his actions, walking and stopping along the way, slowly and attentively feeling the changes in the surrounding heaven and earth atmosphere. Tang Jiejun hasn't been feeling well lately and has gone to a sanatorium to recuperate for a while, and it will be a long time before he returns. But now, it was too hard to believe that she was holding a secret treasure in her hand to resist the attack, only to have the secret treasure cracked and knocked away by someone's punch, as well as shattering her hand that was holding the secret treasure. But if you want to rule all the two-star areas in their own hands, then Lang Qiuji absolutely cannot step over a threshold. This threshold is their own man Liu Nianfeng. He holds all the real power of the two galaxies. If not to kill Liu Nianfeng, Lang Qiuji's attempts simply cannot be realized. Your Majesty? The Great King asks if there can be any news of the White Jinns. Lord Liu Yang replied, and the White Jinns he was referring to were none other than Contemptor Vara. His fingertips seemed to sweep the fire, can ignite the entire universe. Star River, warm magpie language eyelashes violently trembling. The gaze is not subtle, has been staring at his near-at-hand sexy thin lips. The sword formation has been completed. It's been hard work for third senior sister. Xiao Shangqing collected the longsword in his hand, and the dark green longsword flashed with a glittering light that seemed to be signaling the owner. Sometimes that reason. The next day, looking back, Xiao Chenchen himself feel very ridiculous, but at that time, also do not know what happened. He inexplicably will agree. Head hanging Chin Kuan circle, hand wrapped mixed sky aya, the other hand with a long pole red tasseled spear, wearing a lotus red coat, winter exposed half of the arm outside, head combed two hair braids, the soles of the feet also stepped on a wind and fire wheels. People do not stand on the ground, jumped directly to the table. By the time the tremors on the ground tended to be noticeable, everyone realized with hindsight that the entrance to the dungeon had actually quaked. However, since he had decided to leave them here, he couldn't let them get away with anything today, or else he would only be afraid of endless troubles. Yun Yusheng, who was the party involved, was not cool at all. Looking at the last jack of diamonds, his face was blue, gritting his teeth, an expression of having eaten Shang. Gong Qianyu also knew the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly nodded, watching Qin Long and Bai Liu Li leave. The man's mask seemed to be made of gold as well, with two fluffy pink ears blowing from the top of his head, and jewels hanging from where his earlobes were. But Tap Shui is a twin sister with herself. She will not care about her no matter what. Shen Xiang deeply glanced at the high throne above. The man who was as beautiful as a demon and as cool as an ice blade, and secretly made a decision in her heart. It is for this reason that Chen Yu has been very dissatisfied with Zhang Er, and has been planning how to take revenge in his heart. Anyone can't think of a reason. Is it that the demonic beasts are collectively sick? Or is it that the demonic beasts have changed their ways? Or are they scared out of their wits when they see our powerful, murderous and awe-inspiring presence? Partly because of the strange shame, and partly because of that bloody, aching sensation. Seeing him like this, Galen's heart jumped for no reason, and he vaguely had some kind of bad premonition. A creepy feeling like being in the dark and being stared at by a man-eating beast. That's not the sound of a human or a zombie. Looks like there's trouble coming, Chen Yuan said with a staring brow when he heard the roar from the caravan. Calculating that it was almost time, Su Hanchang also let the princess come down to pick them up. The face has been lost enough, but also let them go upstairs and then embarrassed. No matter how strong Yu Luoxing's ad is, how tawdry his playing field is, how dominant his middle single is, and how pitiful his upper road is, all of them can't change the fact that Yu Luoxing has an auxiliary background. Feeling that the steel fortress is about to break through the city, the corpse will suddenly feel that it is the strongest person in this land, and it will let out a long whistle to the sky with great pride, as if the supreme 9 or 5 supreme beings are showing the sky. But what was strange was that once these 30 to 40 cultivators arrived, they didn't rush to make a move on Du Yuesheng. Instead, they looked at Du Yuesheng from afar and didn't move at all, as if they were waiting for something. For Tian Mingzi's statement, Nanfeng did not feel surprised. Although the three Qing sects are the same as the Taoist sect, the sect ethos and focus direction is very different. So having just arrived here, Toko knew what every part and corner of the resort was and what he could do. Su Hui shocked at the room. Jean Hart thought this guy really go where to steal aware. Then a mouth refused to say not good. Reviewed. New chapter reviewed. Get up tomorrow and read it blah. Chapter 110. I want to be pregnant too. The air in the room seemed to freeze. and Jiang Yun sat in a corner of the sofa, her figure slightly curled up as if she was trying to hide herself. She held a glass of milk in both hands, the warm touch coming from her palms, her head lowered even deeper, a few strands of hair sliding down the side of her cheeks, hiding her expression full of panic and helplessness. The only thing that gave away the ripples within her heart was her slightly trembling shoulders. Meng Qingning stood by, her eyes on Jiang Yun's low-slung figure. She didn't even need to consider whether it would be better for her to serve at King Qing's place or stop Wei, because that was simply a consideration that couldn't change the outcome. Suddenly, there were cries and curses coming from the Hadong, and there was a voice that sounded familiar. Yan Shi looked at her, spoiled eyebrows, extended his hand, from the bottom up, 5 fingers one by one with her tightly and deeply affixed. A traitor is just a traitor. Sooner or later I will clean it up. Ling Kong smiled disdainfully as the demon fiend sword was raised. Rolling demonic clouds pressed in the direction of Sword Peak. Seeing this, Shu Haoyun had no choice but to transform his defense with the few remaining sword intent. The sword light covered the 100 feet in front of him, blocking the demonic cloud pressure. Li Qin is a few years older, has suffered a love injury, and knows how to cherish feelings more. And in the future, he will also cherish and relocate Xie Zixian a few points. Can't wait any longer. Kari Yu, who was closest to the star tree, had a flickering gaze. He understood that the largest number of people on the island today were still from Star Moon City, and once the battle was delayed for too long, they would be at an absolute disadvantage when the other side's reinforcements arrived. The color of the surrounding sunshine was exactly bright, and that teenager was sitting at the bottom of the steps, holding something in his hands, his eyes looking into the distance, a little blank. On the Shuzhou front, Cao Cao, who had learned of the news, was afraid of losing his way and hurriedly set off with his troops to rush back to Yinzhou. Just now, in a fit of anger, he agreed with Feng Songjia's words of fair play, but there is no absolute fairness under the sky. Hua Guihong raised an eyebrow, but did not continue to say the next meaning, just the face of the smile, threw a little hint of meaning, although now with the help of the Ming Yuan sword, Stranger Wushang's combat power had instantly increased by quite a bit. It could not withstand the simultaneous attacks of the other two. Ma San Kai is exactly in the town northwest of Shalopon town. The town is called Long Drainage, located next to the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, used to be regarded as a water township, with a long history of development, which is a rich place. Of course I've seen it. If I haven't seen it, how could I talk nonsense? I also know Zhao Dahai, Xin Ain Yang, and that Zhao Xuan who was executed by gunshot many years ago. All of these are what my brother told me, Chen Liang said. Today Yuing Ru's appearance made her feel good for a moment, and without realizing it this exposed her nature. Look, I've let you go on vacation for so long, although you don't come to the newspaper anymore, but, in our hearts you've always been with us. We are not forgetting you at all times, especially me. The editor-in-chief saw that Su Zuoyan's tone was much better, so he also joked along. This time, when Honey came back from her training, she changed slightly, and I think it must have something to do with this young man from the Pan clan. Gerber Feather had been frowning. He hadn't said anything yet. How is people to like the wrong side? It's almost time for you to grow up. Your sister won't be the one for you, Yi Kaicheng said cheerfully with one hand lowering the car window and propping up his chin. Otherwise, with the stature of a heavenly Yuan realm player like her, how could she be unharmed by the frenzied attack of Yamato-Saki's half-moon-shaped energy mass as well as the 9 consecutive shots of Zhou Xizong's star trace bow, only to have her blood level plummeted on such a bland and uninteresting move of a physical attack? She didn't know what was going on with Yi Ci, what was going on in her heart, so she didn't dare to make any decisions for Yi Ci easily now. Thinking of this, Mrs. Chen also people under the heart of the happy, waiting at home, only a pity that the day has not yet passed it, just heard the news of the imperial decree. Chapter 111, The Nanny. Lu Ming's eyelids jumped when he heard that. You want it too? Jiang Qian paused for a moment, her eyes narrowed and she smiled. Teasing you. I don't need it yet, or else it'll sag and I don't think your boy will like auntie anymore. What? Say these. Lu Ming's old face was red, but when he thought that this was about Jiang Yan's future condition, he still hardened his heart and pressed the question, that, then after breastfeeding, will it really? Then the late generation will take their leave first. The old man was overjoyed in his heart at hearing this from Moonshadow. He hurriedly saluted and took his leave. Grandpa, your health is important, so don't fight with them, Emily said worriedly. When Su Decheng mentioned Su Quan's matter, Su Decheng was a little sad. He had never been able to figure out why Su Quan had suddenly gotten into a car accident and had been injured so badly. The one-winged angel on the left froze for a moment, the one on the right simply shivered and ducked right behind him. It looks like there's just too much noise over there. Nazar took Momo's hand and covered his eyes as if he was feeling warmth. He swept a few eyes and praised. Not bad. The painting shows 5 points of this young warrior's style. Although he was mainly bragging about himself, Xiao Lingmeng was quite flattered by what she heard. and a beaming smile appeared on her face. Right at this moment, that underworld blood crocodile seemed to be about to deliver its final blow. A black ball of light was forming in its mouth. Before Wu Ming could finish his sentence, Lu Ningning directly kissed Wu Ming forcefully, and Wu Ming looked at Lu Ningning with wide eyes. You move your big butt aside and pull it, and see for yourself if the gate of my house is blocked by you, the red-faced man said angrily. Tianqing and Lin Qing came to the Jiechui cliff the next day. Lin Peiqi and Blue Tianai refined that piece of avoidance magic weapon has been completed. The two old men out of the gate, not being able to think of where to look for these medicinal herbs for alchemy. Li Xian had no choice but to exit the divine dragon cauldron. When he saw that he was on a stone bed, he was first stunned, and then realized what was going on. It should have been Feng Lin and the two of them who had brought him here. Li Xian used some abilities to restrict their movements, so both of them followed obediently, with only their mouths allowed to speak. But Li Xian didn't give them a chance to speak either. Time and Huao's endless persuasion, slowly passing. Xin Great General tired of crying, let go of Huao. Bang sound, fell to the ground, snoring. Under one blow, Yifeng was sent flying tens of feet. His 5 organs were misplaced, and a mouthful of reverse blood surged to his throat in the blink of an eye. Although he was injured, Yifeng strongly suppressed his injuries and swallowed back this mouthful of reverse blood. Under Hong Luo's arrangement, a total of hundreds of disciples participating in the examination boarded the backs of several giant flying birds together and flew towards the examination location. Alright, then let's find them first. If they are willing, then everything is fine. If not, there is only one way out, and that is death. Li Xian said coldly. Su Zoyan would like to say that this phone bill has reimbursement. There are things can also be informed on the phone. Do not need to hang up the phone in such a hurry. But think about it, if you call again, certainly another burst of soaring. Forget it, or get up. Here, feeling the Richwood aura that shouldn't exist in the chaos world, Star asked suspiciously. Chairman, Team Leader Moriai is watching over our wounded in the medical room. I'll get him for you right away. One of the Sumiyoshi Federation members immediately bowed and said. That Ghost Fork Luo leader hesitated for a moment and said, reporting to Young Lord. According to the report of the hidden personnel, originally, at that time, the Bay Sword Villa was not a match for the 20 or so Ghost Fork Luo brothers who were sent there. But who knew that Ao Tian's strength was even stronger than imagined? I don't know who released the news that in the tomb of the God of War, there was the inheritance of the God of War, the weapons that the God of War had used back then, and the comprehension of the laws of the God of War back then. And everything that Feng Yunlong had done was published by people who had the heart to do so. Chapter 112 Ex-Husband. Also, the blood in her hand was flicked away to nothing. Shichi looked at her index finger in disbelief. She had thought about it but she didn't want it to be factual. In that case, Zhang Tao will take his leave first, and will definitely pay a visit when he has the chance in the future. Zhang Tao once again clasped his fists. Lin Yan did not expect a few days not to see. Smokey actually had this additional identity. Surprised to be surprised. But at the same time, also to his grandfather's judgment of the face of the floor of the color of displeasure. Fat Don's heart thumped. A frightening figure immediately appeared in his mind. Even though this money was his recent share of collecting VIP, he still looked at Lin Feng with some concern. Lu Qinyun paralyzed on the ground has been scared out of a cold sweat. Death is not scary. The scary thing is to let you struggle on the edge of death. He played with you like this. Even if you are not killed by the sun, I am afraid that you will be scared to death. The splitting here is not cracking and bleeding, but the muscle cells in the body splitting. 1 in 2, 2 in 4, 4 in 8, such a cycle of splitting. Yuan Yang knew that Feng Ma had come for this, but after seeing the contents of the package, she still couldn't help but be shocked. For 10 years, under the cultivation of countless May grasses and spirit stones, she had become a spirit celestial master from a first-class celestial master. And only when she stepped into the realm of a spirit celestial master did she realize how big the difference between the two was. In an instant, the crowd only felt that the entire world was obliterated in the shockwave of energy, and that enormous tsunami-like pressure and fear caused those present to flee in all directions. Only, before they could escape from the mountain peak, the energy aftermath swept down like a tsunami, shocking many people to crash directly into the mountain wall. She didn't want to be like this, but Wei Nightwind took the initiative to find her and asked her to return to F country. The implication of this was already obvious. If she just left like this, wouldn't she be completely out of luck? What is this situation? Luo Aoyan had just returned to the house when he saw that heaven and earth had turned red in an instant. Before, this had never happened. It was like the feeling of the end of the world coming. The red light seemed to emanate from the beast fighting center. As the red light there was the most intense. He was her most obsessive wound at one time and her best medicine all along. What he is to her is unforgettable in this life. But Emil was surrounded by a cloud of black shadows. The breath was hidden too deeply by the black shadows. Luo Gu couldn't detect it, and for a while she didn't quite dare to be sure whether Yi Xiaoxian was with Emil or not. She would take it back piece by piece, tooth for tooth, eye for eye, blood for blood, pain for pain. Shinjun was wary of Cold Knife. The remnants of the 9 domains canon was a divine object of the heavenly domain realm. He did not believe that Cold Knife was willing to give it up, and I am afraid he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he had unloaded his defenses, and he would get it without any effort. With the black sunglasses blocking the front, it was impossible to see any of Wei Nightwind's emotions, but Lin Xiaowan's hand that was pulling on Tai Yan Nan still instantly loosened. Yi Fan, I'll leave the people to you. No matter how you guys play it, their final death must be by wastes. Thousand Periods of Moon did not talk nonsense and directly stated her requirements. There were many people who had come to bully her and violate her, but she had never seen any of them have a good ending. If you want to come to her to provoke trouble, feel free to do so, and live and die at your own risk. Scanning the week, only to see Lin Xiaowan is leaning on the oven fat, sleeping soundly, white chef's hat, tilted wrapped around her head, hair scattered behind her, messy but not losing the beauty of serenity. Such self-suggestion probably did have a slight effect, and Fick felt that he did calm down a little, but he damn well still couldn't break through the first 3 or 5 boards of that damn thing. Jun Rongfan slowly raised his eyes and looked at the other party, and with just one glance, he made the man's heartbeat faster, and suddenly added a few more points of tension. That's fine, then how about I nestle over at my old classmate's side for a night tonight, meet up tomorrow morning, and return to Be City together? Fong Kersen said. In his previous life, Chu Jingqi died earlier than her, more tragic than her, and in the end did not even leave a corpse. She ignored me and forcefully racked me to walk away, but I realized that her tears were still flowing as she walked, and the more she did that the harder it was for me to bear, and it suddenly occurred to me to make Sue Lemon hate me, and I felt that I didn't even deserve to have her treat me like that. At this time, even the gods above the void looked towards us, their brows furrowed, not knowing what they were thinking. Su Ton's eyes narrowed as he kept looking at us. However, the weird thing is that once it was past 9 o'clock at night, it was as if he was possessed and had to go out, and the first time he was followed out by the boss's wife after she found out. The scene that I told you about at the very beginning happened, but afterward, the boss himself didn't remember it at all. No, I have to think of a way. There are 3 things that are the biggest headache right now: the power of the Tang army, Zhou Chao's recent movements, and one more, Su Lemon. No, what if you lie to me? I'd better finish the fight here and talk about other things, I said lightly and was about to turn around, but at that moment Lord Ma suddenly called out to me. Elder Wei waited left and right. Every time he thought Mu Qian couldn't dodge in, he was narrowly dodged, getting more and more impatient. Finally he found an opportunity. His eyes narrowed, the dagger in his hand fiercely shot towards Mu Qian. If you have news, I'm willing to will you 1,000,000 taels of gold, but if you don't ask questions. Meng Fan's tone appeared to be very nonchalant. Chapter 113, Revenge on the Ex-Husband. Lu Mingze was afraid something would happen. Later, I received a call and it turned out that Gu Shui had taken Zhang Yun out for sunbathing, and Meng Qingning's father, Meng Hongyu, grimaced and sat in the corner of the coffee shop, his fingers tapping the tabletop impatiently. His eyes also surveyed the window. Seeing Meng Qingning push the door in, he stood up with a miso and took a few steps to meet him, the anger on his face undisguised. Qingning, you finally come. Then he also left on the wind, leaving only the trembling body of the sinking fish Grand Elder on the entire stage seating area, as well as those eyes that were filled with hostility. Everything had gone through that unbelievable experience, and although he had not been able to advance to the Thunder Tribulation after all, Zhou Yun had gained a deeper understanding of his Thunder Tribulation path, and at the same time, he had a few more points of anticipation. Wu Yu slept quietly like this. It seemed to be a very unseemly thing for a powerful 4-returned real person to be able to sleep quietly like this. She sighed helplessly before telling Tang Wuxi about the events of the day. As soon as Van's sweet words came out of her mouth, her parents, who were a little embarrassed, had a hard time shutting her up. Just as soon as she moved, Huang Xian casually flicked his hand again, and Han Lulu fell into Zhou Lin's arms. 2 people are talking, only to hear poof sound. The bed of Shaoqi violently spit out a mouthful of black blood, the entire pillow bed sheet all stained with blood. Under the powerful divine might, the green dragon's eyes had gazed up, but his forward speed did not decrease, and he rushed underneath the blood cloud in just a split second. In the snow drift, the dog left feet on the basalt iron chopper, floating stalled in mid-air, snow-white robes fluttering, but did not dip a snowflake. Grand Steward Lu covered his mouth. With an expression of surprise, that gaze towards Zhou Lin began to glow. When Ah Hua heard this, she was so scared that she scurried away from Lin Yun and showed a face of devotion towards Lin Hai. Zhang Chen's expression condensed, and then immediately used his demonic power to increase the force in his own hand. as the green wind's sword slashed towards Mot Onyan's neck in a single stroke. As Lin Hai spoke, he took out the golden needle, and then stabbed it into the loose immortal's leg with dazzling speed. Make me a pot of strong tea. I'm not going to sleep until I'm on the starship. I'll watch him, Academician Yang said. Whenever she ran into Lu Huai, his attitude was always so cold. Song Qianru remembered what others had said about Lu Huai. Li Erlong's words really made Wang Xuelan even more vain. But the more vain a person is in general, the tougher they will act. Just like Wang Xuelan now, he sat in his wide boss's chair, his gaze electric, and swept his staff of elite soldiers, men from the best universities in the country, with the highest intellects and the best educational opportunities. Li Xian is also growing and already has the ability to do things on her own, more than enough to do things as a group. How do you make someone sit on a horse without falling off? Aside from being a superb writer, I can't figure it out. Shinta Steele thought for a while, sighed and shook his head. Hearing his friends teasing, Chen Shiyuan had nothing to say and was so depressed that he drank another large mouthful of wine. How much he had pretended in the beginning. How much he had slapped his face now. Chen Shiyuan's heart resented Yi Chu for a few more points. This one was able to refine the green lotus earthly heart flame that had seriously injured him in a short period of time. He was clearly not an ordinary person. Really? Xu Zhuqing's face was ecstatic, so happy that she unconsciously then pounced towards Qin Yang. And when the people were put in, the chickens were also put in, and the scene was all of a sudden chaotic. Zhang Guifei then told Emperor Yangan about those things she had found out plus her own speculations in a half-covered manner. So except for Feng Yuyo who made a move once when Cannonball was attacked, the others were all retaining their full power in place. She was powerless once upon a time, wasn't she? No matter what she did or explained, her family only believed Su Jihan's words. Chapter 114. If people knew about their daughters. I don't know exactly how much time, probably between half a year to a year. Chu Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, but many times than the martial arts cut, the two are also equal, between the middle and the middle. Sometimes Dian Wei won half a move, sometimes Ma Chao half a chip higher, but this guy can hate Dian Wei. Won the taunt Ma Chao, lost the dead face do not recognize. Before the words left his mouth, a body was carried out from the hero's building. Sun Nua's heart was flabbergasted. He took 3 steps to look at it, and confirmed that it was Inu. After Yu Jingyan was invited by Fan Zhongyan, he was very happy and hummed a song as he headed for home. So since the preparations are now complete and the generals are ready, it's time for the bedbugs to pay the price and the battle begins. And without delay, those guys outside, I'm sure it won't be long before they'll be able to enter here. And then there will be a whole lot of trouble again. The early Jindan stage and the Great Circle of the out-of-body stage were completely worlds apart in terms of cultivation, with a difference of 11 realms in between. Subconsciously, he held the Kangwu sword across his body, only to see a hideous flesh and blood face appear in front of his eyes through the Kangwu sword, and the stench exhaled from its bloody mouth was clearly audible. The iron rust sword appeared, the body of the sword trembled, the divine energy was heaven-defying, it was worthy of being a weapon made of inferno rust iron, and with a single stroke, it sliced through the void, burying countless golden crows. Yu Jingyan's words completely spoke to the hearts of these soldiers, many of them echoed, and some of them were moved to tears. Yellow hair on the side of the attention of Situ Shinger for a long time. This moment to see accosting mooching time has arrived, immediately leaped out. But the exorcism division of the large group of people are used to not to go behind the back to discuss the rights and wrongs of fellow officers. Who cares who you are with who? Who goes to the Pinkangli? Each see a lot of knowledge. Mazigan as long as the return. Everyone is each other's family. Other things, all people do not care. Then let's go. As soon as Su Qing's words fell, Luo Muli turned around and went down the mountain, with Lin Shuihan following closely behind, while Su Qing stood frozen in place and hurriedly followed. Hearing Han Xiaoshan say that, Wu Hua also took the note out from the table. Zhou Homing, who was sitting on the side, stared at Wu Hua in disbelief. Master, is this note really useless? Zhou Homing was afraid that the note was really no good, so he hurriedly took out the photo from his cell phone and handed it to Wu Hua in Han Xiaoshan's eyes. Just, her pride and posture, but just a moment. She wants to be wild in the clear moon platform. I want to see if she has this one qualification. In the eyes of the July, but it is just the fallen Yang Marquis House. If there is no that wise and sensible old lady, Yang Marquis House is already should not exist once. Don't talk, hurry up and follow. If we lose them, we both will have no good consequences. The youth in the passenger seat urged. After the State Master of the Great Ben Kingdom received the news of the defeat of the Great General of the Great Ben Kingdom's vanguard, he also felt very bad about the next battle with the Golden Phoenix Kingdom. I don't know. When I was worried about this at the city gate, I suddenly felt a powerful force summoning in the jade bracelet. Father, besides Wei Shi's guards, the other armies of Jiangling City, they won't all be in this city order, right? Nankong Shallow sat across from Nan Fengju and looked at him and asked out loud. Regarding his words, both of them agreed. If they waited here, at the latest, tomorrow night, they would definitely be discovered. Then they would have to go through with it. But this was not much different from sending them to their deaths. The two of them, Chu Hao and Mu Lin, who were currently still hovering at the dark power level, were mesmerized by what they heard and dumbfounded by what they saw. Bowling Green realized that this guy just plainly didn't want to call and not contact. Then what was the point of beeping about wanting or not wanting? If she had been a little anxious when it first started, now she was completely calm. This kind of magic weapon, even if it is sold for money, it must be tens of thousands of dollars. He has no money. He still expects to collect the final payment, go back to the dartboard to withdraw some hard money. Sunset sunshine through the shutter prongs of the gap hit him. Xin Chang also fixed a glance, only to see him sitting there. She loved the shiny things the most, and if it hadn't been the wrong place and the wrong time, she would have gotten it back for her collection. Lu Xinjia's eyes lit up as his sword blade cut out a white trail and chopped straight down, slashing angrily at the zombie's body. Could it be that he was touched by himself and realized that what he had done to her in the first place was really immoral? Mylan did not expect Xin Yuyan would actually suddenly ask herself this question. She was a little embarrassed. Just when she wanted to say something, Xin Yuyan sitting on the bed but suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. If they were to be tightly focused on just themselves, then these people would have nothing to fear at all. Xiao Yang and the others, who had eaten, walked out of the door unhurriedly under the respectful escort of the hotel's senior leaders. Although Tang Fan hadn't practiced any divine power, but just now he realized that the hand seals that the white-bearded man had made at the beginning, although they seemed to be very subtle and esoteric, they were actually regular. He knew the old man was telling the truth, and that he was in bad shape too, even worse than the old man thought. But Yunfeng's manager, Lu Yaxian, is in her sights, and she just can't let go of him day and night. Blind Zhao let out a long breath, as if he had just removed a very heavy burden from his shoulders. However, this form of sealing by manuri is much more mutually beneficial than the unilateral way in which Go Shida serves him. After leaving the bridge and unfolding her spirit suit, Jinri happened to see the nightmare that attacked Mana. After they delayed here for such a while, the men in black also chased after them and surrounded the three without saying a word. There were 11 of them in total. All of their cultivation levels were not low, and their bodies were strong. So the difference between their strength and weakness with Li Mu and the others was very obvious. Xin Yang also recalled the Dragon King's words, "The only one who can save us is ourselves." The self in those words refers to the practitioners. Could it be that the enemies that these warriors who were issued with the standardized long knives wielded their knives against were the possible aliens? While casually talking to everyone about bull **** and nonsense, while signing photos for everyone. Finally everyone left the concert hall, and at the entrance of the concert hall, a large number of people flocked to Qingyang for a group photo. Yunokawa Syria, whose whereabouts are often a mystery, is apparently also the subject of talk in the mouths of those general educators. Mo Xiaodong had something on his mind, and after putting down the phone, Yi Li thought, he didn't know what was bothering him, but he would probably know tomorrow. The smart people thought of the deeper meaning and thought that Qin Yu's behavior was abnormal and began to speculate on her thoughts. Chapter 115, Into the Hospital. After dinner, Lu Mingzi gently encircled Jiang Yun's waist and led her out of the room. The early morning light sprinkled down like fine gold leaf, falling on Jiang Yun's fair, snow-like skin, outlining her delicate curves and making her look more and more flavorful. Her long waterfall-like hair fell casually over her fragrant shoulders, and a few strands of broken hair were mischievously pasted on the side of her lightly flushed cheeks, just like a stunningly beautiful painting. Don't worry, everything will go smoothly. Back in Lin Yang's space, Lin Yang's head was spinning as the Demon King gave him something to prepare for. The two most important people in the Pumpkin Pirates group are Henzo and Raban. This is the right thing to do. Shinmingi immediately took out the money and added 1,000 taels. You take it first and use it. Don't have enough to come back to me. Extraordinarily wealthy and generous. However, it was the first time that Yin Yun and Tang Jingming were scared over like today. The smile on her face all froze. Bai Yuejie's heart was clogged up, subconsciously touching her face and biting her lower lip. The Black Priest himself had been grimly silent, and his gloomy gaze had been staring at Li Taipu with a deadpan expression. Aside from his initial consternation, after that, he simply didn't even look at the Rubik's Cube. Since this disciple had betrayed, he was a dead man in his eyes. A moment later, Taoist Moonwatcher suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Li Taipu with tears streaming down his face, the corners of his mouth twitching as he choked on his words. In this world, there are still many new and strange existences, such as the demonic creatures of the land of ghosts, the dragon veins of Lulan, and now the so-called evil gods of the evil god cult. And he, too, lived up to his reputation by giving up Wang Ying. The whole county was in an uproar, but in half a day, The door of Wang's house was blocked by rotten vegetable leaves, and there were traces of rotten eggs coming from the door. A blood-colored battle pattern automatically surfaced on his body, and the power of the demonic beast spirit in his body operated autonomously. After this thought just came into my head, I also shook my head violently to get rid of this kind of messy thought from inside my head. The yard was already full of weeds, and when I pushed open the door to the room was still there, only it was full of dust. Yi Ching actually didn't go far. When he came out from the back door, he immediately walked behind the flower bed in the backyard. This flower bed leaped into the darkness. Yi Ching hid here. Others couldn't see him, but he could clearly see everything around him. Just like that, the three of them, Wang Chen, continued to sprint, and whenever they came across a danger that they couldn't solve, they took a detour, and when they could, they killed the creatures. Yi Zhen's body directly flew out backwards. I rushed over like a furious lion and punched and kicked him up. Yi Zhen covered his head and turned back and forth, his mouth still cursing. On the way to the hospital, I explained my identity to the police around me. The police were quite surprised, and after checking my ID card and making some phone calls, they finally confirmed that I was the Zhuo major of the General's Alliance. Lu Qinqing suddenly stopped his footsteps to look to the side, and Han Yiming had already seen disciples arguing in the middle of the flower field. Tian Shou's brother. Sika's voice made Park Tian Shou freeze, and the guy underneath him was busy taking the opportunity to push him away. Climb up and run away. Park Tian Shou was about to go after him when Sika jumped into the arms and cried out. We hastily all hid under the windowsill. Some brothers who were too late to dodge were hit by the bullet, and even the whole body was blown apart. This bullet is not a normal bullet at all. We lie on the ground, do not dare to stand up at will, even if it was true that there was only this one way. For the other options, neither of them could reach a consensus. But when it was really said, it was still hard for Su Mo Yen to nod in agreement. The upstairs private room can be described as excellent, and when you open the window you can see a river that surrounds the river city, which is planted with trees and flowers. Although it is winter, the scenery is also exceptionally good. Chapter 116, I'm getting pregnant too. Sickness clears the air instead. When Zhang Qian rinsed his mouth, snapped the light off and came out of the bathroom, the ward was so quiet that the only sounds left were the drips falling and the occasional birdsong coming from the window. You're comfortable, but Auntie's mouth is full of flavor, and her throat is all over it. Lu Mingzi, I'm not calling you now, so just swallow yourself down. And you blame Auntie? Zhang Qian sat down on the edge of the bed, and in a bad mood, she put the peeled apple. Comrade Zhang Luliang completed a private transaction with Comrade Lu Zi, snatching this Chusha girl back to the initiative from brother Lu Zi's hands at a buyout price of $300. Yun Longjian entered the blood prison plane very smoothly and was startled just after entering. With that, Cheng Buyoqin, Ling Xue and the two of them in the shadows raised their vigilance. And even more so, they stared intently at the parcel in Cheng Coral's arms as well as the linen-wrapped tiger tsunami sword. The rules of heaven and earth in the West had suppressed him from utilizing supernatural powers, and the observer team had indirectly meddled in the affairs of the real world. Now as soon as he hit the ground, it was as if he was being targeted by the entire Western world. Mu Jing looked calmly at Mu Han's movements in the distance. The moment that the deep blue and fire-red breath appeared on the teenager's hand, he knew that this son of his was finally stepping out that stepped steadily and was no longer the tender teenager that needed to make him worry and send people to secretly protect him at every turn in the past. Vice Governor Ma, please rest assured, my money is very clean. You can rest assured that you can use it boldly, and you definitely won't have any worries. Sure, Qing Tian said, following the long street paved with green stone slabs in the wind and rain town. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of the Wuda Gate, which was notorious in the Jianghu. Han Forget Chuan took the bun knowing that Zhang Luliang had something to do, didn't come over to disturb, and went to share the buns with Zhou Tian and Lu Zi to eat. If he wasn't afraid of a life and death crisis and forcibly seizing the sword would cause the artifact to automatically protect its owner, it would have been much simpler for him to directly strike or snatch away the divine object. And at this time, the safest course of action would be to take Chushang away, and after that, it would be a lot easier to slowly seize the sword from her hands. Li Su immediately handed the green wood token to Chushue Shixiang, curious to know what kind of dong this piece of wood spirit, which had been ridden by the system as a special pet, was. Tens of thousands of experts gathered. CHIV all sucked a mouthful of cold air. Too terrible. Not far from the battlefield, a black figure was also watching the battle between the Devil Dragon and the East China Emperor. It was Luo Shuhu, but no one could discover his existence. It seemed like he just didn't exist. The vice captain of Shanhaiguan, Oh Hang Ei, who was on the left flank of the defense line, once again made this similar mistake in an exemplary manner. 3 people represent more than a third of the number. Zhang Yimou invariably has the title of the strongest director in the kingdom of heaven. Chao Ping came in with something. A box of Wolianye and a box of Great Wall Dry Red as a filial piety to the old man. Listening to Ingbao said that her father likes to drink wine. while for Bao's mother to bring is a good first-grade official bird into abalone, is through the old Xie to find a channel to buy the high-grade goods, then the wine can be much more expensive. Moreover, the sewage that had unknowingly appeared on the bed was also extremely bizarre, since someone was able to unknowingly pour that pungent sewage onto his quilt. Wouldn't it mean that they could also unknowingly remove his head? Just walked downstairs, not yet had time to go up the stairs. The hallway suddenly came a strange sound, followed by a burst of noisy footsteps sounded, accompanied by a burst of frightened shouts. Fang Yi, this all the way clothes cannot bring less. This weather in Yuezhou also only need to wear a long shirt, but the more north the day the colder. Even if Fang Yi martial arts people are not very afraid of the cold, but he is still injured. How to also have to bring 2 pieces of thick clothing. Although Lin Wei had greatly exceeded the expectations of the 3 black-clothed men by carrying off this blow just now, they didn't think that Lin Wei had the combat power to compete with them. And didn't Lin Wei's turning around and fleeing after taking the blow also illustrate this point? Chapter 117, just in time. Jiang Qian changed her clothes at Lu Ming's request, and her fingers had just undone the 3rd button of Lu Ming's hospital gown when the sound of a cartwheel running over the floor tiles suddenly came from the corridor. She retracted her hand with an electric shock, and the blue and white striped bodice fell apart, revealing the man's lean chest, heaving slightly in the disinfectant-scented air. Lu Ming's grabbed her trembling wrist and pressed it to his heart. The skin on his palm was hot. Who just said to be in the corridor? Now you can't hear it? Because he didn't know how to play music. The sound he plucked out was exceptionally harsh, causing Feng Qingyang to frown. A series of garbled electronic tones. You can hear the confusion just from the sound. And you haven't heard 477 electronic tones since the upgrade. Blue Bureau quickly backed away, waving his hand at the people who had gathered around him, staying away so as not to hurt the innocent. As Squire Rong listened mesmerized, slowly lowering his tightly gripped long sword, Zhou Min did not stop and looked up at the night, staring at the star-filled sky, being brought to the room where he had been staying just now. The man was also not paying attention to the cloud view at this moment. Theodore, who had laser eyes and a reddish glow in his eyes, didn't worry about what damage the hidden flowers could do to his eyes. The delicate hidden weapons shot out by the hidden flowers could not withstand the casual sweep of Theodore's pair of laser eyes. At the same time, there was a detailed report on the River Island economy that was secretly delivered to the desk of the River Island minister. So an invisible wall was built to enclose the poor, so that it would be out of sight, out of mind. Yen Yun thought of himself to this trading line as mainly up to see what is still unseen inside. Think this person may have what good things do not dare to take out to sell only to find customers privately when immediately nodded. Xiaolan and the others deliberated a bit more and decided to break away from the Yellow Turban Army and join the Qingshui town escorts. More rather than bad. The beginning of the Heavenly Father, these words seem to be said reasonable. In fact, it is a big mistake, because he does not understand this time the quantitative robbery. This time the end of the hijacking that is the beginning of the infinite quantitative hijacking, is through the infinite quantitative hijacking of the chances. There is not enough inheritance. What do they take to impact the infinite quantitative hijacking? Someone on the other side of his body was also hit. Yen Yun shivered and detached himself from the endlessly shattered bloody face, looking to the side only to see Shin Mengyuan looking at him with an aggrieved face. In this case little cute, only to go to provoke the candle 9 in this crazy. The Saint Si Hongjun Taoist ancestor said so also can only secretly sigh resigned. Who let them 2 back move? At this time, the Minshan sect disciples in the hall had already sensed the commotion and hurriedly poured out. It was only then that he realized why Lin Qingxian had fled towards this place, and he hated him so much that he cursed repeatedly. He led that so-called Iranian military friendship delegation to strut out of there on a Chinese-flagged cargo ship before the second massive buildup of American troops completed the total siege of Grenada. The group of people, with lights on, followed Uncle Ram, who was carrying a shotgun, slowly out of this forest. Although it is not something that is wanted, the spirit light of the broken spirit treasure is a little stronger than before, and Di Chongshao has exchanged 1 Zhengji dragon tendon with 10 staffs of dragon armor for the things in this hall. Something about Ali's father and her people. Kane's eyelids closed slightly, her breath gradually becoming wispy and insubstantial. At this time, Qi Fu Tian, who had been maintaining his landing position, as if he had been fixed, not moving at all, raised his head violently. The gaze that erupted from his eyes was almost solidified into substance, sharper than a sharp knife. Everyone joked and Master Xiong met the salute, and then together on the Shaolin Temple sent out to send people in the business car, sped to the airport in Songzhou. Along the way, naturally, there is a good burst of good-natured flirting about Wang Yi to get through the 18 bronze man array. The effect of the food was much greater than Yang Hao had imagined, and the red-eyed mercenaries and soldiers almost rushed up to grab the food, but fortunately old John and the officers suppressed them in time. Chapter 118, I become a grandmother. As soon as Jiang Zimei said this, Jiang Qian's face rolled and she used her hand to straighten her hair and stood up from Lu Mingzi, her eyes dodging. She directly asked Lu Mingzi to enter in a different place, That position, in full view, is humiliating. Zimei, why are you back all of a sudden? Jiang Qian forced herself to be calm, the corner of her mouth pulling out a slightly embarrassed smile. Ginger Zimmer notices, then winks with a raised eyebrow and walks in, dragging her suitcase with her. Listening to Liu Bei taking the opportunity to recruit himself without leaving any traces, Su Rong secretly smiled and said to Liu Bei, Imperial Uncle has praised Tiancheng too much. Tiancheng had no more ambition when he lost to Chao Dixiang's men that day. It seems that Chinese fans are destined to have a sleepless night tonight, because in the Serie A, Chinese players have finally appeared, and there are 6 of them. How great is this shock? Wu Kai took the towel Wang Xian handed him and wiped his face before walking outside the living room to carry the luggage into the room, and when he was about to help Wang Xian pack, he was kicked out of the room by Wang Xian. No drinking, no womanizing, and no cocaine. The millionaire Chelsea stars still found a way to spend their time gambling, and a lot of it. Zhong Nan, we'll meet again someday. After saying that, he got off the carriage and walked in the direction he came from without looking back. At that time, naturally, Huang Qian could never have imagined that tomorrow, she would utilize this jet to carry the internationally renowned big star, Lu Dafa, to hastily escape from the land ruled by the king of the earth. To say that the world is unpredictable, then, this can be said to be to the extreme. After arriving at the capital, the delegation stayed at the residence prepared by the court. Zhong Nan found it inconvenient to find another inn next to the official hotel, and opened a room for Qiu Xiang. After everything was settled, all that remained was to wait in peace. Deputy director, she did not realize that Wu Kai had changed in his address to him, although he was ordered to turn on Wu Kai's computer, but now he heard Wu Kai's words. He felt as if he had been caught on the spot by his master, and was so ashamed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. After some resupply, the crowd set off once again, trekking through the mountains and water, piercing through the holes and forests, and after a few moments, the group of people reappeared at the end of that rather narrow passageway, that is, at the foot of the back of the future Star City's mountain. Ordinary people's vitality is too weak, and their requirement for food and water is high. This is a problem. When you go back, you find Duan Tianqing to solve it. He's so ambitious, he can't just talk about it. There's always some solution. There was a flash of white light in the darkness of the night, and some of the unicorns seemed to sense something, but lacking a sense of crisis they merely rolled over, grunted a few times, and went back to sleep, benefiting from the geographic discoveries. Europeans had higher levels of consumption than the rest of the world at the time. The reasoning of left-hand carrot, right-hand stick, as long as it is a superior person, all more or less know some. Chengyang princess was also born in the royal family, naturally understand these truths. If they didn't jump, what awaited them would be endless ravages and even that cruel punishment. This husky sniffed back and gave a smiling expression, which looked very strange, but showed extremely obvious contempt. Saying that, it pushed a black evil scorpion to Lan Mumu, and also made a gesture to let go, frightening Lan Mumu to jump backward. Chebi Kuli at this moment with the internal force dispersed the body of the extreme cold air. It is the force is not yet caught when it happened to catch up with the Yu looming has been close to his body. He had no choice but to reluctantly raise the hand of the crescent moon shovel to protect in front of his body. Su Liang sniffed and knew that he had made a mess. A round face suddenly turned red and lowered his head to stop talking. Through the green gas, I saw the points wristwatch on that teenager's hand blink. Then, that giant bear turned into dust. Chapter 119, No More Business. The next morning, Jiang Zimei woke up to the sound of Lu Ming's shaving. The sunlight weaved diamond-shaped patches of light through the gauzy curtains on the silk comforter as she walked barefoot to the checkroom and casually picked out an oversized men's shirt to pull on. The butterfly tattoo on her haunches loomed under the fabric in her reflection in the mirror. The shaving foam was still on the corner of his lips when Lu Ming's turned around. Jiang Zimei stood on her tiptoes to wipe for him, and her fingertips were suddenly contained by him. The hospital appointment is in 10. Jing Wu carefully observed Auntie Fong. Fat is fat, but fat is very proportional. The face is not powdered. Stretch marks a little more, but the skin is very fair. It makes the spots very conspicuous. He Lu didn't say anything, carefully looking at the map in her hand, observing it for a long time before looking up. Zhang Buk made an immediate decision, causing the great savage angry horned insect to break its 2 horns off at the root, and a strange smell emanated out. This time, the operation was not only because it was simple, but Qin Feng was also looking for an opportunity to impart his experience to them. The next day, Gu Tianyi finished his workout early in the morning, went back to his own house to take a shower, and then went to the school's cafeteria. Dang Mo Shuanyun let go of the hilt of the sword, and the sword fell to the ground, and at the same time, Mo Hanying's left hand also fell to the ground. From a distance, there was construction going on there, and it seemed to be remodeling the basement skylight thing that Zhang Buk had mentioned earlier, and most of the factories on the island, except for a few military factories, have been shut down, and the inhabitants of the island have been herded into these military factories to continue their labor. Even though many of them are multi-millionaires, mixed rivers and lakes are greedy, regardless of whether he is alive or dead. As long as there is no return, the shore of these people always feel that this good thing did not have their own share. The Thor Commandos gods and goddesses are in the air, but alas, these men are destined to be nothing more than a punching bag. Although it sounded a bit helpless, that was the case, and although the current him had a somewhat different mentality than the previous him, it wasn't like the old days where he didn't take human life seriously at all kind of thing anymore. But in reality, he felt like he still wasn't a good person. And Lu Tingfeng looked at the glasses man's body green and purple, as well as cracked wounds, obviously some fear. If this were to be an ordinary Zifu realm chi refiner, or even a Wu ghost real person coming over, I'm afraid that they would be frozen into ice sculptures shortly after getting into the water. That was naturally also because of the different degrees of quenching. The stronger the foundation was, the stronger it would be after achieving the mountain and sea. Luo Yuan's face was pale and coughing. Lin Jinhe's condition was slightly better, and only after Frost Autumn gave him a human-rank spirit pill did his color turn around. Empress Dowager during the mourning period. Civil within half a year to prohibit the wedding ceremony marriage. The border within 3 years not allowed to take the initiative to send troops to war. And the emperor's cousin Shichang Ho Shuinchong. But contrary to the ban, in the mourning period in and out of the brothel, in and out of the greenhouse Chukan. This is not a big crime? Daji's Stone Gambling Workshop can be said to be in the Great Zhou territory as one of the best, very famous. Not only is it because there are many gambling houses in Daki, but there are also Daki officials who advocate and even support this. Now Lu Zhang's task was not just as simple as teaching Daodu and imparting the gongfu in her head, he was also responsible for her upbringing. She turned her head gently, and without saying a word, she gently kissed Rim's lips, which were already blackened with toxins, and sucked out and spat out the poisoned blood that she had not yet spat out onto the floor. The current would not change anything for Lu Zhang just because he had seen the outside world. He was still a grain of sand in a river of billions. The first time I was in the field, I was able to get my hands on some of my favorite people, and I was able to get my hands on some of my favorite people, and I was able to get my hands on some of my favorite people, and I was able to get my hands on some of my favorite people, and I was able to get my hands on some of my favorite people, and I was able to get my hands on some of them. I'm gonna give it all I got. It's a shame that he is his brother. If it were any other man, he would have swept him out of the house to avoid being an eyesore. But he also has a face exactly like his, which is a bad image. The first time I saw this, I was able to get out of the house. We are calling the Great Spirit of God, affiliated with the more escape from God Chaos Unity United Lin Time on ground to come. Chapter 120, Zime's Generation. The first ray of sunlight had just slipped through the window, and Jiang Zime turned around and woke up leisurely. Lu Mingzi beside her was still sleeping soundly, and the sound of even breathing gently brushed her hair. With a light smile on her lips, she tiptoed up, pulled on a soft morning robe, and gingerly made her way to the window. Pulling back the curtains, the golden sunlight instantly flooded into the house like a tidal wave, illuminating the entire room. As he was looking away, a pair of strong arms encircled him from behind. Listening to the sounds outside, his high heart grew more and more apprehensive. It always felt like something bad was about to happen. The cultivator from Ruffled Fire City, Feng Jun. Yang Chen recognized them at once. After all, they were the ones who snatched his dragon soul at that time. The second lady then looked back at the second master. After all, the second master is the head of the family. He cannot fold the second master's majesty, even if she has the idea is to ask the second master before acting. Since a layer of green-colored halo suddenly condensed directly in front of Divine Action Woji, a wave of air suddenly burst out from Brute Force's mouth. Monks don't lie. Monks don't. What about non-monks? There are still a lot of non-monks in this mysterious old town. Taking out a bottle of wine, the body cold to drink. Once the wine, which was not considered strong, went down, a fire burned from his throat all the way to his stomach, and then as if it had ignited something, Xinxing Wuji's cold body began to heat up. But his head was getting more and more disorganized, and he was getting more and more dizzy. At once, Li Zixiao's back went cold, and he knew that something unfortunate was about to befall him soon. Ah San should also have never seen such a scene before. A thin layer of sweat oozing from the corners of his forehead. He wrapped one hand around Lin Xiaowan to prevent the bald guy from grabbing him again, while one hand was resting on the backrest of the seat in front of him, making it easier to see clearly what was going on outside. True to the saying, good things come in small packages. When they were still 10 miles away from the inner city, Rose was stopped. Seeing that wolf flag, Eleanor's heart sank straight to the bottom of the sea. Wu Liang would return to his body with a residual shadow. Xin Jun felt slightly surprised. That was all. Wu Liang's aura, Cold Blade felt a bit familiar, and could not recall it for a moment. Jacqueline spun and fell from the air like a dragon with broken wings is proportional to the blood shadow, and Mayang's guys wasn't known for its speed, but chasing after a guy who lost his balance was indeed a breeze. Enough, the cultivation of this immortal baby. Impact reached the 5th level of the great sage, the light of the king of the stage before finally stayed. Huge energy, in the body of the baby rotating. The entire banquet hall in front of the square of the royal palace staggered. Tables and tables of wine spread out, drums and music, singing and dancing. Yang War looked at each minister who came in, very pleased. Boss, these 2 boundary stones, no matter which one it is, if you absorb them all, you will definitely be able to leap over the human level and directly reach the earth level realm. The execution god said in Lin Tian's mind. Song Cheng looked back, only to see Qin Zimu spitting blood, collapsed on the ground, Shore in the side straining to help him up. After all, Qin Zimu woke up. Looking at the situation, just don't know how much he heard. Butler, you and Mom, you couldn't care less about stopping people. They hurriedly picked up Qin Zimu and carried him back to his room. 4 powerful pillars of the sky appeared, pillars of energy, each of which supported the backs of the 4 great lords, invincible through the heavens, not knowing how long or how high they were. Not out of the Red Blood Palace? Will this work? Moron Luo was worried that he was surrounded by Lan Wanning's guards, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. Emu was startled and hastily looked towards the sky. In the center of the sky at time, a black cloud was thickening, and unlike usual, the black cloud was not a dark cloud that was scraping from afar, nor did it look like it was going to rain. When Qin Shing left Zhao, he did not know that this object is the husher-by, and when he returned to the Qin mansion to listen to Butler use analysis, he began to be afraid in his heart. Although the Heshur Bic is worth a lot of money, but it is also a piece of hot potato. At first, with it out of Zhao, really took a big risk. Chapter 121, It's okay to be pregnant. Isn't it obvious? If you want to kill me, I'll kill you too. You guys still have the advantage above the numbers. 7 Knights glanced at the Nara clan's ninja. His eyes underneath his mask had turned into a 3-hooked jade state. Just moments after taking off, Trank sharply noticed that another strange object had unexpectedly appeared in a spot not far from the side. Li Xiu Yuan into the city. Naturally will not treat yourself. Live Down, the restaurant is located in the most lively street in Haiyang City. Is also the best restaurant in this Haiyang City. The corresponding price is also very expensive. There is definitely a difference between Reina and Anne. Metaphorically speaking, Reina is like a ripe, sweet grape, picked and cleaned and ready to eat. I'm sorry, Yuri, I lost some control just now. Rujetsa looked at Manria. Yuri's look a little self-condemned, and he didn't know why he suddenly became that way just now. Lang Yunfeng sensed Tang Xinyi's struggle, and out of instinctive reaction, hugged Tang Xinyi tighter. Siphon was silent, and her silence was an overused statement that she hadn't cheated on her, but she was considering what you meant by not needing an object of deception. Origami? Angry? Shirori looked at Origami as she kept wandering off to the side, probing her head, thinking that Origami was angry because she had broken her camera. I don't know what the point of being a police officer is anymore, but the people who really should be arrested are brought in and turned around and released anyway. Chu Shangxi retracted her hand, blew on the bloodstain on her wrist, looked at Nangong Zhuahua and faintly opened her mouth. Chu Shangshi didn't reply to his words. Even if it was the same as explaining to him, it didn't change the fact that he wasn't dead. A middle-aged man? Bai Wei frowned slightly. She really didn't know much about the Qi family, except for Qi Shuyao's nominal family. The rest of them were no longer recognizable. After saying that, his godsay hesitates to look at the expression on his face. Changeable Chu Shangxi. A burst of cowering road. This made the Demon King feel uncomfortable in his heart, but because he was in front of outsiders, the Demon King did not show his dissatisfaction. Instead, he quietly looked at Moe, waiting for Moe to give himself an explanation. Yunblaze had been walking on thin ice for many years like this, accompanying the sometimes well-behaved and sometimes kind demonic augur. Should people never touch food again because they choked once? What did he know when he said that? He wouldn't have known about her aversion to emotion when he knew nothing about what she had been through, about her difficulties. Jin Wanqing thought coldly, Ji Xinliang, the more you want to feel at ease, the less at ease I will let you live. As long as I am still alive in this world, you will never want to live in peace. From now on, DM's brother, who had once been her favorite and most beloved, had officially become her brother-in-law as of tomorrow. That was equivalent to the game without skill CDs. As long as there was enough blue, the skills were released as if they were normal attacks. After the snow breaks, the huge body of snow begins to slide. The snow body quickly gained speed as it slid. Just after supervising the soldiers' morning exercises today, a loud and boisterous door rang out at the gate. When I look at it, this topic definitely can't be continued, but I don't know what to say. I can't give her a report on the year's work in our township, and this 3-life covenant living people do not recognize nothing, as long as the netherworld recognized on the line, waiting for the two of us to do the wedding. Inej reached, Xie Qingqings is dead or alive and I have nothing to do. So too was speechless, because Kong Rogong was telling the truth, and that Siamese fur doppelganger of his was far above you and them in energy refinement. To summarize, there are a few points. No seriousness, dangling, like to steal, do things without any rules. However, the strength is unfathomable. So I thought, this rubbing is so evocatively done. As marvelous as the Mona Lisa's smile, it's not ordinary. Looking at Dare, who was dodging continuously in the ring and completely unable to draw his bow, a magnetic male voice came from beside Elena. There are tons of things here from other countries in addition to those countless designer bags and vintage jewelry. Roughly, it looks like this should be a map drawn with the Great Swamp as the center. The rivers or waters that can be communicated in the surrounding area, as well as the towns are all marked on it in detail. It's not for a moment but also absolutely impossible to draw it. It's estimated that even if one passes through these places on the ground, it will take quite a lot of time to do so. So, after Yu Yun arrived at the hospital, he was surrounded by people's attention everywhere he went, which made him very distressed. Just finished, the music rang. Li Chao helplessly smiled. I should have known that just now. I rushed down. The result is now being pitched to have another song, or a song he does not even remember much. The Phoenix Dynasty Phoenix, taking the power of the finishing technique that was lodged within the skin of one's fist and blasting it out in a phoenix stance. That power was enough to injure a vice-captain level character. Steel Tooth, well done. Bruce greeted him, shaking Steel Tooth's hand tightly to express his gratitude. Is that a last word? Tanju smiled sarcastically, his eyes no longer hiding the contempt in his heart. Naruto could only reach out and catch it. Otherwise letting this fall to the ground would absolutely upend the entire earth of the Void Circle. The scenes of Meng Ruetu's and Lu Baochan's deaths kept alternating in his mind, both ending in a bloody scene. Zhang Hang is a person who has personally experienced the turmoil. Know too well how the turmoil. It must be the people or suffering people do not want to live. And now the Jiangnan Road upheaval. What is going on? Juri raised her head to look at Li Chao and nodded expressionlessly. My dad made a phone call, and the president directly pushed off all of my schedules for the day. Juri's tone was a bit helpless. Kim Kwang-soo even told her that it was okay to get married if it was her, as long as she didn't announce it. At this time, looking at the La Den Law wearing shoes on lax, and the murder ring that had just turned into a 6-tier ring, Aya Hirano next to her sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing Wang Chao walking towards Pierce, all the players on the court rushed over to separate the two, fearing that the angry Wang Chao would stage some kind of all-out fight. Morong Fong contained a bleeding finger and looked at the Fong Tian halberd with smiling eyes, even if it didn't move. Now that her blood had melted into its body, it was considered to have completed the contract. Chapter 122 Uncomfortable. Lu Mingzi sniffed, his eyes stuttered a little, and he coughed and said, Rhyme. Is this appropriate? I'm still worried about hurting you and the baby. Jiang Yun looked at Lu Mingzi's nervous and shy appearance. She couldn't help but feel amused. She reached out and gently pulled Lu Mingzi's hand, tugging it towards her side, pouting. You're just thinking too much. The doctor has said it's fine. Why are you still so timid? Said Jiang Yun, and her cheeks flushed with. A single strand of killing intent is also enough to change into a flying sword in general, laying down a killing formation of heavenly dragnet, making the might even further. Seeing that the 7 great killing words actually had such abilities, Lan Wumeng could not help but marvel. In later generations, it is often said that it is difficult for a noble son to come from a poor family. In fact, it is confusing the poor with the humble. Crisis is a crisis is also an opportunity. Use it well. Zhou Lu will be able to South Korea as a springboard to the international. A number of Polish underground organizations were uprooted by the third chamber of the Imperial Household Office. More political groups were banned than could be counted, and Poles were shot and exiled from the east to the west of the city of Warsaw. He remembered that after he rolled in mud earlier, his own father desperately scrubbed him so hard that his fur was going bald. Was it actually his own father who did it on purpose? The staff took an A-grade label up to the stage, replacing the F-grade label that Zhou Lu had put on himself. He knew that the drug would temporarily save Marlington's life, putting him into a state of regression and buying time for the next treatment. He chose an excuse that was more acceptable to most people. He couldn't say that he had just bought it from the system. Could he? No one would believe that for sure. Then let's go. Lanchu and Sungshi turned around in search of the sound and saw Chu Zayden walking toward them, then walked around them toward the outside of the courtyard. Sun Zoe nodded and gestured for phone contact. She was kinda cute when she wasn't talking. As a senior scholar, he felt it was his duty to push the world's technology forward. She snapped and said a lot of bad things about Tang Hui, and thought that, with her skinned lips, Jing Xiao would loathe Tang Hui. And now that she had figured it out, then there was no need for her to put up with Chao Jingyu bouncing around Su Rentai. A contest? Why bother? Unite pulled Nightblade, who had already been shaken out of his internal injuries, to his side. Jingpeng was with Taipanhwa. When she died, Jingpeng must have felt completely relieved and couldn't be happier. I didn't sympathize with him. He was like a hero. He didn't need anyone's sympathy at all. Irma said. Beyond the initial, there were many things underneath. Magazines that could increase the capacity of bullets, additional grip stabilizers, holy light grenades, and so on, all sorts of bits and pieces that added up to about 40 kinds of gun parts. But even now that she has seen it with her own eyes, she has to believe that Zhong Raider's temperament is outstanding, and although her appearance is not on the top of the list of beautiful, she is still clear and lovely. Of course, the teacher was merely mockingly Song, who had never attended a class, and had long since become the teacher's main focus. The son of heaven met Liu Bei, took the ancestral genealogy of the emperor's family and realized that this man was his own imperial uncle, so he treated Liu Bei seriously and rewarded him heavily. You're not together? The bloodthirsty Buddha looked a bit surprised, but the mocking look in his eyes was completely undisguised. Shang Guanshui forced herself to hold on, not letting herself fall asleep. Once she went to sleep like this, God knows how long it would take to wake up, and who knows if these kobolds would show up again. It is just that our Ning family, grandmother is honored. This matter if we let mother to dispose of it. It is inevitable to bind our hands and feet, and ultimately mother is angry. Which one? Youngwon asked and then looked in the direction of the lounge, from which he could see the current state of his yuer. However, fortunately, What King failed to get his hands on it only once, but that time was his first and his last. Chapter 123, A Child and a Daughter. Please forgive me, since I myself am a director of Hoda Company. According to the rules I can't provide guarantees for other people, otherwise I would have been able to provide guarantees for you. Resurrection. Lu Qingyan's face was filled with sincere apologies. Wait, rail. Before Elric could explain, a wave of ice and a wave of fire came from the side, dispersing the power of the spatial blockade. Chen Yufan disembarked from the galactic battleship along with the crowd, and it was the chief executive officer of Planet Fic who greeted Chen Yufan and the others. Also one of the princes of the royal family, Alex. In a trance, it was as if Mui had returned to Mount Fuyao, where he had carried the old Taoist on his back to Mount Fuyao, the last stopping point at the end of his life, and from then on, it had become Mui's home, a simple, yet a home where he could have peace of mind. Master, just don't worry, things have already been done. It can be acted upon at any time. The one who answered was the heart of the Blue Sea. Its tone was extraordinarily serious and hasty. After calculating a few skills that needed to consume survival points, Shinin felt that it was necessary to set aside 5,000 survival points, which meant that the only survival points that he was able to utilize were the mountain occupation points, and this point of survival points couldn't be used to buy anything inside the one world. Knowing that after refining 20 laws under controlled time, now some powerful beasts started to appear within the world of Unei Dantian. What with lions, tigers, and even elephants and other large beasts appearing, the aura was even stronger than before by more than several times. When the next day's data came out, but some surprise, 8 clothing stores to be even less than yesterday, while 4 lingerie stores nearly doubled the overall calculation, and yesterday's profit is about the same. In addition to all aspects of the expenses, the overall profit of more than 400. Keith arrived on horseback, and the 4,000 Reverse Blade Legion was the first to support them, trying to tear the blade beasts apart from one side of the battle. But there was a steady stream of blade beasts emerging from the ground for a while, seemingly breaking through the ground. At the time when that person made his move, the middle-aged man and another person also made a move at the same time. The three of them had obviously worked together more than once, and were skillfully coordinated. And once they made a move, they went all out, and simply did not intend to let Mui survive. In Donghai University, the final exam schedule of each faculty is not consistent. The art department is considered to be relatively early. Some faculty exams are not yet over. The study room is not closed. Kaoru Zhao stood in the wind, unmoving, calm and collected, his belt fluttering, a famous scholar style. His mind cannot stop for a moment. In the twinkling of an eye, all kinds of Liangzhou has passed through Dong Zhao's mind, and reconsidered what to say. Just saw the flags spreading, trumpets sounding. Ma Tang led a group of people to welcome out of the camp, and the descendants of Wu Hui established the kingdoms of Kunwu, Dapang and Ragui. And during the Shang dynasty, the descendants and grandsons of Chongli were sealed in Qingdi to renew the incense of Chongli. After barely resolving He Nini's trouble, Song Yi was able to free up time to deal with other relationships, and it's a good thing that he's a veteran in this area, having experienced a lot of wind and rain in his previous life, and the experience after his rebirth has made him even more of a fish out of water. On the afternoon of the New Year's Eve, it was time to visit the graves of the ancestors again. My grandmother looked at me and said, Xianzi, today, you should go earlier. I'm getting old, so I won't go. But Halhati was obviously very happy. Adding up the front and back, he would be able to reap a total of 570,000 this time. After the two major events of the crown ceremony and the wedding, Zhang Han had been considered an adult and was eligible to formally attend the decision-making meetings of the Zhang family. At this moment, Chen Luo was driving the undead dragon, flying at breakneck speeds high above Tianqing City, and in full view of everyone, he suddenly leapt down, causing a burst of gasps of surprise. "You're crazy." This word, Zhang Zhao did not say. The first 2 years gone, Li did not suffer a lot. The person is much older. I did not expect the mind to fail. Zhang Zhao looked at him with pity. This was a huge valley, 6,000 feet deep and 7,000 feet wide, and the valley was flat, with all kinds of grasses and trees extremely lush. "You have the guts to say it once again." Idachi instantly burst her veins. The fire of anger rose in her eyes. She silently rubbed her fists to make a crunching sound. Gradually approached Liu. One by one, they plopped down next to the lump's nest, staring curiously at the lump's ass, pointing and talking about something. But if, for the sake of being more comfortable and not having to suffer so much, Qin Jingsheng would still be ruthless enough to buy it. After all, one of the words that Qin Jingsheng most often hung on his lips was saying that he wanted a warm home. However, at the moment, they do not have the feeling of eating fingers, only a kind of neck to be killed, the feeling of waiting to be slaughtered. They are sheep. Wang Hongtai invited them to eat sheep in the hands of the North Koreans. What does this mean? Afterwards, under the leadership of Idachi, the crowd found an unoccupied lounge to check their luggage. But this is not good to look at it, but almost did not put Liu's jaw dropped in shock. They do not yet have the idea of the purple spirit coming from the east and welcoming the holy ruler. If the great Ming does not fall, they can still continue to hold the power and be corrupt. The weasel that he encountered and the weasel that he begged for a seal. That was also a heaven and earth phenomenon that only occurs when a demonic beast is promoted to the Yuan Dan realm. Chapter 124, Lost. The sunlight poured through the cracks in the windows and spilled onto the couch in the living room, creating a sheet of light. Zhang Yun lazily leaned back on the sofa, holding a parenting magazine in her hands, her eyes sweeping over the pages from time to time, earnestly drawing knowledge about pregnancy and newborn care. Lu Mingze, on the other hand, was sitting on the side, holding a tablet computer to deal with some work matters, and from time to time, he raised his eyes to look at Zhang Yun, his eyes full of tenderness and concern. At that moment, the TV suddenly inserted an "I think the sudden defeat to defeat Xianfei, but also let a long-time silent queen in the harem re-establish the prestige." Li Chen chose him precisely because this person still has a few points of the courage to do things, while the ability in all aspects is also not bad. The desire for power is very heavy. Such a person is easy to control, and his current position also adds leverage for him. Bai Xingji's nerves were tightened to an extreme point, like a bow bent to the limit, and a little more force could destroy him completely. The cutting machine once again downward force. Wang Haoming on the side to give Marin help. The stone decomposition machine around the gathering more and more people. As soon as they heard that there is a gamble up here, all ran over to see. The crimson ball of blood was like a crystalline glass ball, tumbling and swaying on the golden spear, even bouncing without breaking apart. Li Shi, the bastard's heart is thick. He still really didn't see that Wang Haoming had taken off his strength, and only when he heard Wang Haoming shouting like this did he notice the bloody wounds on Wang Haoming's arms. The biggest advantage of a compulsory acquisition is that it takes money out of the way, and while safeguarding the welfare of employees, the suitor can even buy out 100% of the shareholders as long as they are willing to do so. Graduated from Nice, France, CD has a considerable international perspective, and Li Chen talked about the events in Eastern Europe. The two also exchanged views on South Africa's dramatic resistance to apartheid events. He was released last year. Mandela full of respect. Boom! Zhao Ziqin was viciously thrown to the ground and felt pain all over his body. At the same time, he also saw that Wang Xiaokoan was sitting cross-legged in front of him with his eyes closed and practicing. How could it hurt? How could this happen? Could this be the truth? Am I not dreaming now? I have never left this lonely island and those things are what I am dreaming about. Upon hearing this name, Abe Chang and Merchai immediately exchanged glances. There was indeed a lot of room for cooperation between the three of them. It was obvious that entering the radiant divine pool of light and splendor, his body was undergoing intense changes, developing for the better at breakneck speed, an evolution of his physique. My two lords. I wonder if it's the lord of the underworld god who has an explanation. Looking towards the two, the referee ran straight down from the stage and said. The maid listened to Pei Ibai's tone of voice was chilly. His body was taut, the phone was put to the side, and he went upstairs to see that the building was empty. Xin Shuevue didn't know that Qin Ruishi himself was a master of formations, and if an expert in refining weapons wasn't proficient in formations, he wouldn't be able to refine good things at all. The cool moonlight, shedding a faint glow on the two of them, looked so beautiful and mysterious. Together with him, there are dozens of important ministers in the dynasty. Who came to the morning court today? Less than 20. Suddenly another large group of soldiers and generals poured into the courtyard of Ning and Yuan, all in all directions. It was Gao Hong who arrived with people. Long Wei Tian's words came in force. His chest was full of resentment, and the military division had already exported before he could cover it up, and the foul language instantly spread to thousands of ears. This person Shun Yuan Empress sleepless night. The next day, noon will not be able to support. Fell asleep. Nothing can ask. 9 days did not believe it before, but now he believes it. This red envelope distribution record can also catch adultery? In the distance, Xiang Yu retreated on horseback, and after hearing the cracking sound coming from behind, Xiang Yu's overlord halberd swept towards the back, swatting away the arrows that had been coming. What's a little different about this store than the others is that the clerks, instead of sitting at their computers and being busy, but not idle either, are carrying stacks of cardboard, back and forth. Chapter 125, Two people raising a fetus together. Because both Zhang Yun and Zhang Zimei are pregnant. That's why I'm thinking of moving to a bigger house. There are so many people in the family after all. Just find a villa. Zhang Zimei was overjoyed, thinking that she would finally have a pregnant friend to share this special time with. Have you just moved your stuff and sat down? As soon as they walked in the door, the two moms-to-be sat intimately and chatted as if they had found organization. At this moment, his entire body was glowing, and his chi and blood were like flames burning, emitting a fiery aura that swept out in all directions. Under this premise, Chu Guoliang authorized Qin Mingqian will be Kai Kuan, Hu Yud and others called to the Public Security Bureau for questioning, and not half a problem. At the entrance of the nightclub, the closed door was directly dried out with several gunshot holes. Su Rui and Ding Jiangwo were in a car, raising their guns across the room. Su Man gripped the steering wheel tightly, her feet blasting the gas. Huang Fu Prowler and Xiao Shan looked at Qingyu with a bit of surprise, as the two of them didn't even know what the four spiritual roots were. Huang Fu Prowler was even more shocked by Qingyu's beauty. Long Yang was also surprised quite a bit. If Huang Fu Prowler was a four-spirit root, how about not being able to condense true qi? He pretty much understands what happened in Mexico. That situation you couldn't unravel even if you were in his shoes. No one could have expected Guzman to suddenly turn against them and sell them all outright. Go to the Great Hall and let you know what the great curse of moldy luck technique really exists. Lin Fan said. Ling Ziyuan's harvest tonight was quite fruitful. Not only did he learn that Li Shiyun had been kidnapped by a guy named Tiger, but he also gained the information that Li Hong had been in contact with the provincial city's Xincheng Construction Supervision Company. These two pieces of information are very important. If utilized well, will be very rewarding. Although it was a divine child that had just been born, it had a wisdom that did not belong to ordinary people, and would never be as simple as it appeared on the surface. But Chen Danqing also sensed the fear in his heart, coyly and nervously looking at himself. Long Pingfan then introduced Chao Qian and Huang Ruyao to Dai Rinrin and informed him of their relationship. Prefect Ling, are you threatening me? Chen Cheng swept a glance at Ling Ziyuan and snapped in a cold voice. Meng Tianshu sat down closest to the fire pit and placed his hands above it to roast, seeing that they had all come in, then asked Wang Yi to close the door behind him. I know, because of Ziqing, because I caused Ziqing's reputation to be ruined. That's why I said that if you would withdraw from the marriage, I would marry her. As soon as Demao finished his words, Lin Kongping kicked him several feet away again. But Mugen was not that fond of being a soldier, nor was she keen on MO climbing in the military world, nor was she born to shoulder the duty of defending the country without any complaint. If she was allowed to choose for herself, she would rather brush the dishes without any worries, and she was too lazy to command 1,000 armies in hard work and planning. Since the city government had already begun evacuating under the guise of a drill between the disasters, there weren't many people in the hospital except for a few on duty, plus a large number of people who had stayed in the hospital at the time of the disaster had fled, and there weren't too many people who had turned into zombies, which was why they were able to relax so much. Sir, your papers. Seeing that the other side was an ordinary British Army unit, the sentry did not remove the rifle from his back, at least so far. No infiltration operation of this scale had been detected on British soil. But there was always a first time for everything. Fei Yin sneered. Back to Xiao Fengyi side. Xiao Fengyi on the other side of the matter as if did not hear and did not see. Just eyes looking out the window, holding a teacup slowly tea. As if there is an infinite taste, the corner of the mouth, but there is a hint of a sneer. Lin Shangru, shut up. King Zhao Xiaocheng managed to react and rushed Lin Shangru with a snarl. Most of all, why would Dendrobium Konbing suddenly acknowledge White Armor's identity? Why would he suddenly make a high-profile announcement that he would take back White Armor after Mugen had survived his great misfortune? Wasn't all of this worthy of scrutiny? Chapter 126, Giving Birth. As the pregnancy enters its final stretch, Jiang Zimei and Zhang Yun's bellies are getting rounder and they are moving more carefully. Moreover, Zhang Yun is picky about her mouth, so she can only make all kinds of nutritious food in different ways every day. This day, Lu Mingze in the kitchen tinkering all morning, brought out a plate of strange-looking pregnant love meal. Jiang Zimei couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at the plate of colorful and weirdly shaped food. Mingze, what are you making here? Why does it look like? Obviously, if he could go all the way through the line of Gongshang and get the information about the Illuminati's main camp, then he would be too happy to wait. Yuan loved the exquisite and delicious style of dim sum and ate 2 pieces of osmanthus cake and horse milk cake in one gulp. Behind him, 6 metal-sharp spiked tentacles probed out, like cutting tofu, easily inserting themselves into the Titan's massive body. Sacred drive back to the palace. Yuan Wudi is not assured and called a doctor again to Jiang Yuan Kai diagnosis and treatment, and finally learned that the results did not change. Yuan Wudi will be completely dead, only to arrange for people to take care of Jiang Yuan Kai's injuries. Sulian laughed a little when he remembered that those comedians were in the middle of the water and were being drilled by Battle Royale to the point of crying. By the time he got home, the child was asleep on his shoulder, the bruises on his face already starting to turn purple. She had followed Jiang Hui here a few times before, but never knew that this place had a negative floor. Jiang Yuezhao on the side listening to simply to vomit out. That sat next to Jiang Shouhan Yu Zhengchao face is also more and more ugly. Look at the tightly clenched hand, as if it is eager to lift the knife to kill him like. The 3 of them were taken out without reacting by 2 lurkers who came up from the B water at the B bridge location. Yu Sheng looked at the weather forecast. Today there is sun, now go up the mountain. Maybe you can even see the sun shining on the golden mountain. Is it remembering the other identity of these 2 chairmen of ours? And is actually slightly nervous up? Don't be nervous. I did a little self-introduction and smiled. I came here this time to talk to you about something. During these 3 days, Mo Zhanyang and his mother Muhua did not move an inch to stand by Lan Minghui's side, looking forward to the moment when he opened his eyes. Judging from the comparison of the battleships, there was no need for the Tonghang Company's ship to even fight, and if the ship dared to resist, it was feared that it would be blown to pieces in an instant. The only way to save the ship now was to have a few more strong people above level 6. As long as these people stepped in to fight, there was still a glimmer of hope to get rid of the star pirates. The boss laughed, and without further nagging, briefly told Meng Zitao about his friend's child. He left TVB at the end of the previous year when his contract expired, and went on to sign an artist contract with Green Lantern Entertainment. Finally Long Ruoto dumped all the things in the bag on the bed and finally found the pink butterfly-shaped card, but Long Ruoto's eyes were attracted by a square thin plastic package on the side of the card. It was just that this reply of hers didn't fall into Yi Jingqing's ears, or rather Yi Jingqing actually heard it, but his attention happened to be diverted by other things. You guys are back. I barely managed to squeeze a smile on my face. There was no mirror to shine it on, but I knew that I must look worse than crying right now. In the end, the diplomatic rhetoric of Wei's envoy, Tang Frustration, did not overcome Han Wangran, and she did not support Wei after all. Immediately, Chen Hu collected his smile. He still more or less understood Yi Jingqing's character. Once Yi Jingqing did not speak or smile, there must be something big to deal with. It is not that he looks down on Ji Jingyi. As far as he understands, this concubine sister of his does not pay attention to the situation of the dynasty, and her political awareness is almost zero. If no one mentions it in her ear, she will never be able to think of any restoration. After the awards, the hosts routinely ask, and then it's time for Yu Fei Zhou to say her acceptance speech. Chapter 127, Postpartum. Lu Mingze gently shook his head, his eyes getting wetter and wetter. He came closer to Jiang Yun and dropped a gentle kiss on her forehead. It's not to bury you, it's that I really don't know how to express my feelings. You've suffered so much for me. Jiang Yun smiled tiredly and tried to raise her hand to touch his face, but she was a little weak. Lu Mingze hurriedly held her hand and pressed it against his face. At that moment, the baby suddenly moved in the cot and made babbling noises. Not long after, Chen Hu used his cross-long sword, chopping, slashing, stabbing, pumping, and exhausted his means, but that deep-sea dogfish didn't have anything to do with anything. Instead, he forced him to keep retreating. Regarding this result, both Ling Yun, Zaraya Tsunade and the others were all happy to see it. Zhou sat up immediately in the Yuanyan Hall entranced to the cryptogram fumbled. Every year will accompany the prince to come to the palace. On the Yuanyan Hall objects placed, naturally very familiar with. Why? This time it was Goyen who asked, and I could tell that she found it just as strange and incomprehensible as I did. The emperor's words, the hall a surprised voice. The previous monthly feast are the night of the imperial gift of Moonlight Neon Dress. Soon to have the Moonlight Neon Dress, will be able to compete for the seal, so it has become a customary practice. But tonight the emperor has changed his mind. The Moonlight Neon dresses to the suspension down. This is why. Determine victory or defeat with swords and spears? Ono Haranabu instantly brightened up. Being a military general but fighting with his mouth all day is also a bit impatient. Do you really want to do it so absolutely? Tang Li frowned slightly. This man was even more cold-blooded than she had imagined. Come to think of it, she would have to leave a way out for herself as well, in case he flipped out someday. Wouldn't she be doomed? As Overchin's soul continued to run through the meridians in his body, Overchin's consciousness gradually entered an incredible state of emptiness. He forgot where he was, who he was, and even the existence of his ego. As long as we use the name of helping Lord Tora Amaru to succeed the head of the family in the revitalization of Suwa's subjects will surely welcome us with tears in their eyes. The things that happened one after another were because of my failure to discipline her. So please forgive her for my sake. Mrs. Oi continued to plead. Xiao Yunshu and Li Hanting snuggled on the deck, looking up at this beautiful starry sky. Their hearts rose and fell with the waves of the sea, feeling this rare peace and happiness. This night, the sea had become a witness to their love and made them cherish each other even more. When the two of them collapsed on the shore, Li Hanting also felt soft lips on his thin lips, and was giving him artificial respiration. She then noticed that the wooden bracelet, which had been greenish-gray, had turned blood red, and the patterns on it seemed to activate. I was going to call Ape and get him triangleize contact info, but that's when Ma Tao came back. Seeing that Ashen Sky didn't say anything, Cloudfrost became more and more certain that his suspicion was so right. Standing? He looks like a suspect. Sitting? He had just broken into someone's harem, so it wasn't really appropriate either. Chu Yunxi nodded her head and leaned into Jun Lingyun's shoulder, resting her eyes, successfully turning the man from cloudy to sunny. The only thing you need to worry about is the speed at which the big brother is being updated. Given the frequency of love around the corner at any given time, the loudest cries were from Wan Nyonya. And then, there was the sound of several boys coaxing her en masse. But at this unlucky rate of the Zhou family going on, it won't work without a metaphysician to fix it. As soon as Earth Shadow's words fell, the gazes of the remaining three shadows were also cast. In fact, they were all aware of this problem. Just that they did not ask questions due to the consideration of their respective positions. Yu Hong laughed out loud and said something that made Chopping Red blush. It was not bad. He was going to rely on the formation to defeat Red-Green, and he did not feel that bullying the few with the many was a shameful thing to do. Su Forget and Sword Ghost's complexion also changed drastically. They were both high-minded and proud people, but at this moment, seeing Zhang Chen and Zhang Xuechen fighting, they could no longer be high-minded and proud, because they both knew very well that that kind of power was not something that they could obtain at the present time. Chapter 128, Too Much Pain. Every day at dawn, before the first rays of light fully penetrate the window, Lu Mingzi gently gets up in bed. He first went into the kitchen and rummaged through the cupboards to find fresh ingredients to make a nutrient-filled black chicken soup for Jiang Yun. The small flame licked the bottom of the pot as he stood guard, stirring from time to time, just in case the soup got mushy. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Jiang Yun was awakened by a slight rattle coming from the kitchen. She opened her eyes slowly and looked at the empty side of her bed. If I didn't go knocking on the door and apologize, if I had gotten a hint of evil at the time of my date and actually went to the room, or even if I said any of the wrong things, if I had made any of the decisions I made, the consequences would have been unimaginable, even if I hadn't been there after that at the time, and I couldn't help but be secretly thankful for that. Regardless of other people's expressions, both the doppelganger and I had sudden changes in our eyes and stared at each other. That Black Dragon Society stuff should never be allowed in any aspect of Gold Basin country. It's hard to put up a reputation and a sign, but it only takes one or two things to smash it. The Cloud Palace was already empty, so naturally I couldn't leave Barbara here, and thereafter took Barbara out of the Cloud Palace, preparing to take her back to Chongfu to stay for a while. In other words, it can utilize the rules of heaven and earth to strike at me unknowingly. The actions here had also long attracted the attention of many people, who gathered around, and when they realized what had happened, they all cast glances at Shifeng as if they were looking at an idiot. Come to think of it, with Horseface being taken out, hell, even with the best of tempers, would certainly not be able to endure the loss of such a great general. I quickly asked myself whether the corpse gas and poison on my body could be undone, which was the biggest purpose of my coming to Miaojiang. This force then began to absorb the qi and blood in Chen Feng's body, and the silk blood in this force began to merge together. Shifeng was only in the realm of Saint Realm perfection, and before the battle, they had already carefully checked Shifeng's realm. This feeling had happened once before. On the day he came here, Mongkong had made this move, and then Miao had lost her life. This time, with Lu Chongwu, Ko Yu, and those heavenly ministry experts joining the uneven society, Charlotte's power had even multiplied. I despised her in my heart, not being able to dip into alcohol. What Luoing fed you mouth to mouth just now, was it a turd? Andy did not force. Help her get up, pack her clothes carry bag, together to 2202. At this time she recognized the words of Chu Xiao. Fan Shengmei has something tonight. I think it's physically uncomfortable. I'll call Dr. Qin. Saying that, Xiao Shiqing took out the phone. So I rejected this offer from her. I am now the only expert here. If even I escape, then I really don't know how to let others face it. Wei students cultivate human essence. Dr. Zhao cultivates immortal products. So should I be categorized as an old goblin within the bubble logic? Hee hee. However, it was also good that the other bone forging expert had followed Long out while keeping her here, and that bone forging expert was also none other than Guo Yizhan. After he took it, he had just taken a sip when a nurse rushed outside the door to say that the dean wanted Lin Rongshan to come over, saying that he was discussing the details of my mom's surgery. I have a move that I have realized in half my life. Today, I'm passing it on to you in hopes that you can carry it forward. After staring at the pouting and cute Nyayu for a few moments, Gaini suddenly pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword. These are all that's left. Natsuchi and Yamamoto Ryoko placed the last box on the floor, and Tachibana-sai followed them in. The inside of the apartment had also been pretty much cleaned by Natsuki and Shiraishi Rika, and the two of them seemed to be in the middle of cleaning the kitchen counter. He wouldn't be here to meddle in today's matter if he didn't also have an unshirkable responsibility. Your fiancé back. Stopping Nyayu at once, Ji Baiyu shoved Ji Cicada Moon into the other party's hands. Chapter 129 Yoga. Zhang Yun woke up leisurely. Lu Mingze beside him had already disappeared. No need to guess. Must be busy in the kitchen again. Zhang Yun gently walked to the kitchen door and saw Lu Mingze wearing an apron, concentrating on boiling millet porridge for her. His back was broad and warm, and Zhang Yun's heart followed suit. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Lu Mingze turned his head and said with a smile, "You're awake. Wait a little longer. The porridge will be ready soon." Zhang Yun walked up to him and lightly. This could only be considered as the most cursory information. After all, what was under the forest? He had absolutely no idea. Moreover, the other side of the giant Eagle Mountain range was a completely unknown area, and there were still too many places he needed to explore. Asterisk. This is so insidious. Why the hell didn't I realize it before? Chang Tian couldn't help but explode. Song Tianji, back to you Lily home. Saw you Lily left a note. The original company to go to Hong Kong to participate in the modeling show which has her. Yesterday Song Tianji night did not return to the cell phone off. She was early this morning on the plane, left a note to tell the Song Tianji, and left the car keys down. Say, what the hell? I really don't believe it. Yen Lai patted his chest confidently. Who am I? With your status you're not qualified to know. Linger replied in a rather punchy tone as well. The main forces of the human coalition, including that Apocalypse fleet that had stayed behind to guard the Apocalypse superhuman gathering place, had been sent to the Sodom continent, and in the face of the three major multi-million human-level existences, even Ling Yun was somewhat at a loss. But what Ling by no means knew was that just as they were talking, the situation over there was completely going out of control. Flowers blossom and flowers fall. Time is like a shackle that binds all things in the world. Even the billions of people who are gods still can't escape that shackle called time. They live in time but can never escape. A light gray, triangular cone-shaped front half and sports car-shaped rear half, about 8 meters in length, with 3 turbine engines mounted on the back of its buttocks, rested peacefully. Gan Liang pressed on, actually wanting to see what this Hu Fei was trying to do by engaging in so many tricks. The golden war dragon was like a python, dead entangled by qi, that is, a few claws grabbed by qi no matter how to resist. All seemed to be powerless, just like a lamb entangled by a python. In order to discuss whether or not to accept the Wolf King's announcement, the Alliance hosted a leadership summit in S.A. Valen, Olanka, Carter and the First Order of Victoria take back a city that has just fallen to the rebels, and as they retreat, the rebels offer them a gift. Rarely so excited over. After all, the eldest Prince Chu Faming is the first child, no matter whether it is the talent or mind or, indeed then after a few younger brothers to be too strong. Jasper looked in her eyes. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger, slowly stroking the back of the night to come, and panic slowly seeped out of her eyes. Of course you can. That said, a big man has to have some hobbies. Probably maybe not. For the big man of the Holy Tiger Hall, people like what they like. Someone will give them what they like. The so-called likes have long been emptied by those who are for the sake of wrongdoing. When Wan is her mother, Yi Shi has the responsibility to be good to her. Accompany her to eliminate the fear of the city. She must make Wan feel her heart. 2 voices, coming from 2 different people. One emanating from Yi Wu Yue, and another, which seemed to be coming from outside. Qing Xiao stared at her almond eyes for half a day without uttering a single word. Gu Huijin snorted coldly and left directly. She pointed at her brother as if she had seen a ghost. If her ears hadn't heard correctly, Gu Huijin was accusing her of bullying Gu Qinglian. Yi Shi lowered her head and said with some embarrassment, "It was only 10 minutes from home to the company. How could she fall asleep again? How can this be my business? Everything I've done can be because of you." Gu Baichen shook his head, putting all the problems on Yi Shi first. Chapter 130, Sickness. Zhang Yun, who was sleeping, frowned slightly, as if she was disturbed by something. Suddenly, A sharp baby cry cut through the silence, instantly breaking the calm. Jiang Yun snapped her eyes open, and in her sleepiness, she quickly sat up. Lu Mingzi beside him was also awakened at the same time. He reached out and rubbed his eyes, his voice still thick with sleepiness. The baby is awake again. Jiang Yun gently patted Lu Mingzi's arm and said softly, all of a sudden, Shu Wei Tian Yu raised raw, majestic soul power rumbled out, facing the surrounding sky roared. The sound was extremely piercing, and again looked a burst of airwaves scattered in all directions. Wang Nan Nan kicked off the body of the person. A bullet jumped out as much as 3 meters. After landing again on the position of several people to stay, each rewarded a few rounds of bullets, so that a few people cannot move at all. A little bit not to act rashly. Thinking back to then to now, he suddenly felt like he had led an enlightened life, or a leading man of some sort. After the doctor redid the bandage, Wang Nan Nan, who had tossed and turned for most of the night, gradually fell asleep on the hospital bed with drowsiness. Your husband is also helpless. When the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship is not good, your husband is sandwiched in the middle is the most difficult to do. Good boy, don't be sad. Auntie Zhang comforted in Ruocho. Although she had matched her scores on the forums, she had always felt that all the subjects hovered around the mid-60s, except for auditing and economic law, which seemed a bit of a sure thing. Accompanied by a low roar, the Blood Death clansmen took turns attacking the sword formation. However, they were unable to break it for a while. I've lived here for many years and can't afford to change, Chen Dengxian said as he looked at the empty space between Wang Nan Nan surveying. Seeing that Qin Tian had actually ignored them, the Spirit Mountain thieves in the square were furious, and they all shot out at Qin Tian. Bai Chi swore that if she didn't eat herself to the point where she couldn't walk, she was definitely sorry that Su Fei, the landlord, had invited herself for this meal. As the center of the joint spell casting, the 11 fire mid-rank mages of the Royal Mage Corps lined up behind the defense line of the Northland base, keeping a certain spacing distance to boost their striking range as much as possible. When Shu Den sensed where he had heard this voice before and raised his head, the old man's words stopped in mid-sentence. Struggling to cope with the remaining loose immortals, they suddenly looked at each other in all directions, and the two of them nodded in silent agreement. IG Aegean has recently expanded wildly, increasing its share of the market, and has the ambition to unify the market of the marriage industry. Shi Hui arranged the company's affairs, and then asked Wu Chenxi to help take care of Wei Wei, and also instructed her not to relax about Xia Brown Fluff as well. Although Xia Brownjewel's current ranking was already very good, it could be said to be beyond imagination, but trying to find a way to make her go a little further was still something Shi Hui was happy to see. Air Yun was helpless. He didn't expect to still overestimate the power of the spirit sealing technique. Now that the spirit sealing technique was not comprehended to a sufficient degree, wanting to dissolve so many flying immortal laws was just too difficult. First of all, the pain was definitely something to be endured, and second of all, the time. Tonghui Network's annual meeting was broadcasted on TV and the response was strong. Several local banks openly expressed their strong support by offering low-interest loans to Tonghui Mall. Yesterday morning he did not see Wei Wei, just himself busy with other things, did not care about her. The information just now gave Chui the desire to explore the mysteries of the stars and what the end of the universe was like, and it strengthened Chuyi's thoughts of surviving the trials that were coming soon. Zhang Xiaodong took a hard drag on his cigarette and began to slowly recount those things that happened before and after the birth of his child. Now he leapt up so. His expression was hideous and his laugh was eerie, looking as if he was a mad tree demon, looking very scary. Seeing that they did not hesitate any longer to run in the right direction, Noah Salt immediately mounted his horse and ran in the opposite direction. Chapter 131, no less. Zhang Yun looked at Zhang Qian and the baby interacting intimately. Her heart was filled with warmth, and she smiled and said, Qianer, you are too polite, and you even made a special trip. Quickly sit down and have a sip of water. Zhang Qian sat on the sofa with the baby in her arms, but her eyes never left the baby, and her mouth chanted, the baby has lost weight, and must not have suffered much in the past few days of being sick. At this time, Lu Mingzi finished washing the dishes and came out from the kitchen, saw Zhang Qian, warmly greeted, quickly taste the snacks made by Zhang Yun, just baked. Nara Range Cinnamon flirted with Uchiha Sesshomaru to the point of being a bit dizzy, finally removing that low vibe that had just been there for good. Chen Taiping knew that the Zhang family would be here tonight, so he didn't go anywhere and just sat here. Those were two biplane evil tigers, majestic, but their gazes carried a desire for life. Qingguan took out the scepter of creation and released a divine force, injecting what Anin had found out into Tang San's mind. Tanoto Chowdi was wearing a short black shirt with a dark green vest over it, a pair of black gloves in his hands, and his 10 fingers were exposed, clenched into fists. He just wanted to go up to say hello and ask for a WeChat in the meantime, but he was stopped by the assistant director before he could even walk up to the person. Thales had a difficult look on his face, as if to say that the research environment in Xia was terrible. and that it was impossible to make major scientific achievements. Fu Feng smiled faintly and unleashed the third soul skill, black and white impermanence, who descended to earth from the midst of hell, hooking souls and demanding life without death. Song Shangdong also knows that now is not the time to talk. Zhang Xiuying has lost her mind. If she continues to stay, she may really get hurt. Wait for them to calm down. Upon hearing that, Nara Rangoon and Namikaze Swakato glanced at each other, and a trace of doubt flashed through both of their eyes unanimously. Muttering a few words, never worn ancient clothes, she's still excited to try on one by one, because the style and material is too ordinary, not as colorful as imagined, but waving sleeves like a rainbow, the train swaying, coupled with the cloud temples high, the light shining, but also has a few points of consort's feeling. The incident happened suddenly. Shinfeng almost subconsciously transported his energy to his chest, but he immediately thought that Chiba Lian could not withstand the force of his golden element's recoil, and he was busy recycling his golden element again, but it was already too late in time. Lu Bu pointed his halberd at Dong Zhuo and shouted, "Dong Zhuo, take your life." When Lu Bu said this, he came with his halberd. Note 4, and the chief official Tianjing tried to block Lu Bu, but Lu Bu killed Tianjing and several of his subordinates, and pressed Dong Zhuo step by step. Opened the list of team members, found that these animals were all below level 15. Could it be that all the work spent on practicing leveling was spent on MM? Sadly, his presence was not on the radar of either Simon or Virgo, and I fear that Shanky's would not have been so calm if he had learned of this. After waiting for another half day, there was still no movement. When the crowd gradually began to get impatient, Lu Xiuqiang slowly raised his head. In vain, from his surroundings and up, out of nowhere, a share of coldness, the surrounding temperature plummeted, such as the cold wind after the fall, swept the slightly large room. Those mute rogue navy are a shiver. The famous fluctuation kung fu was nothing more than that. Divine Maple tumbled until he was more than 10 meters high in the air before he stopped his ascent, and he just stood straight up inside the sand mask, suspended in the air looking down at Shadow Curve Wave. Li Mu's torso skyrocketed. His hand formed a big seal, borrowing the momentum of the heavenly thunder and buckling down, bombarding the golden shield below. Chenji and Shengon looked straight at me, wondering what I understood after my wife said that. I smiled and said, "Second brother, Gong Tai, let's go to the council chamber," I said and took a big stride. Chenji and Shengon looked at each other in disbelief, then left in a hurry. She felt disheartened and had a deep mistrust of her own abilities, suspecting that she might not have what it takes to be a trader and that she might only be able to be an implementer for the rest of her life. Chapter 132, Educational Activities. Zhang Liang let out a light laugh and executed the bird fairy technique, closely following the man in black. "Why can't I be in your room?" Shanghai Ma Chao didn't realize anything was wrong in the slightest. Father held me in one hand and Princess Chu in the other, although my attention had been focused on the roadside stalls, but I could still feel two gazes falling on me the whole time. However, just as the palm energy was dispersed, a ring of chi instantly came upon him, knocking him back a step, followed by another ring of chi, knocking him back another step. The guards behind Duan Jin Rong sheathed their sharp swords, and the bright, snowy sharpness, as well as the strands of blood flowing from them, were clearly a threat. How the murderer entered the scene. This bit of mystery, I have not solved it either. Tang Long was also clueless. He didn't think of how the murderer entered the scene for a while. Zhang Nianzu said, "Did you start keeping an eye out everywhere after you heard that the drug dealer's surname is Jia?" He finally understood why Li Changgui was so gossipy some time ago. He had a premonition. So when they were following Lei Xiuhu, Li Changgui instructed San and Si to protect him every inch of the way. I shrink back in fear, not daring to take another step forward, eyes always dead set on that unreadable corner. After returning to his compound, Wang Jia was startled by the sight in front of him. He saw that his parents were in the middle of the compound, coaxing a 2 or 3-year-old boy. Zhang Nianzu was speechless. To say that Zhao Weiming, this person, most of the time, called it a trickster, but occasionally, he would also take out his sincerity. And this time, even if he had put down his blood, Renji's favorability reached 75, and both Hinamori and Kara's favorability reached over 60. He just couldn't understand, even if he thought through his head, that Tianzhong had met Empress Ho-Tu inside. And when he saw Empress Ho-Tu, he didn't know what kind of expression he should have. Dr. Lu, the famous living medicine immortal of the Chonghai Chinese medicine industry, was actually going to worship a young man in his 20s as his teacher? Ri Jiayan sensed that after she brought the duo of Ruyu and Qinggu from the Song mansion, they were even more at a loss. Only after Dongfang Wushuang and Jiang Shang had been surrounded by guards for some time did Elder Dong and Chu Fingxia arrive at the scene. Jiang Changtian, on the other hand, returned to his room, took a shower, and then sat cross-legged on his bed, preparing to cultivate. Taka Feather's update for this story goes to the Straw Hat Gang successfully defeating the werewolf Aaron and heading to the sea with their partners. He saw Tianzhong draw his heaven-opening sword and was ready to go down to the field to fight Bai Feng. only to be stopped by his senior brother Qinwan, suddenly spitting out blood and falling into a coma while practicing kung fu. Perhaps his internal organs were damaged. Jiang Changtian suddenly spoke. The massive green crystal stone had also been here for who knows how long, and it was time to see the light of day. And Ji Lu's Li Jianin didn't even know what was happening on the battlefield. He only knew that the fire mantle that had rushed into the enemy lineup earlier had been caught by the other side, and when he heard this news, he even had a sense of relief. Good, you've done a good job with the shipyard. Let's talk about the weapons factory below, Wei Shiming said. Each one true immortal thought that he would not go back to the whole body, so he thought to help him to say a few words, no matter who started it. Anyway, it is you who killed the other party, and the other parent to find over, and now do not say that the revenge. Just want to take the body back. This is not too much, is not it? Because lying to me is completely unnecessary. Unless it's because his curse doesn't want to be lifted at all. But if it wasn't going to be lifted, why would he do it? It doesn't make sense at all. Niafeng was about to ask for some news in detail, when he suddenly heard rubbing outside the door. Someone ran up the stairs, and without saying hello, violently pushed open the wooden door of the compartment in one piece. His face was pale, his hair was thin and his beard was long, his whiskers were polished and neatly trimmed, and his hands were so well kept that it was hard to believe that they had killed anyone. Du Qianjiao knew that he had already arrived near the Black Stream River. Moreover, he was also sure of one thing, the planet that his soul suppressor star matched was actually in the Black Stream River as well. This became good news to Du Qianjiao instead. Yesterday was the day Dad was transferred to the province, but there was no news for most of the day, and he was so busy working that he forgot to ask, did something happen on his side? Niasim also got into the car and sat in the passenger seat, leaning over Qin Meng's shoulder across the gear console. Yu Hong looked around. This place seemed to be like the end of the world. There was debris everywhere. There was not a single intact place. A grudge holding an immortal weapon in his hand sent out a divine thought, and a dense and countless number of grudges appeared in the place, and it seemed that they were aware of the impending downfall. Hatsumomo was only 24 years old, yet she has already accomplished what no other embroiderer could possibly accomplish in a lifetime, including them. That's why it's important to never work with people who haven't been frustrated. They don't appreciate it and don't know how hard it is to come by. When Qing Mei heard this, she hurriedly turned around and knelt on both knees, bowing 3 times in a row in the direction of the cave before getting up. After a long time, the black dragon's figure shifted and reappeared as a black-robed middle-aged man, walking up to Han Shi with a stoic expression as he looked at him. Due to the shaking of the car, Li Lu made dry heaving noises several times, and Shi Hui was anxious in his heart, fearing that she might not be able to hold back for a moment and vomit in the car. Now the people of the continent, all of them have also started to cultivate immortality, and the number of people is very high, but they just have a very low cultivation level. No one had yet managed to reach the 4th level of martial artist. On a winter's day, a cold, gusty wind blew through the roof, and the 2 bright and dim butts on the roof finally went out, leaving it in darkness. Seeing this, Cohen's original impatient expression turned into a complex one, the cigarette in his mouth still burning quietly. Yang Zi struggled for a while and finally opened her eyes, feeling that her head was very painful. Yang Zi, who was a bit hard to bear, happened to see a worried Yifeng in front of her. Her heart was immediately filled with warmth, and even her head wasn't in so much intense pain. Tao Shang knew clearly that as long as one of the openings was torn, these thousands of enemy troops, together with the marauding Lubu's 10,000 or so main forces, surged in through the gap, and with the strength of his own troops at hand, he would not be able to plug it at all.